Je l'ai pas. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet. Tabling of documents. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and... No?
Not the honourable member for Halifax will have to wait a few minutes for that. That's presenting reports from committees. But he's a new member, and he'll see how this works in a moment. Okay? So I said first was tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Halifax.
This time with glasses on. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Main Estimates 2016-17. Vote 1 under Canadian High Arctic Research Station, and votes 1, 5, 10, and L15 under Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Committee, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 8 reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The first report, entitled Chapter 3, Mental Health Services for Veterans, of the Fall 2014 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The second report, entitled Chapter 6, Nutrition North Canada, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, of the Fall 2014 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The third report, entitled Chapter 5, Support to the Automotive Sector, of the Fall 2014 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The fourth report, entitled Chapter 2, Required Reporting by the Federal Organizations, of the Spring 2015 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The fifth report, entitled Chapter 3, Tax-Based Expenditures, of the Spring 2015 report of the Auditor General of Canada. The sixth report, entitled Chapter 5, Information Technology Investments, Canada Border Services Agency, of the Spring 2015 report of the Auditor General of Canada. And the seventh report, entitled Chapter 4, Access to Health Services for Remote First Nation Communities, of the Spring 2015 report of the Auditor General of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these 7 reports, and the 8th report in relation to the committee studies of the main estimates for the fiscal year 2016-2017.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Speaker, and again I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Reports from committees, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, Batteries for Medical or Assistive Devices. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It gives me great pleasure to rise in this House with thanks to my honourable colleague, the great member from Port Moody, Coquitlam, who is seconding this bill. Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians know that fair, intelligent tax policy is critical to our nation. There is a general consensus in our tax policy that there ought to be no taxes on medically required devices or products. Yet, medical devices in this country are exempt from GST. Yet, the batteries that must be purchased to power those devices still are subject to tax. I was contacted a few years ago by a senior citizen in my riding who alerted me to this and suggested that this was unfair because every time he had to go buy batteries for his medically assisted device, he had to pay GST on it, and he thought that was not fair. So this is a perfect example of showing the wisdom that comes from our citizens and the reflection of that in this House of Commons. So I owe that idea to my constituent. And I'm proud to table this bill that would remove the GST on batteries that are required for medically assisted devices. With the NDP's leadership on removing the tax on feminine hygiene products, I think we continue to see NDP leadership on smart, fair taxes in this House. I hope the government adopts it, or I look forward to an NDP government bringing in this kind of smart policy.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Davies, appuyé par
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Statistics Act, Fire and Emergency Response Statistics. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to thank the seconder, the hardworking member from Port Moody, Coquitlam. This is a bill that would require Statistics Canada to collect better data on fire and emergency response. Mr. Speaker, this month's catastrophic wildfire in Alberta reminds us that more needs to be done to plan and prepare for fire emergencies across Canada. We can and should learn from this tragedy and others to better equip our first responders for inevitable future fires. Mr. Speaker, I began drafting this legislation last Parliament at the request of and with the consultation with Canadian firefighters. At its core, this bill establishes a process of creating a national data repository so that firefighters across Canada can access information not otherwise available to them. Firefighters have told me that modern materials, chemicals, building construction techniques are changing the way fires behave and are fought, and so we need this data so that firefighters across the country aren't siloed. On May 9th, Fort McMurray Fire Chief Darby Allen told Canadians, "This fire is rewriting the book the way it behaved. We need to rewrite our formulas and how we fight them." Those words, Mr. Speaker, of Fire Chief Allen underscore how urgent it is for governments to re-examine our approach to fire and wildfire management. And with fire seasons expected to get worse over the coming years, this bill will help lay the ground for better planning by providing firefighters with data collection. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it would require Statistics Canada to collect data and publish a yearly report on fire events, including the total number of forest fires, monetary losses, number of deaths and injuries, number of fires intentionally set, number of fire emergency responses by department, and subject matter of response calls. And in my frequent conversations with firefighters, I've often heard concerns about the lack of data available.
Okay. I want to encourage, I thank that member, but I want to encourage members to keep their comments brief when introducing a bill. It's not necessary at this point to go through all the details of the bill, and it's important to keep a very brief summary of it so we can get on to other business. And of course, during debate on the bill, members will have a fuller chance to discuss the contents of it. Mr. Davies, appuyé par Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
De ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Projet de loi sera
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Premier lecteur de projet.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Coastal Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank, first of all, Senator Hervé Payette for providing this. This is S-208, and it's simply does this: it creates May 20th as Seal Products Day in this country. Now, beyond that, there's a rich history to this particular bill that stretches back several hundred years for Atlantic Canada and for Eastern Quebec. It all started in a major industry that provided oil for the lamps of the streets of London, England, seal oil, for that matter. And through hundreds of years, it created a mass industry for Newfoundland and Labrador, and certainly for Eastern Quebec. So National Seal Products, we've seen it in its earliest form through seal oil, through the fur itself. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, who comes in here every day sporting his tie, that proudly shows his Indigenous heritage. If I may quote for just one moment from the preamble of this particular bill, whereas Canada's Indigenous peoples and coastal communities, including my own, have developed traditional knowledge of how to use ocean resources. Again, I say May 20th to be deemed as National Seal Products Day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want Parliament to know about the tragic story of Cassandra Cake, who was 31 weeks pregnant when she was murdered in Windsor, Ontario, just over a year ago. Tragically, there will be no justice for Cassandra's preborn baby girl, Molly, who was also killed in that violent attack. That's because in Canadian criminal law, a preborn child is not recognized as a separate victim in attacks against their mothers. This petition calls on Parliament to pass legislation to allow a separate charge to be laid in the death or injury of a preborn child when that child's mother is a victim of crime. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want justice for victims like Molly, and these petitions are signed by many from Alberta, mainly from East Central Alberta.
Presentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lisette-Chemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition that comes from British Columbia communities Coquitlam, Surrey, and Abbotsford, which deals with impaired driving. The petition urges us to acknowledge that someone causing death is committing involuntary homicide and is calling for minimum sentences for people who reoffend. There is a bill that will be coming forth, and I'd like to table this petition on their behalf.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Here I have two petitions to present this morning that truly do reflect the hearts and minds of constituents in my riding. The first, calling on us as Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. And then as well, Mr. Speaker, to protect pregnant women and their preborn children, as mentioned previously, when an individual commits an offense against a woman that he knows is pregnant and harms or kills that child that is expected, they're requesting that we bring in a law in that regard. And then finally, they're calling on us as legislators to hold a referendum on any proposed changes to the Canadian electoral system.
Presenting petition, presentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion in the name of Mr. Fast, Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, moves that in the opinion of the House, given the importance of trade to Canadian jobs and long-term growth, as well as the government's commitment to strengthen ties within North America and the Asia-Pacific region, A, growing protectionism threatens the global economy, B, the Trans-Pacific Partnership is the best opportunity to strengthen the multilateral trading system and develop rules that protect Canada's economic interests, C, the government should send a strong signal to Canadian businesses and its closest allies that it supports international commerce, D, Canada's position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership should not depend on political developments in the United States. E, the government should stop prolonging consultations on this important agreement. And F, the government should declare Canada's final position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership in time for the North American Leaders Summit in Ottawa on June 29, 2016. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, to speak to what is the largest trade agreement in the world, one in which Canada can show leadership. In fact, I have always believed that Canada must be a leader, not a laggard on trade.
Absolutely.
And why trade? We have to ask ourselves the question. Well, I think most Canadians understand that Canada is one of the great trading nations of the world. We operate today in a globalized trading environment, a globalized marketplace. Now, whether you believe in globalization or not, no one is going to be able to turn back the hands of time on globalization. It is a fact. Canada needs to adapt. Now, if we were going to promote trade, the first place we'd want to do that, of course, is under the World Trade Organization, which is the preeminent forum in the world for rules-based trade. But with the rise of the emerging economies, there's been a significant shift in the economic balance within the global economy. The emerging economies are flexing their muscles. It has become much, much more difficult to actually make headway in establishing new rules for trade at the World Trade Organization. And as that organization has become somewhat comatose and unable or unwilling to move forward with new rules to adapt to a rapidly evolving global trade environment, Canada has to seek new ways of promoting its trade interests around the world. How do we do that? Well, there's a number of different ways. We can certainly negotiate bilateral trade agreements and investment agreements, and we've done that with many countries around the world. We can get involved in plurilateral negotiations, and Canada is involved in those as well. There are three specifically I'm thinking of. The Environmental Goods Agreement, where we have like-minded, willing partners negotiating a global agreement on services, on technology, and also on environmental goods. But we also get involved in regional trade negotiations. If you're not going to make headway in the short or medium term at the World Trade Organization, the best way to do this then is to bring together like-minded trade partners, like-minded investment partners, and negotiate an agreement that not only eliminates tariffs on goods, but also eliminates many of the non-tariff barriers behind the borders, the ones that frustrate our exporters so much. And that's essentially what the Trans-Pacific Partnership does. Who is the Trans-Pacific Partnership? 12 like-minded partners. It's not only Canada, it's the United States and Mexico, our NAFTA partners. Our free trade partners, Peru and Chile, are members of that partnership. But then there are countries that we don't have free trade agreements with who are now part of the TPP. Countries like Australia, like New Zealand, like Malaysia, like Brunei, like Vietnam. And I would be remiss if I didn't actually mention the third largest economy in the world, Japan. This agreement is truly the largest trade agreement of its kind in the world. It represents somewhere in the order of 800 million consumers, represents somewhere around $29 trillion of the global economy. Canada needs to be part of this, and what we are suggesting to the government, that rather than hiding behind the skirts of further lengthy consultations, that the government now stand up and declare its support for the TPP. And that's what this motion does. And just to be very clear, I'd like to repeat for the information, not only of the members within this House, but also for the many viewers who are watching these proceedings. This is what the motion does. First of all, the House agrees that A, growing protectionism threatens the global economy. B, the Trans-Pacific Partnership is the best opportunity to strengthen the multilateral trading system and develop rules that protect Canada's economic interests. C, the Liberal government must send a strong signal to Canadian businesses and its closest allies that it supports international commerce. D, Canada's position on the TPP should not depend on political developments to the south of us in the United States. E, the Liberal government should stop needlessly prolonging consultations on this important agreement. And finally, F, the Liberal government should declare Canada's final position on the TPP in time for the North American Leaders Summit on June 29th. Now, the Liberal government has gone out of its way to try to proclaim its bona fides on trade. Their record is quite poor. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, over 13 years under the Chrétien and Martin governments, they got virtually nothing done on the trade file. It was only in 2006 that our former Conservative government embarked upon the most ambitious trade agenda Canada had ever seen. And we not only embarked upon that plan, we actually executed on that plan. Over a short period of less than 10 years, our Conservative government was able to conclude negotiations on trade agreements with an astonishing 46 different countries. The previous Liberal government's record was 3 small trade agreements. We got left far behind within the global trading environment. Now, under our government, of course, we caught up very rapidly, but we're not finished. And now the torch has been passed to the Liberal government, and they've claimed that they are supporters of free trade and they're supporters of trade agreements. Well, let's see them stand up in this House and support this agreement. One of the reasons why it's important Canada be part of the TPP is that if we're not part of this, our North American trading preferences with our NAFTA partners, Mexico and US, will very rapidly be undermined. Right now, we have highly integrated supply chains across our borders where we trade freely amongst ourselves. And that is a platform also for us exporting goods to the rest of the world. Because not only do we compete with the United States and Mexico, we also do business together. When you look at the auto industry, the typical car that comes off the assembly line, there are parts within that auto that have crossed our Canada-US border, Canada-Mexico border, more than 7 times. So you can see how these parts, these manufacturing inputs flow across borders seamlessly to create prosperity for our country and for our NAFTA partners. If we're not part of the TPP, very quickly it will be the United States and Mexico that pick up many of our trade opportunities within the Asia-Pacific region. We will lose out. We will also see our investment preferences disappear very rapidly. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. If Canada is not part of the TPP, but the United States and Mexico are, and Mexico already has a trade agreement with the EU, the United States will very quickly have one under the TTIP. Think of where investment would flow. Someone making a decision to, say, invest in the auto industry. They are going to invest in a jurisdiction that has the best access, free trade access to markets around the world. So the United States and Mexico would have access to the European Union. They have access within the North American marketplace under NAFTA, and they have access now to the Asia-Pacific region. Canada would not have that kind of broad access. Where's investment going to flow? Not to Canada. So there's a huge risk of Canada being on the outside looking in, seeing its trade opportunities rapidly eroded around the world, seeing our investment advantages rapidly eroded. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker, of where this happened and why Canada has to be so assertive in staying ahead of the curve when it comes to trade. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that the United States, the European Union, and Canada were all negotiating a free trade agreement with South Korea. We're doing it at the same time. And then something happened in Canada. We had the BSE crisis, which hit our cattle and beef industry. And South Korea and countries around the world closed their markets temporarily to us until we could assure them that our beef was safe, that it was healthy to eat. And then those markets opened, except for 2 markets, Taiwan and South Korea. And South Korea said, no, we don't think that your beef is safe to eat. They were wrong. Ours is the best beef in the world. Hear, hear, hear. However, South Korea, for its own purposes, probably protectionist purposes, chose not to open up the market. So we had to take them to the World Trade Organization. We had to do dispute settlement. And at the end of the day, of course, Canada won. But in the meantime, we lost a couple of years of negotiations on a broader trade agreement. But of course, the European Union and the US, they got their deals in place. Those deals were in effect in 2012. In the subsequent year, when Canada did not have a trade agreement with South Korea, but EU and US did, Canada lost $1.5 billion worth of exports to South Korea. That's the cost we pay when we don't actively negotiate open markets around the world for Canadian exporters, for Canadian manufacturers. And that is the risk that this Liberal government takes by not declaring its support for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We want to stay ahead of the curve. We want to be leaders, not laggards, on trade. That is our reputation over the last 10 years, and very quickly we see that reputation waning on under this new Liberal government. Now, we have had strong support from stakeholders across Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, we worked very closely with the provinces and territories to make sure they understood what it was we were negotiating in the TPP, and make sure they understood the benefits to each one of their provinces and territories. We also consulted broadly with stakeholder groups, industry organizations across the country. And overwhelmingly, they supported Canada being part of the TPP. And overwhelmingly, they supported the outcome of the TPP when it was finally announced. So much so that even the supply-managed sector, which many had said are going to go to the barricades on the TPP, they're going to hate this agreement because we're providing some marginal extra access to the Canadian marketplace for products such as chicken, eggs, turkeys, hatching eggs, and dairy. They would not like this deal. But at the end of the day, when we actually announced it, and we had provided them with assurances this was not going to decimate their industry, they saw the deal in front of them and they went, hey, this Conservative government actually negotiated a pretty darn good deal. The access was limited to very small amounts coming across the border in addition to what access they already had. And in fact, I've spoken to those organizations since, and they will very quietly admit that the agreement actually ended up being much better than they had expected, that we'd done a phenomenal job of negotiating an outcome that serves their industry interests. And you may recall, Mr. Speaker, we not only were able to minimize the impacts on those industries, but we also provided two packages. One was a compensation package to compensate those industries for any loss in quota value suffered as a result of opening the market a little bit more for those products. And of course, the industries embraced that. But we did something else. Oh, by the way, the compensation that we announced, which we believed was fair, which those industries embraced fully, that compensation package is now in doubt under this new Liberal government, which has always stood up and said, oh, we support supply management. The Minister of Agriculture, almost daily in this House, is asked about supply management and about compensation. He stands up, we strongly support supply management, but they won't actually commit to the compensation package that was negotiated as part of the TPP outcome. The same thing is true on mitigation measures. As you know, our American friends are very good at exploiting loopholes in our trade laws. And what they would do is they would, for example, they couldn't get large amounts of broilers, chicken, into Canada. So what they would do is they would create sauce packs, because the World Trade Organization rules in our NAFTA agreement aren't 100% clear on whether sauce packs are included or are prohibited. And so they would send these sauce packs across the border, circumventing the spirit of our custom controls. And there's many other of these loopholes that our friends to the south were exploiting. And we said to the industry, you know what? We are going to do everything we can to plug those loopholes, and we came up with a package, a set of promises that we were going to undertake to address those challenges. Well, no sooner had the new Liberal government been elected, they were questioning whether, in fact, they would actually be implementing those mitigation measures. Again, the industry, the Supply Managed 5, are very upset. They won't get assurances on the compensation package, and the federal government has not been moving forward with actually addressing the mitigation measures that had been promised to them. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has boasted that his government is a champion of trade. And over the last 6 months, sadly, we have seen virtually no progress, no clear pronouncement on whether they support the TPP. In fact, I've been looking for any new trade agreements that they've started negotiating. There aren't any that I can tell. I'm looking for new international investment treaties that they might be negotiating. I'm not aware of any. So where's this claim of being champions of trade? What they have done, they've sent a chill into our Canadian investment market and into the international investment market. What they've done is they've increased taxes on Canadians. They refuse to reduce the taxes on small businesses in Canada, breaking an election promise. What they've done is they've added more red tape, and even yesterday in this House, I spoke about how this Liberal government and a private member are trying to impose additional red tape on our small businesses. And what's the result? Despite our low dollar, our exports have flagged terribly. In fact, I have the statistics, the most recent statistics, from the Trade Minister's own department. You know, in January, exports were $35 billion. That's just exports to the U.S. In February, those went down $2 billion. In March, those exports went down $2.5 billion. It's a terrible record over the last 6 months for this Liberal government. And we know that the Prime Minister has been hobnobbing with President Obama. We know that the Trade Minister has been traveling all over the United States, going on talk shows, embarrassing herself there, talking supposedly about trade. If her performance is any indicator, Canadians would be well served if she actually stayed at home and focused on the work that has to be done here to promote our trade interests, because she's not getting the job done internationally. So there's a tremendous failure on the part of this Liberal government to actually live up to its promises on trade. Beyond that, of course, when we look at some of the other challenges facing Canada around the world, we can't count on a low dollar to sustain our competitiveness. We have to make sure we continue to open up markets all around the world. And let me say this, Mr. Speaker, for the Liberals to wait for the U.S. to ratify TPP is an abject abdication of their responsibility to be leaders, not laggards, in trade. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is calling upon this Liberal government to move forward, boldly pronounce at the Three Amigos Summit on June 29th that Canada will be supporting the TPP. President Obama has done that. The United States has already said, we support this TPP. Here we are as Canadians, and our government just won't tell Canadians where they stand. Can you imagine the leadership we would show by standing up and saying, you know what, we believe trade is good for Canada, we believe open markets around the world are good for Canada, and we support this largest trade agreement of its kind in the world, and we're part of it. We're setting the rules for 21st century trade within the Asia-Pacific region. Wouldn't that be an amazing pronouncement to make? Because right now, it's not looking good on the Liberal side when it comes to trade. Declining trade performance, declining investment performance. This is one thing we can do to actually generate this thing that is perhaps the most significant driver of economic prosperity in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, it's no longer appropriate for this Liberal government to hide behind the skirts of consultations. There were comprehensive consultations that took place before the agreement was signed. There have been comprehensive consultations that have taken place post-TPP being concluded. It's time to step up and let the world know, let Canadians know, let our partners know, our allies know where we stand on trade. So, what will this achieve? It's going to assist the U.S. in its own ongoing work of ratifying the agreement. It will restore waning public confidence in the Liberal government's commitment to a robust trade agenda, and it will restore Canada's reputation as a trustworthy global leader on trade, not a laggard. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to promote this agreement. It will be a transformational agreement for Canadians. It will be a transformational agreement for exporters, but it will also be a transformational agreement for Canada's consumers, who will benefit from lower prices because of the elimination of tariffs. So I strongly encourage the Liberal government, step up, speak to this agreement, and say, yes, we support the TPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank the honourable member for his comments and for his work on international trade over the years. I would just like to ask him in his consultations while he was minister if he had consultations with civil society groups and other groups who have now come out and opposed the TPP. Mr. Speaker, they seem to be telling us that they were never consulted on any of this.
The Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. In fact, before Canada ever embarks upon trade negotiations or investment agreement and negotiations agreement, what we do is we post our intentions in the Gazette, the Canada Gazette, which is a public statement that we are inviting input into the consultation process. There is not one Canadian that was prevented from actually submitting their views on the TPP or any other trade agreement that Canada has ever negotiated. But I also traveled across the country. I've met with so many organizations that are on both sides of this issue. There's a small group of Canadians that are ideologically opposed to trade. We understand that. And they have a voice. They have an opportunity to submit to government their concerns. At the same time, I can tell you that across Canada, industries and industry organizations overwhelmingly supported Canada being part of the TPP and supported the outcome when we announced it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his speech. He was a very hard-working Minister of Trade, and I know he's a fervent proponent of free trade agreements. There are a number of different perspectives on trade, though. One of them, of course, is a defensive one. Some argue that if the U.S. and Mexico ratify the TPP, then Canada would have little choice but to do so, particularly because it would give preferential access to our competitors to the Japanese market. On the other hand, a recent economic study has come out that estimated that 10 years after the TPP were to come into force, that Canada's economy would be only 0.28% larger than without. Or in other words, only about $5 billion worth of economic activity in a $1.8 trillion economy. Now, my question to my honourable colleague is, when he was minister, his government announced that they would have to pay $4.3 billion in compensation to the agricultural and auto sector, who would obviously be damaged by this agreement, or they wouldn't pay the money. Can you tell us if he thinks that $5 billion of economic activity 10 years out, compared to $4.3 billion of compensation paid out, is really that much of a advantage, considering the job losses that the TPP has been estimated to cost Canada?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, I don't know what study he's referring to, Mr. Speaker, but I suspect it's probably the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. There are some very left-leaning organizations out there that are virulently opposed to trade. They're ideologically opposed to trade. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that studies that have been done by, for example, the Peterson Institute, which the member knows, has estimated that the benefits to Canada, once the agreement is fully implemented on an annual basis, that benefit is somewhere between $9 and $10 billion. The Fraser Institute has come out with a study which apparently says that the benefits to Canada from the TPP are even greater than that. So I don't know what study he's referring to. We rely on well-respected, unbiased think tanks who do this kind of work, who review exactly what the benefits are, and come up with a realistic assessment of what Canada stands to gain, and they are very clear Canada will be a big winner under TPP.
Absolutely. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
My colleague for the work that he's done in positioning Canada in a better position in regards to our GDP because of the trade opportunities that will come about by signing the TPP and the hard work that he did to get it to the point where we were able to sign it here or get it before the Canadian Parliament. And I applaud him for encouraging the government to move quicker on this. He had indicated that there were many trade barriers and lots of trade tariffs that are in place. I wonder if you could name just a couple of them, particularly in relation to the beef in some of the areas of the world. And, you know, in relation to the last questioner, I appreciate all questions coming from members of this House, but it's the old glass is half empty versus half full approach. And I think that he has always been one that's seen a full glass in relation to trade and the benefits for our country. And can you comment as well on the fact that this is a $27 trillion economy on an annual basis that we'll be looking at?
For Abbotsford.
Actually, $29 trillion, Mr. Speaker. This agreement is so significant because it represents close to 40% of global trade. Can you imagine Canada being on the outside looking in and how much that would cost us? But with respect to the question about these non-tariff barriers, often we refer to them as SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary standards that are applied, for example, in the food industry, in the agriculture industry. Every country around the world establishes standards, rules and regulations for the quality and the health of their food products, things that we eat. We want to make sure that what we eat is healthy. But those standards and rules can be manipulated to act as protectionist measures. So they're not applied for the purposes for which they were first created. They're applied in a way that discriminates against foreign products. And free trade is all about not discriminating against foreign products. And the beef industry is one that suffered greatly when the door to South Korea was closed. And it was our Conservative government that moved forward and opened that market again. And now we have free export of beef into that marketplace. Our cattle folks, our beef folks are very, very happy with those deals and also with the TPP, where we're opening up huge markets within the Asia-Pacific region.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is remembering the record of the previous Conservative government with, I'm not quite sure if they're rose-coloured glasses or what hallucinogens are involved in thinking that that was a great record for trade. Negotiating lots of country deals that then failed to deliver for Canada is not a great record. Passing in secret in order in council that binds Canada till the year 2045 so the People's Republic of China can bring arbitration cases against Canada without benefit of debate in this place is not a great record. The deal with Korea, within months, Korea put an embargo on Canadian beef. So my question is this: why on earth would the Canadian Parliament want to ratify a deal when the leading contenders for the White House have said they do not like the TPP?
For Abbotsford.
Well, I thank the member for her question. I think everyone in this House understands her orientation on trade and investment. She's opposed to it. Always has been, always will be. With respect to her comments on investment treaties, the reason we signed an investment treaty with China was in order to protect Canadian companies when they invest in China. I have clear examples of where a Canadian company has invested in China, a mining company, invested a lot of money in prospecting and exploring and finally hit a mother lode. It was a gold find. And after they had done that, they applied for a production permit. Guess what happened to that Canadian company? The local governments, the state governments went, you know what, I don't know if we're going to allow you to produce. We have some local companies that we would like to prefer, Chinese companies, and you know what, I don't think we're going to give you a production license. Well, they're still working on that, and those are exactly the kinds of cases we want to protect Canadians against, because what happens if there's a dispute like that, it's lifted into the international context, where there's international arbitration, where the arbitrators are fair and impartial, and they come up with the decision that is, in fact, fair and protects Canadian interests when billions and billions and billions of dollars are invested in a foreign marketplace. Sadly, this member just doesn't get it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
I just find it ironic with the number of trade deals that the honourable member has mentioned that our trade balance went from a $54 billion surplus under the Liberals to a $13 billion deficit under the trade deals that had been signed. And maybe the honourable member could comment on the importance of international relationships between countries and businesses to actually promote trade versus having photo ops to sign trade deals.
Abbotsford.
Well, the Liberals and the Prime Minister would know all about photo ops. Well, Mr. Speaker, what is the bottom line when we open up new markets around the world for Canadian exports, for Canadian trade, for Canadian investment? What is the measure we're looking for? It is job creation. And who led the G7 in job creation over the 10 years that this Conservative government was in power? We did. We led the world in job creation because trade creates jobs. And the more you open up opportunities for Canada to trade, the more jobs you will create. I quoted earlier in my comments, Mr. Speaker, the appalling record on exports under this Liberal government. Over 6 months, there's been a precipitous decline in Canadian exports abroad. And what is the Trade Minister doing? She's spending time going on the Bill Maher show and embarrassing Canadians. That is not the way to do it. Under our government, we actually got a lot of work done as we worked all around the world, and our record proves that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important topic. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, and our government understands the importance of trade for economic growth for a strong and prosperous middle class. In fact, our country depends on global trade. Trade opens markets for Canadian goods and services, helps Canadian businesses expand, fosters innovation, strengthens our economy, and provides Canadians with opportunities in markets around the world. When we assumed office, Mr. Speaker, the damage that the Conservatives had inflicted on Canada's standing in the world was glaring. They had failed to promote Canada's interests abroad, especially with our most important trading partner, the United States. Cool, country of origin labeling, is a prime example of the damage that the Conservatives did to our relationship with the U.S. For years, our beef and pork farmers suffered from punitive, unfair U.S. country of origin labeling provisions, while the previous government stood by and did nothing. The International Trade Minister resolved the issue in her first 8 weeks in office. The former Prime Minister even cancelled the Three Amigos Summit, an important forum for advancing key files of Canadian interest. Mr. Speaker, you can't advance issues if you don't have the meetings, and in fact, we've corrected that. We're going to have a Three Amigos Summit soon. Keystone XL is yet another example of the Conservative failure to promote Canadian interests with our southern neighbours. And on the thinning border with the United States, Mr. Speaker, it was our government that finally made substantial progress during the state visit in Washington, D.C. on March 10th. It's the same story with Europe, Mr. Speaker. Despite all the fancy parties and the champagne photo ops, the previous government failed to have CETA signed and implemented. When we assumed office, the deal was completely stalled. But yet again, the new Minister of International Trade's progressive approach to free trade is what allowed us to build support for CETA on both sides of the Atlantic and to get the deal back on track and signed. In short, Mr. Speaker, in the 10 years in office, the previous Conservative government displayed a fundamental misunderstanding of geopolitics and of the importance of the U.S.-Canada relationship in particular. Trade agreements are an important means by which the Government of Canada can open new markets and level the playing field for Canadian business, while providing predictable and transparent international rules for exporters and investors. But we need to ensure that our trade agreements are in Canada's best interest. With respect to the TPP, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to being fully transparent and open with Canadians and to hearing what Canadians have to say on the merits of the TPP. We are conducting extensive consultations to provide Canadians the opportunity to have their views heard. The Minister of International Trade, myself, Cabinet colleagues and government officials have met with Canadians across Canada, and unlike the previous government, we're meeting with people who disagree with the Accord, and we will continue to do so before the government considers whether or not to ratify the agreement. To date, we have learned that some Canadians feel the TPP represents significant opportunities, but that others have serious concerns with aspects of the agreement, and also that many have simply not yet made up their minds. These different perspectives speak to the importance of ongoing consultations. Mr. Speaker, the government signed the TPP this past February to ensure that Canada remains at the table, to give the government the opportunity to continue consulting Canadians. Signing the TPP was only a first step that did not amount to ratification by our government. The House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade is also holding its own consultations on the TPP and has been traveling across the country as part of its outreach. The committee has already held hearings in 8 cities across the country. Today they are in Windsor, Ontario, meeting with representatives of labour, automotive, agriculture and business sectors. In addition, that committee is accepting written submissions from anyone who wishes to share their views. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to holding consultations and we will keep our commitments. Since November, we have organized more than 250 consultations with over 400 different stakeholders. Moreover, the government has received over 20,000 letters and emails throughout this consultation process. The Minister of International Trade and myself have visited more than a dozen cities across Canada in order to hear what Canadians think of the TPP. Consultations have been held in Edmonton, Vancouver, Montreal, Halifax, Oakville, Windsor, Regina, Winnipeg, Quebec City, St. John's, Fredericton, Charlottetown, and in Guelph. Within the framework of these visits, we have organized meetings, roundtables, site visits, and public meetings. Hundreds of Canadians have participated in the process and have given their opinions. Canadians from all backgrounds participated in these consultations, particularly provincial representatives, businesswomen, innovation businesses, agriculture, farmers rather, think tanks, the forestry sector and the wood products sector, fisheries and seafood sectors, environmental groups, small and medium-sized businesses, unions, auto workers, auto parts makers, port authorities, universities, students, and business leaders. Over the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade will organize a public meeting in Toronto on the 25th of May and in Montreal on June 6th. We invite people to participate in great numbers and to share their perspectives on the TPP. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, we absolutely want Canadians to have the opportunity to review the agreement, to ask questions, and to say whether or not they think it is in Canadians' interests. Allow me to sum up the comments that we have heard. As I mentioned earlier, even if some people do support the TPP, others have concerns. For example, civil society organizations and unions are worried about the repercussions of the agreement on jobs in Canada, of the scope and the enforcement of the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, and certain provisions related to intellectual property. Some say that Canada should quite simply not sign the agreement. However, other stakeholders are urging Canada to ratify the agreement as quickly as possible. More specifically, the export-oriented Canadian businesses and the industry associations support the agreement. For these stakeholders, the TPP is an essential tool which will allow Canadian businesses to support competition in the Asia-Pacific, a region that has very strong growth, and to access priority markets where they could increase their presence. The impact of TPP rules on intellectual property and on innovation in Canada are another subject that people do not all agree on. Some have said that these rules will stifle innovation, but others talked about the possible advantages. That is to say, having a predictable system that is rules-based in order to protect Canadian intellectual property. for those who are trading in the region. As far as the auto sector is concerned, we have heard that the TPP risks resulting in significant job losses, but we've also heard the opinion of those who feel that the TPP is an opportunity for the sector to open new markets in the Asia Pacific. As for the issue of labor and services, the government has heard the perspective of representatives who are convinced that the TPP will create opportunities for Canadian services providers who are looking to broaden their activities in the Asia Pacific region. Other stakeholders fear that the TPP will not increase their competitive capacity in foreign markets. As far as agriculture and agri-food is concerned, Mr. Speaker, the government has held consultations with the sector who are focused on exports and those from the supply management sector in Canada. We've heard talk about the opportunities that the TPP would create for beef, pork, canola, and pulse crops in Canada, but we've also heard talk about the concerns people have regarding the repercussions that the TPP could have on sectors under supply management. Each of these consultations, Mr. Speaker, has contributed and will continue to contribute to an important pan-Canadian dialogue on the benefits of the TPP. The goal of these consultations is to understand the perspective of Canadians and of Parliament, and to do a comprehensive assessment of the benefits and potential advantages of the TPP. Up until now, these consultations have been very instructive, and they will carry on. No deadline has yet been set for the consultation process. I therefore must emphasize that the issue of whether or not the TPP will be signed is only the beginning of the official government review of the agreement. The government will rely on the results of these consultations to decide on whether or not to ratify the TPP. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex agreement. We need time in order to carry out an in-depth review. It is essential and very encouraging that Canadians are wanting to give us more information on the repercussions of the agreement on Canadians in every region and in every sector.
Mr. Speaker, let me talk about some next steps. According to the terms of the TPP agreement itself, countries have 2 years to complete their domestic ratification process. Following that 2-year period, a smaller group of at least 6 countries could bring the agreement into force, provided that they together account for at least 85% of the combined GDP of the TPP countries. This requires the US and Japan to bring the agreement into force. As of today, no TPP country has ratified the agreement. When the Minister of International Trade met with all TPP ministers on the margins of the TPP's signature event in New Zealand in February, she relayed the importance that the Canadian government places on transparency and public consultations for the TPP. When the minister meets again with her counterparts next week on the margins of the APEC Trade Ministers meeting in Peru, she will convey the same message. Mr. Speaker, as part of our objective to consult with Canadians, the Global Affairs Canada website for the TPP is currently under review, and updates will be available over the coming weeks. The website remains active, however, and I would encourage all Canadians to submit any public inquiries through the consultation portal on the website. They will also find the full TPP text, which is available in both English and French. I would also encourage Canadians to follow our continued consultations over the coming months. As a trading nation, Canada's economic growth is directly linked to international trade. The government strongly supports free trade as a way to open markets to Canadian goods and services, grow Canadian businesses, and create good-paying middle-class jobs. The government has committed to bring forward the TPP to a debate and discussion here in this House so that we can hear from parliamentarians. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we have committed to open consultations with all groups, whether they are opposed to the TPP or whether they are for the TPP, and that marks a significant departure from the previous government. It is a promise we made during the election campaign, Mr. Speaker, and it is one that we are seeing through. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member on his remarks, but I think we are hearing some selective history, and it is a little bit interesting to hear a member of the Liberal caucus criticize someone else for an overemphasis on photo ops. I wonder what his leader would think of those comments. But over the course of our Conservative government, we signed trade deals with countries representing over 60% of the world's GDP. Sorry, I shouldn't say signed, but negotiated in the context of both CETA and now the TPP. Now that's a big change in terms of the kind of trade access that Canada will have. That's a very important shift, and it was undertaken through active negotiations of this government. And these are Canadian accomplishments. It's a bit rich for the government that has just taken over to immediately try and claim credit for all these things. But will the government agree about the importance of this trade agenda and help us move forward by pushing forward the TPP as quickly as possible?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Certainly the government agrees with a trade agenda that moves Canada forward, but it has to be a trade agenda that is based on consultations, Mr. Speaker, on consultations with all sectors, including sectors that don't necessarily agree with that agenda. That is what the previous government failed spectacularly, Mr. Speaker, to do. We are hearing in consultations across the country that a wide sector of Canadians were never consulted while other sectors were effectively at the negotiating table. That is no way to put forward a trade agenda, which we want to do, that will benefit all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today as there's hearings in Windsor to talk about this important issue that affects my constituents in this country, especially given the sector of the auto sector that's very valuable. But I find what's very interesting is the criticism, which fair enough, going to the Conservatives with regards to consultations and lack thereof and the new path that's founded and the new path that we're going here that includes all of that, despite the fact that under the previous number of trade agreements that took place, the Liberals supported every single one.
That's right.
Every single one that walked in this House and threw itself down on the floor was signed by the Liberals, despite this criticism of non-consultation. So somehow, eureka, they found it. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. But I want to move to a specific question, and that's this. With the auto sector, there's a 20-year phase-in for the United States, a 12-year phase-in for Malaysia, a 5-year only phase-in for Canada. Will the parliamentary sector commit to at least meeting Malaysia's standard of a 12-year phase-in for automotive, and how is he going to accomplish that specifically?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I grew up at the other end of Highway 3 in the Niagara Peninsula, so I've driven that highway from Fort Erie all the way to Windsor, and I must say, more than once, and I must say I've enjoyed it. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely one of the reasons why we are consulting. As a government, we did not set the criteria for our very able negotiators, and the difference in phase-ins, Mr. Speaker, is one of the things that we have to assess. Sadly, the agreement is take it or leave it, and we're going to have to decide whether the differential phase-ins for auto are something, they have been criticized by a number of different stakeholders, whether that is something that will push us towards not ratifying, Mr. Speaker, or whether there are counterbalancing effects, benefits that account for or help mitigate that disadvantage.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech on this very important and timely topic. What struck me was the first speaker who spoke on this was talking about the World Trade Organization and how basically the previous government had viewed it as something that was irrelevant. and something that didn't matter anymore. And so even though he had also discussed the importance about renegotiating beef and Canadian beef entry into South Korea, that was done through the WTO. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on the World Trade Organization and the importance of the international system in trade. Thank you.
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank my colleague for her very, very good question. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of different trade instruments, if you will. We need to be in the game or at the table with respect to all of these instruments. There are difficulties with the WTO, we admit that, but there are also certain advantages that one can have if one pursues those options properly. For example, WTO tribunals can make rulings that allow us to impose countervailing duties, something that ISDS proceedings in the bilateral agreements do not allow for. They're strictly damages. So there are advantages to being at the WTO table, and certainly in principle we want to act multilaterally whenever we can. We want to act in concert with the rest of the world, if you will, when we can. So it's important to be at the WTO table, notwithstanding its challenges.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it has become a hallmark, and again with the TPP, of this young government to postpone and procrastinate on making tough policy decisions on the basis of the need for further consultations. Sooner or later, Mr. Speaker, this government is going to have to make a number of tough decisions which are going to make an awful lot of people some Canadians, unhappy one way or another until the proof of the pudding in the good policy decision that we know eventually this government will sooner or later have to make can be proven. We remember how faint-hearted the Liberals were in the negotiation of Canada's greatest trade treaty, the North American Free Trade Agreement. How, if they had been in power at the time, they lost an election on the issue. If they had been in power at the time, they would have listened to the faint hearts who didn't recognize the great benefits which would follow from signing the NAFTA agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague has said quite clearly, this is a take it or leave it agreement. We know that the Liberals in the end will take it because it is a good deal for Canada. The cost benefits have been done across the board. Why postpone? Why not bring the debate to Parliament as we have brought it today?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I would remind him that we have already taken a number of difficult decisions in our budget. For example, in our commitment to dealing with Aboriginal peoples on a nation-to-nation basis, we've made a lot of gutsy decisions, Mr. Speaker, that hadn't been made for 10 years. With regards to the TPP, sadly, that side of the House only heard one side for 10 years, and we're taking the time to listen to the other side, and then we will decide. We will take a decision in terms of what is the best for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But until we have heard, there are plenty of studies out there. They are conflicting. The previous questioner mentioned a study from Tufts University in the United States, a hallowed institution. We've got the Peterson Institute, other institutes. We're getting different numbers. We're doing our own studies. We need to assess all of that before we make a decision.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can just comment on what is important to all Canadians is the trade balance, and recognize, as one of our colleagues had pointed out earlier, when the Conservatives inherited government back 10 years ago, they inherited a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus. Over the years, they converted that surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit in terms of trade. Now, as a direct result, the Liberal government now has to clean up their mess, and it's not just the overriding trade deficit that we have to clean up, but we have also the additional responsibility to actually work with and consult Canadians before we actually have the vote here in the House of Commons. Would he not agree with that assessment?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it is something that we need to deal with. It is a mess we need to clean up as we move forward and before making other kinds of commitments. There is some light, Mr. Speaker. That our exports, while we're still in overall deficit position, our exports were $1.2 billion higher in the first quarter this year than the last year when the Conservatives were in office. We're moving. We're trying to remove impediments. We managed to get coal out of the way, which the previous government failed to do. We're working on new markets through CETA. We're getting there, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to announce from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the excellent and highly respected member from Windsor West. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to rise today to speak to the opposition motion, which deals with the TPP. I can admit, Mr. Speaker, that I find this a very entertaining debate so far, because on both sides, so far on the government benches and in the opposition, they're fighting over who's the most free trading group of. So this should be a rather interesting day, I think. But it makes us lose sight of the very essence of this debate. And the essence of the debate is that what we're discussing today is a trade agreement. A trade agreement is a contract between various nations, and there are terms included in it for trade. And someone can be very much in favor of trade agreements, and acknowledge that Canada is a trading nation with an economy that depends on that. And on the other side, to disagree with the terms of the contract. Now, when the Liberals and Conservatives are sent off to negotiate agreements, the details don't appear to be as important. And the issue is whether or not we should sign the contract or not without looking at the details. And I find that an interesting perspective, especially because there are accusations being made by the government and in the past by the previous government with respect to our approval or disapproval of agreements or rejection of agreements. And now in the case of the TPP, Mr. Speaker, we have had an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the details of the agreement during an electoral context, because the agreement was announced during the election campaign. And in light of the problems raised by this agreement, and I will reiterate, it was negotiated behind closed doors, and we were unable to familiarize ourselves with it prior to the election campaign. It caused so many problems that we were able to take a position. And I find this interesting because I listened to the minister accuse us of having taken a position before reading it. But I remember in the previous parliament, when I was here, I saw the Prime Minister of the day, a Conservative, come forth with an agreement on CETA. He announced it in the House, and the member for Papineau, who was at the time the leader of the Liberal Party, in his first question in the House, congratulated the Prime Minister on signing the agreement, saying that the Liberal Party would be supporting it, and wondered when he would have an opportunity to see it. So I don't think that we have anything to learn from either of those two groups with respect to our position on these extremely important contracts, and that must be assessed and evaluated based on their content. Mr. Speaker, there are some aspects that are problematic, aspects of the agreement that are problematic, among other things. And of course, I listened very carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I thank him because he did mention the strengths and the weaknesses, the apparent strengths and weaknesses of the agreement. But there are other aspects that he didn't raise, and it's one that concerns me a great deal. When we talk about a trading agreement, a contract between two countries to eliminate tariff and non-tariff barriers, generally people expect it to be something that affects trade. But there are some clauses that will affect specific aspects of people on a daily basis that haven't even been raised at this House, haven't been raised as part of the debate on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Privacy, for example. At present, it is possible for Canadian data, confidential banking data, for example, that's stored on Canadian servers, which are beyond the reach of the U.S. at present and out of the reach of the Patriot Act. Well, this very provision will be lifted, the requirement to keep this information on Canadian servers. So it's highly likely that this information will be recorded on servers on U.S. soil, and so it will be available to the U.S. security services, the CIA, for example, the various services in the U.S. that, under the Patriot Act, could have access to that data. Now, do Canadians know that? Are they aware of that fact? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians assume that when a trade agreement is negotiated, it deals with trade barriers, tariff and non-tariff barriers. Now, the honourable member for Windsor asked an excellent question. It's not a reciprocal agreement with respect to the auto sector. Now, there is a phase-out period for tariffs for the U.S. Automobile sector over the next 20 years. For Malaysia, it's 12 years, and for us, it's 5 years. So not only is there a problem with the lack of reciprocity in the agreement, but there's also a problem with the fact that the Canadian and U.S. sectors are intricately linked. So why have different levels of phase-out, one based on 20 years and the other based on 5 years? That will damage the industry. It will affect the integrated nature of the industry. It will cause problems that have not yet been raised adequately here in this House. Now, another important aspect, and I think that increasingly we see that there's an agreement between the Conservatives and the Liberals on takeovers that must be subject to a strategic assessment when they reach a certain level. But the agreement will increase the ceiling to allow for more foreign takeovers without a pre-study by the government and by what used to be the Department of Industry. And that, too, is a problem, Mr. Speaker, because clearly there are some strategic sectors where takeovers affect these strategic sectors from a Canadian perspective, and increasingly these types of acquisitions will be excluded from a review or an examination to determine what the potential impacts on Canada will be. And I say that because I'm accusing both parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives, but I'm focusing my remarks on the Liberals because when we look at a situation like Bombardier, where there's a Canadian wing, it's now I'm not denying that assistance provided must be tied to conditions so that the government could have a say or a droit de regard, as we say in French, over these issues. But where the problems arise is when that assistance is used to change the shareholders section, elimination of votes, and the multiple voting system for shares. Now, this is something that often we can determine whether it's better or not, and in the case of Quebec, this is applied primarily there. But eliminating this type of procedure for shares will facilitate foreign takeovers. So I don't understand how the government can want to implement those kinds of conditions to make it easier for foreign companies to take over when we see what's happening with Rona, for example, with the other possibilities that may exist with Couche-Tard corner stores. So if these conditions are changed, it'll make takeovers easier.
So this is an important element, Mr. Speaker. And in this contract, we must ensure that we know where we're going. We need the details, and we need to analyze the details. Now, to study the details, we need a strategic study and an impact study. There are independent studies that have indicated that after ratification, we will lose hundreds of thousands of jobs, including 20,000 in the automotive sector. That's important. That's something that needs to be studied. And if the government has indeed done an impact study on the Canadian economy, they should make it public. We should ensure that all Canadians are aware of what's in that study, and that's not the case right now. Given the debates that have taken place, and this is a debate that we've been having on and off quite often over the last few years, whether in the context of the TPP or in the context of CETA with the European Union, it seems like, well, you know, we've talked a lot about consultation, but consultation doesn't mean anything. It means nothing if the decision is already made, and if all the consultation is just a way of looking good. In English, we say paying lip service.
What we have decided. Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de poudre.
So I think that these consultations are just a lot of smoke and mirrors, and a lot of the good intentions from the government. Well, they're holding consultations that should have been undertaken by the International Trade Committee. We're talking about 20,000 comments have been made. But I really doubt that those comments, first of all, were translated in both language, and second, were really taken into consideration by the government. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's clear, given the way that the Minister of International Trade is talking about the treaty, and the way that the Conservatives are talking about, the decision is already made. The fix is in, and everything that's going on right now is just smoke and mirrors so that the government can look good by being open and consulting. But at the end of the day, the decision's already made, and that's unfortunate because that's preventing an important debate on the impact and the details of this. And I call on the government, if they have an impact study on the Canadian economy, that they should unveil it today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to get up and ask a question. And just before I ask my colleague a question, I just want to say how disappointing it was for the member across the floor to take credit for the cool agreement when we know how much work our colleague with Battleford, Lord Minister, did on that file. And I think it's very disingenuous for him to take credit for the work that our member has made. Yeah, but to my member, I just wanted to ask, and I understand that we're going to be on very different forms on where we feel on trade, but I want to agree with you when you say that consultation for the sake of consultation isn't necessarily going to get us anywhere. And for you, would you rather us see the Liberal government bring this agreement forward to debate in this House sooner rather than later? I think the consultation has been done. Now's the time to get this agreement in front of the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and no. What I'd like to see is consultations that are real consultations and that will feed into the government's response to all of this, given the concerns that have been raised. For example, this accord could have huge implications on privacy rights, and we've heard nothing about this from the government. We need to be able to vote in an informed manner. We need to have all the information at our hands. We cannot, in good conscience, and if we believe in good governance, make a decision without having all of the elements at our disposal. There are independent studies. I'm asking for the government to table the studies that it has presumably done on the economic impact that this accord will have on Canada, on all of our economic sectors. We want to know what the government's analysis is on who will win and who will lose.
And comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, my honourable colleague, for his comments, and particularly his comments on privacy. Yes, this is something that we have heard criticism about, and so I would just like to ask him, Mr. Speaker, well, there's a quid pro quo, which is to say that many Canadian businesses in the financial services sector, the insurance sector, are telling us that the data flow is very important across borders. In his opinion, and this is an honest question that I'm asking, in his opinion, is this something that could compensate for a loss of privacy rights by allowing an open flow of data? The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Well, when we talk about the data flow across borders, well, it's clear that this puts Canadian data at greater risk because the Americans have a Patriot Act. We don't have one. So I think there's two problems here. The first is the fact that the data that is currently protected will not be protected under the terms of the TPP. And second, Canadians are not aware of this. They have not been made aware of it. And I think that this treaty would have if they were aware of this, it would have a major impact on their opinion of this treaty. Because I would say to the government that out of a will for transparency, for consultation, they should get this information out before consultation so people can make informed comments.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think emerging in this conversation, a very fair critique of the previous government's approach to trade, where their trade performance was abysmal. It's already been pointed out that they inherited a trade surplus of about $60 billion. By the time they left office, it was a trade deficit of about minus $20 billion. We set monthly records in trade deficits under the previous Conservative regime. And of course, any of us in this House who tried to stand up and talk about fair trade or analyzing these trade agreements in substance were dismissed with this ridiculous charge that somehow or other we were not in favor of trade. I wonder if the Conservatives wonder why they lost the last election with that kind of simplistic approach to politics. But I want to turn my attention to the issue of human rights, because TPP includes two countries that have abysmal human rights records. You have Brunei, which has brought in a form of Sharia law that punishes homosexuality and adultery by stoning to death, and Vietnam, that still uses prison labor and child labor. Now, I haven't heard a peep out of the Conservative government about human rights. Former Minister John Baird did say that with respect to Iran, they would never trade with a country that disrespected the rights of homosexuals. But here the Conservatives were signing a trade deal with Brunei that had the worst record on homosexuals in the world. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on that, and whether he thinks human rights, whether Canada should be rewarding countries with abysmal records on human rights with preferential economic terms.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has raised an excellent point here, and I would say that this point is one of the elements that's at the heart of our evaluation of the impact of commercial agreements that we have with different countries. It should be. We are the only party in this House, and the only party that sat on the International Trade Committee to question and vote against the international trade agreements we have with Colombia, with Honduras. And we did that because of human rights records and of the need to respect human rights. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments who have negotiated these agreements are missing a golden opportunity to use these agreements to raise the human rights levels in the countries that we're negotiating with, and they refuse to do it. In Colombia, in Honduras, unionists are killed. There's the situation in Brunei, raised by my colleague, the situation in Vietnam, and we are refusing to use these commercial agreements as levers to increase the protection of human rights in these countries and also increase standards to protect workers and to raise the standard of living in these countries. These are elements that are not in any of our trade agreements.
Debate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise on such an important debate in the House here in the Chamber, and thank my colleague for his intervention and his work on finance. It's very important for many reasons, obviously, but the depth of the file is very important to Canadians, especially given what we're seeing here today in terms of I mentioned the other day, I've become, in the past, I'm currently diagnosed with red-green color blindness, but now I see quite clearly that I'm red-blue color blindness with regards to this chamber, because what we're seeing is a continuation of policies. And the interesting debate about the motion, and I give the former Minister of Trade credit for this, he's been very clear about the position on this, and we disagree about that. And henceforth, this motion coming forward here today. But then the Liberal position on it is clearly middle ground, trying to reach, but makes no even sense when you consider what's happening right now. And I'd like to thank the member for Essex in particular. She's been traveling this country with the Trade Committee that's going down there. It's interesting when you hear a parliamentary secretary or a minister talk in this chamber about they're using the committee as a vehicle or a reason that they're taking action, and then later on they'll then talk about how the committees are of their own nature and decide on what they want to do independently. It's about the suck and blow type of approach that the Liberals have on this type of an issue. They use it for their benefit at one point, and then later on, when it becomes a problem for them, they distance themselves from it. And it's interesting because, Mr. Speaker, as people listen to this debate here and what's taking place, is the Liberal position on this is rather peculiar, because they're saying that they're having consultations across this country in a number of different formats, whether it be the meetings or whether it be the input coming in, but then they're here admittedly with an agreement that doesn't require or can never have any real meaningful consultations right now because you can't amend the agreement. And we've already heard this. In the first hour debate, we've heard that. In particular, of concern to me and many Canadians, because it is a big, significant employer and a value-added employer with innovation, which we're all struggling in this House to try to move forward in the terms of the developed economy and having value-added jobs and services available, is that the auto industry is particularly at risk with this deal. In fact, so much that when the deal has been proposed, it's been offered up, as many times in other deals, as a sacrificial lamb for other types of industry, despite the fact that in this trade agreement we have right now, the vast majority of tariff issues are not existing with most of those countries right now. And I noted with interest the former Minister of International Trade with his comments, and he talked very importantly about non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers, Mr. Speaker, are critical to any trade agreement. And we've seen that for the South Korea trade agreement for the United States and South Korea, and now with Canada and South Korea with regards to the auto industry. So what we mean by non-tariff barriers is that, say, for example, in the auto industry, yes, tariffs go down to export into that country, but they make it more difficult to export into that country through regulation, other fees, and the difficulty to support that import post-sale. So more difficult to set up dealerships, importing parts, importing service standards. All those things become heightened. So what happens is that you have now a customer, a consumer over there, looking at perhaps a product that comes in from Canada. It can compete on price, it can compete on value, all of those things, but if you can't get it fixed or serviced, that's a huge problem. And so you decide not to purchase that vehicle. Hence, it's been a disaster that's been going on. And I find it interesting, as we struggle, there was meetings in Windsor yesterday between the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and Unifor, and I thank the leadership of those organizations for hosting a roundtable on auto strategy. It included the province of Ontario and as well Mr. Tanguay, the auto czar for Ontario, to come down, calling again for a national strategy for automotive sector. That is a common thing for manufacturing, is to have that structure in place to support a national vision. And ironically, they called for it despite the Liberals never implementing it when they controlled or at least held government in many provinces. Their dysfunctional relationship with their provincial cousins is also more clear and evident here with the TPP. When you have this dysfunctionality with the provincial cousins to the point of hostility, with Kathleen Wynne, the Premier, expressing concerns about some of the auto sector and the agricultural issues around supply management. You see it with Brad Duguid, another Ontario minister. This quote, "We have concerns about the provisions in the agreement with regard to auto. In particular, the provisions where tariffs will be reduced in Canada to zero in 5 years and the U.S. in 25 years. That's an unlevel playing field, and we think the federal government failed to negotiate effectively on that measure." So, Mr. Speaker, what we're left with is, despite the auto integration that we have with the United States and the continual struggle to keep that is so important for manufacturing, because if you're not familiar with the auto sector, a vehicle can literally cross over back and forth as it's built to reach the final product, because we have that high level of integration. with that high level of integration, we have a lot of expertise and jobs to protect because it is clearly important for retooling and future jobs. So, how is it we have the importation of vehicles under the North America? We're talking about the Three Amigos Summit previously. That's what the government was talking about, how important that is. We have Mexico, the United States, and Canada with pretty well an integrated automotive sector. But the United States gets 25 years in the same agreement, 25 years of exemption on the auto industry. We get 5. You know, Mr. Speaker, trade agreements are just that. We all support trade. We all do it from early ages to later on as adults. So I remember when I was trading a Gretzky rookie card, I knew not to get a Dave Semenko card. Nothing against Dave Semenko. I'm a goalie, so I like those kind of players around me, especially when the crease gets hot. But the reality is there's certain value on one and another. But that's what we got. Imagine this, Mr. Speaker. Then you have the powerhouse of Malaysia internationally. The powerhouse of Malaysia that it is versus Canada, they get 12 years. 12 years. More than 2 times the length of Canada. Canada, and it's insulting, coming from a city that helped found the auto industry with the Ford Motor Company and others, to have a country like Malaysia outmaneuver the then conservative governments. And that's why a national auto strategy is important, because trade agreements affect all the investments that we make, whether it be labor, whether it be investments, incentives, tax reductions, all those policies and investments by all of us across Canada make a difference. And what do we do with this? We undermine all those investments, training opportunities, people going to school, to college, to university, high-end development for the future, patent development, innovation that actually branches out beyond auto industry. Look at Auto 21 in Windsor, where many of the auto manufacturing issues led to spin-offs to other patents and development of technology. All of those things are put at risk for the great unknown. And they know there's a problem because they talked about $1 billion to the auto industry for amelioration. But they haven't said how, when, and they haven't put it in their budget. So the end consequence of this, Mr. Speaker, is this. We put at risk so much that we have publicly invested in as capital, training, and the future of innovation and in manufacturing industry without even a study or a peep or a glimpse of the consequences, and we've been out-negotiated. There's no way around it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Windsor. I remember spending some great time with him on Industry Committee, and I have a lot of respect for the work he does here in the House. And his community, like my community, is very much affected by the auto industry. And though we have maybe different approaches to it, I think in the big picture of things, we want to do what's best for our communities. And one of the concerns I have about the TPP, as we know, Canada now is in a very unique situation in the world. With the European Free Trade Agreement, we now have access to 500 million new customers, some of the most affluent customers in the world. And if we have the TPP agreement, that will bring another 800 million, which means Canada will be the only G7 country in the world that has access to some of these affluent countries around the world and potential for growth. And I think the member is aware this is a contract here that's very important for Oshawa. And as he said, you know, everybody knows where the Conservatives stand and we know where the NDP stands, but it's the uncertainty right now in a contract here when these international companies, American companies, wants certainty about where Canada is going to be playing in that field internationally. So I want to ask him the question, because these are American companies. If Canada does not sign on to the TPP and America does sign on to the TPP, what is the NDP's solution to that? Because if we're left out, these American companies, like the ones in my community, will have no incentive for staying in Canada, and their incentive will be to go to back to the United States.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague for also the opportunity to work with him on Industry Committee over the years. It has been actually very positive, and at least if there's differences of opinion, it's done with respect and decorum, which is very nice. And I would just say, well, with regards to the industries, it's a dog's breakfast in terms of who thinks can be winners or losers. For example, Ford Motor Company, Diane Craig, has said the TPP is a setback. So you have quite clearly issues related to that, and often General Motors expressing concerns on different trade agreements, some feeling different about CETA than TPP. Our solution, though, Mr. Speaker, is what we called for in the last election, is iCanada, a one-stop shop for the development and the national program for auto industry, which is being discussed many places, including in the summit that we had for auto industry in Windsor the other day, with actually all those players from the industry and from the unions and economists talking about how we actually go forward, a national auto policy.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, at times it's very interesting to watch the NDP stand in their place and talk about trade as if in some fantasy world they actually think trade is good, Mr. Speaker, because their actions do not speak or follow their words in terms of belief of trade. I've been here for now 5 years, and with the exception of the questionable voting that might have or didn't take place regarding the Jordan trade agreement, the NDP have consistently only voted one way, and that is against trade. Canada is a trading nation. It's of critical importance that we do have world trade. My question to the member is that how does he justify the NDP's position? Even before the agreement finished drying, even before the election was over, they made it very clear that the NDP will oppose the TPP. It doesn't matter what Canadians have to say about it. They will oppose this trade agreement. My question specific is, does he believe that the NDP have any credibility on this issue to carry it forward in terms of debate, to carry it forward to the Canadian public? It seems to me it's only the Liberal Party that's...
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on the member's 5th year here. Tomorrow will be my 14th year here, and I've seen basically the same position switch back and forth between the Liberals all the time. So really quickly, Mr. Speaker, we do have credibility with the auto industry, starting with our green car strategy with David Suzuki that was launched with Labour and also some proponents from the industry as well, too. But I think most importantly is the Parliamentary Secretary talked about cleaning up the mess. Well, the mess he talked about cleaning up was supported by his party every single time in this chamber for all the years I've been here. Every single time. And we actually have, I've been here for 14 years tomorrow, we have supported trade deals, so he's wrong again. Don't let the facts get in the way, you never have. And we will make sure that we will hold this government to account for jobs, the auto industry, because we have gone from 4th in the world in auto assembly and production to number 10th and expect to go lesser than that, and that's been on the watch primarily from the Liberals, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and indeed it's an honour to be able to come to this House again today to speak with something about that's quite significant in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. But, Mr. Speaker, just before I go, I want everyone to know that I'm going to be splitting my time with my colleague behind me with the great hair. I've been trying to get a shampoo name from him, but he is from Caribou, Prince George. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus a little bit on my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. southwestern Ontario, a little bigger than the province of Prince Edward Island. And Prince Edward Island is a beautiful province. And so is the riding of Lambton Kent Middlesex. It is made up of small towns, small business, and energetic people. My largest urban area, folks, is 14,000 people. I know in some of the ridings around here, they can jump on their bicycle and go around their riding in 15 minutes, and they got likely as many constituents in a couple of high-rises as I may have in my riding. But let me tell you the significance of what transportation, or what Trans-Pacific Partnership is about. Happened to be on international trade at the time when discussions around trade not only was CETA at the beginning of TPP, but also on the Ag Committee. And international trade and Ag Committee and Lambton Kent Middlesex have so much in common because my business, the business in my riding of agriculture in Lambton Kent Middlesex, is agriculture. Agriculture and many of those supporting industries that make that industry so significant. And I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, also make it also very successful. They've had successive years, and that has been because we as a Conservative government always took a lead in saying, what can we do for those industries and those manufacturers in our province and in our country? So that, what is the purpose of these trade agreements? And I want to thank so much the member from Abbotsford, the previous Minister of International Trade. I might say that there was a comment came across the aisle a little while ago about the new International Trade Minister about traveling around. Actually, she might want to stop some of the travel to the vanity shows in Hollywood and actually call up the minister, the previous minister from Abbotsford, and have a talk about how you work with countries around the world and successfully walk through on win-win situations for those countries involved, including Canada, to sign some 46 trade agreements that, I'll go back to the start, what is really the purpose of these? Well, actually, if you want to boil it down, and that's what I kind of like to do in my business of agriculture, we like to be able to hit the point. It's about jobs. You create trade. That's what Trans-Pacific Partnership, that's what CETA is about. And to my colleague across the way that took the granted for writing off Cool, I'm glad that somebody bought the pen for them so that they could sign the work that was done that got Cool resolved, because that's actually what they're doing now, whether it's with CETA or TPP. We need to just give them the pen because all the work has been done, and to get the job in place so that people in Lambton Kent Middlesex, and in fact in Ontario, well, Mr. Speaker, in fact across this country, now can move forward and be competitive and be part of the largest trade pact in the world. I want to talk about the significance as we hear from sometimes the NDP, who quite actually don't support any trade, but to the Liberals of what they're actually creating by going around and delaying the signing and moving forward and taking leadership on this. It's called about investments. If you have investors, and in Lambton Kent Middlesex and yet across this country, we have investors of all sizes. We have investors that come in that make parts for the auto industry. We make parts in mine, actually, for the aerospace industry. They don't directly sell to the spaceship, or they may not directly sell to the truck manufacturer or the auto manufacturer. But they make a part that goes to a company that makes a further production that makes maybe a further production that ends up in whatever that end product is. You know, every day they get up, they go to work, they do their job, They work with us, and if we continue to build trade, these companies in our ridings will continue to grow. I want to use an example. In my riding, a small family business was in the tool and die and made parts for the auto industry. The recession came, and it was a third-generation family with the youngest taking the lead responsibility in the business. And they were there at that time making an announcement on the expansion of their business. Talked to the grandfather, the founding individual, and I said, "This is quite amazing." Thinking back in the off the main roads of Ontario and off the back roads in Middlesex Centre, how does this work? We're going into a recession. We're in one, and you're actually opening up and expanding. He said, "It's because of that young guy over there." And he's pointing to his grandson. We'd come alongside, and he had ventured out about what we could do to help in terms of ventures for small businesses to grow and open markets, so that they could be competitive in their production and be able to get into markets where they were not hindered as much by certain tariffs. So we can, as we went through this whole debate around Trans-Pacific Partnership, sat on the committees, and I can tell you, we had in agriculture, I'm going to focus on agriculture. That's my passion. Because all the businesses, I said in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, actually benefit from them. And the auto industry is doing amazing. But they also do amazing when agriculture does well, because agriculture tends to buy a number of vehicles, and so does the agriculture equipment dealers. But I want to just touch on the fact that how important it is for these businesses to have access and to have an opportunity to move forward. At our committee, whether it was Ontario stakeholders, commodity organizations, Grain Farmers of Ontario, beef farmers, pork farmers, didn't matter. Didn't matter whether it was the Canadian canola, it didn't matter if it was the Canadian Pork Council, it didn't matter whether it was the Canadian beef, it didn't matter anything in agriculture, anything in terms of the direct producers to those that were in the processing. I'll admit, some of the processors were facing some challenges of meeting and be able to meet some of the demands. I think some of those terms, in terms of labor, we need to fix. We all agree on that. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, and I guess my time is wrapping up, is that this is an opportunity for the Liberal government of Canada and the government of Canada to step forward and be a leader. This is not the time to diffuse and take away from investment. It's not the time to take away and take away credit to those investors that are waiting. They see Ontario is an opportunity. Canada is an incredible opportunity, and we've seen that in future and past trade agreements. So my plea to you, folks, and I see some members of my committee across in agriculture, and I appreciate you've taken the time to be a part of this, because you and I both know the significance of what this agreement actually means to our greatest and largest industry in Canada right now. And so I would just ask that put your influence, not only to the Prime Minister, but to the Trade Minister, to get the pen, get it done, so that the investment and the growth in this great country can proceed with another great trade agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member across the way. And I enjoy working with him on the Agriculture Committee, and the interactions have always been positive, and looking at what we can do to improve business in Canada. Also sitting on the industry committee where we have similar concerns around improving business in Canada. For me personally, the result that we're looking for is improving our balance of trade. I wonder if the honourable member could comment on where he sees balance of trade as an important part of the mix going forward, and how we could possibly help those young business people in rural communities to develop opportunities to increase our exports, business to business and country to country.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I want to thank my friend and colleague from Guelph. Great question, by the way. And I want to go back. We've heard from trade deficits, trade surpluses, and this is what you did, and this is what we're doing. And listen, we were told many times that there's a great balance between trade surpluses and trade deficits. They all create jobs. I want to remember that what this is about is creating jobs. And so if you want to take a different analogy, why, when we were in government during the greatest recession since the Great Depression, did we have a trade deficit? I might suggest, Mr. Speaker, that because the government of Canada that day, the Conservative Party of Canada, actually dealt with the economy in such a strong manner that the resources and the people in Canada had the resources to buy from those countries because we still had the money in our pockets. Many of those people, and just think of them in the back of your mind, in those countries that went through that recession, did not have the money to buy what we had in Canada. So on the plus side, Canadians actually did well in retrospect of other countries. In fact, likely the main reason why we had a deficit in terms of export as compared to a surplus.
Questions and comments? Like I say, commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to discuss with the member in relation to my own riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith. We're very proud of and very reliant at a local industry level on local agriculture and food security, value-added cheese and winery industries, very important to us. Value-added forestry. We're very committed to trying to do what we can to make up the 21,000 lost jobs in value-added paper and lumber manufacturing that have fallen over the last decade. Raw log exports are a very visible part of our community. So when we read the headlines in Nanaimo Ladysmith, we've got weakening of regional content rules, which might block local food security. We've got acceleration of already soaring prescription drug costs. We see a facilitation of corporations suing our governments for standing up for health and environmental standards in secret tribunals. And then we see the C.D. Howe Institute saying that gains from TPP may be relatively modest. So I ask the member, how on balance could this deal ever be good for people in my community of Nanaimo Ladysmith? And how in particular does this member view the apparent failure of the government to continue to offer compensation to local farmers and local industries that will be harmed by this deal?
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you. And I always appreciate questions that have the concern of the small business people, in particular in agriculture. I just don't get, I know that it's coming from the NDP, so they have a little trouble comprehending the financial aspects of a $9 or $10 billion benefit that this TPP would bring if we get it signed, but we gotta get it signed or those numbers drop because you lack the confidence that you have in your companies to invest. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff. And I agree. Anything that we do, we should always come alongside our businesses so that they have the resources and the research behind them so that they can add value to whatever the product. And that's why, when we were in government, we involved in our cluster funding in terms of research. We brought industry, the public, the businesses to the table with the researchers and the universities so that they could work together to determine what is the best way forward in terms of adding value, adding prosperity to their industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to start off by asking a question, Mr. Speaker. 14 years, the honourable member from Windsor West has been in this House, and we still can't figure out how to modulate his volume when he's giving his speech. He's very loud but very passionate. Mr. Speaker, Canada, or Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, and from our earliest days, we have focused on trade, whether it was our Indigenous people trading with some of the earliest explorers, fur and fish, to the forming of the Company of Adventures of England trading, which we now know as the Hudson Bay Company. Canada has always been a trading nation. And today I want to talk a little bit about my riding, the Asia-Pacific region, and how this agreement will be core to Canada's growth. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, Canada is a trading nation, and the rapid economic growth of the Asia-Pacific countries is and has been reshaping our global trade flows for quite some time. The Asia-Pacific region is expected to represent 2/3 of the world's middle class by 2030 and 1/2 of the global GDP by 2050. The Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement ensures that Canada would be the only G7 nation with free trade access to all of the U.S. and America's, Europe, and Asia-Pacific continents, granting access to over 60% of the world's economy, a market of over 800 million consumers, Madam Speaker, with a GDP of over 29 trillion. Add that to our already market of 500 million consumers. But the TPP agreement does so much more than that, Madam Speaker. It'll protect and create jobs, economic opportunities, and financial security for workers and businesses in all regions of Canada. And Madam Speaker, I find it humorous that our colleagues from the NDP continue to stand up and talk about that they're fighting for the jobs, and those very jobs that they're trying to fight for are predicated on having business and trade, Madam Speaker. And we all have phones and cell phones, and you know they're so against trade, but that cell phone that they've got, Madam Speaker, is here because of trade. That computer they have is here because of trade. Madam Speaker, in my very first speech in this House, I stood up and I spoke about my riding at Caribou Prince George and how, adjacent to our honourable colleague from Skeena-Balclay, our combined region, we have the Port of Prince Rupert, the closest and fastest marine port to Asia, which allows competitive advantage that our goods can travel 1 to 2 days faster to Asia than any other West Coast port. It means, again, that we have that competitive advantage. Canada has a competitive advantage in trade. We also have the fastest and greenest road and rail networks into the U.S. Midwest markets, running right straight through my region, Madam Speaker. And my very own airport, the one that I'm so proud to say that I was part of building and marketing our region for so long, we have one of the largest runways in Canada, Madam Speaker. And by air, it's equidistant to Europe and Asia. We can compete on the global trade market. We can compete on the global transportation market, Madam Speaker. Just a few of Canada's competitive trade advantages in and near my riding. However, Madam Speaker, I come from the beautiful province of British Columbia, and we have one of Canada's largest ports, the Port Metro Vancouver, and it is North America's most diversified port. It trades up to $75 billion in goods with more than 160 trading partners, Madam Speaker. Substantial. BC's economy is leading our nation. Why? Yeah. Why? Because we are taking advantage of the competitive advantages that we have, and because of the Conservative government previously opening the doors for trade and allowing investment in our ports, investment in our airports, investment in our transportation routes. This government, narrow-minded, not thinking through. Madam Speaker, they are putting us further and further behind. We've said this before. We need to lead, not lag, because if we do that, we're going to fall further behind. We are falling further behind already in this past 6 months. Madam Speaker, I raise all these points because our nation is dependent on resource development. Our economy is predicated on trading the commodities we produce, something we have failed to see any importance placed on from this government. As a mid-sized economy, Mr. Speaker, Canada is better when, Madam Speaker, when we have multilateral rules to protect its economic interests so that we diversify the markets that we're dependent upon, so that we're not, Madam Speaker, putting all of our eggs in one basket. More importantly, Madam Speaker, trade represents an opportunity for us to grow our economy without spending billions of dollars we don't have. Oops. I think they've already done that, Madam Speaker. Continue to spend billions of dollars with no plan to get us out of deficit, to find a way for us to grow our economy. We have two significant agreements that are on the table today, whether it's our softwood lumber agreement or the TPP, which this government continues to vacillate on and take their time. And as they do that, Madam Speaker, we continue to lag further and further behind. Madam Speaker, Canada is a nation built on exports. I've mentioned that before. We are indeed a trading nation. I think we can all agree that. We need free trade, Madam Speaker. We need to access markets around the world. Given the opportunity, Canadian producers can thrive. It was our Conservative government that recognized this opportunity. The former government met with farmers, manufacturers, the auto industry. Just to name a few, Madam Speaker. All that to say, the work that was put in prior to this Liberal government coming in set them up very well. They're taking credit for cool, Madam Speaker. But it was the work of this Conservative government and our former trade minister that set them up to be able to take advantage of that. Set them up good. Madam Speaker, looked out for Canada's interests. Set Canada up for the future. Madam Speaker, if I can just use a hockey term for a second, I mentioned it before, I'm a die-hard hockey fan, and sadly there are no Canadian teams in the playoffs, but we see a government here that for 6 months has taken every opportunity to rag the puck on one of the most important trade agreements in modern history, Madam Speaker. The Minister of International Trade and Foreign Affairs have both publicly stated that the Liberal Party is pro-free trade. Fly that banner. Yet, all of the travel across the border that they've done, the state dinners and what they've done, they have yet to come back with one signed agreement. One signed agreement. Nothing. Just nothing. The last time the Liberals were in power, they neglected this crucial file. Since 2006, the previous Conservative government signed free trade agreements with 46 countries, Madam Speaker, compared to the 5 from the previous Liberal government. For the record, I'll repeat this once more, just in case our friends across the way aren't listening. 46 to 5. Almost sounds like a Canada versus Belarus hockey game, Madam Speaker. Under our Conservative government, Madam Speaker, Canada became a global leader on the trade liberalization and in the fight against protectionism. Ratifying the Trans-Pacific Partnership at this time gives the Liberals the opportunity to prove they really are serious about the file, Madam Speaker, that they really are serious about trade in this country, Madam Speaker, that they really are serious about growing Canada, Madam Speaker, about protecting high-quality, well-paying jobs, looking out for Canadians who work in the industries that are the backbone of this country. 1 in 5 jobs, Madam Speaker, 1 in 5 jobs are tied to trade. Canada needs to lead, Madam Speaker, not lag. And Madam Speaker, I know my time is short, but let me get one thing very clear. Throughout the TPP negotiations, the Conservative government kept Canadians informed. We consulted extensively to assure the agreement would meet the needs of Canadians, and we received valuable input, and we adjusted. We took the information they gave us into consideration, and we adjusted our stance. I want to bring up a few names that were in support, just a few. the Vancouver Board of Trade, the Mining Association of BC, the Council of Forest Industries, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the Agri-Food Trade Alliance, Madam Speaker, the Agri-Food Trade Alliance that stood and said this is a historic moment for Canadians and the Canadian families that are dependent on the agri-food industry. But this government would not understand that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, at times the Conservatives like to exaggerate. You know, I find it interesting when they say, you know, we signed 30-plus trade agreements. What they don't necessarily say is that one of those trade agreements, which wasn't technically signed, was the EU, which was 28 countries, Madam Speaker. One agreement, 28 countries. The good news is that it's this government that's actually following through on, yes, a lot of the work that was done by the Conservatives, but it's going to depend on this government following through to ensure that we get that particular agreement signed off. My question to the member is, why does the Conservatives tend to oppose working and having due diligence on important trade agreements? What's wrong with having some patience and allowing Canadians...
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Speaker, I find it humorous coming across the way the question coming across the way from a government that is campaigned on open and transparent ways, and you know what? They're going to change the way the Canadian government has been seen, and all they've done is put Canada back in the dark ages. And, you know, you talked about the EU agreement, 28 countries. I'm not quite sure how the honourable member from across the way can point fingers when under their former government, five agreements to 46, Madam Speaker, 5 to 46. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the commentary from the member for Prince George Caribou. And I know that he took issue with the fact that I think he stated something along the lines, after 14 years, I would have to learn, or would have learned how to moderate my volume, Madam Speaker. And I find that particular issue particularly of concern. And
Member that to allow the question to be posed so that he can have an opportunity to answer. Be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that it's important to note, though, the effects of this trade agreement coming from a constituency of mine. And I have no problem of bringing passion to this House and described in any way. I don't mind, because the auto industry for us has meant everything. It created the RAND formula in Canada that actually creates a meaningful opportunity for social justice, gender equality, a number of different initiatives and money to the United Way. Most recently, our Unifor Local 444 donated $250,000 to the Fort McMurray disaster that's taking place right now. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I have no difficulty whatsoever wearing that pride on my sleeve, because I know the men and women have worked every single day for a century to contribute back to this country, and their future and their children's future are at risk. And I don't make no apologies at it whatsoever.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Madam Speaker, there was no question there, but and I want to stand and say that I will apologize to the honourable colleague. I was not pointing fingers at him. I was merely saying that in 14 years we haven't been able to modulate our volume when he gets up because of his passion, and I commend him for his passion. So I hope through you, Madam Speaker, that he accepts my apology. I appreciate the passion for him and his riding. Madam Speaker, you know, again, as we talked about earlier on through my speech, Canada is predicated on trade. So the very people that our honourable colleague from Windsor West is talking about, this agreement protects jobs, gives them jobs, high-paying jobs, Madam Speaker, whether it's our agri-food sector, our auto sector, our manufacturing sector. TPP is good for Canadians, and there are measures in place. I hope that this government does their due diligence and allows us to sign off on this and continue to lead Canada to continue to lead the global industry. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House today. Le Canada est une nation commerciale.
Canada is a trading nation. International trade and investments are extremely important for Canada and Canadians. International trade and investment are essential aspects of our quality of life and on improving quality of life for people across the world. Trade is what enables us to open markets to Canadian goods and services, to promote the growth of businesses that export goods, and to provide choices for Canadian consumers. Madam Speaker, trade represents more than 60% of Canada's GDP and employs almost 20% of all Canadians. And in this area, exporting companies pay higher salaries than others. Free trade agreements help to establish links between Canada and the rest of the world and helps our economic growth. Madam Speaker, we just need to think about the North American Free Trade Agreement that led to growth of the order of 3 to 4%, and the CETA agreement, which should also increase Canada's GDP from 0.79%.
Economic growth around the world, this boost from trade is especially valuable. And trade is important across all regions of our country. In the Atlantic provinces, trade represents almost 74% of the region's GDP. In Ontario, total trade as a share of GDP is 71%. In BC, almost 40% of exports are destined for the high-growth Asia-Pacific markets. Canadians are traders, and our government energetically supports trade. Our party was elected on a pro-trade platform, and we will continue to support and work for high-quality trade agreements and opportunities. When the U.S. adopted discriminatory labeling practices that disrupted supply chains for our beef and pork producers, it was the enforcement of international trade rules at the WTO that gave our government, working closely with Mexico, the opportunity to fight back against U.S. protectionism. And, Madam Speaker, we won. That was a victory for multilateralism. It was a victory for Canada. It was a victory for beef and pork producers, and I was proud to engage in that fight and to win it just 8 weeks after we formed government. Madam Speaker, protectionist actions by our trading partners harm the Canadian economy. Maintaining an open, predictable, and fair international trading system is essential. Canadians understand this, but it's also undeniable that, as today's motion itself argues, we are living in a time when protectionist sentiment is rising around the world. Since taking office, I have spoken to hundreds of Canadians about trade, including 84 interactions with 209 stakeholders on the TPP specifically. Les Canadiens souhaitent prendre part.
Canadians wish to be part of the conversation. On many occasions, important questions have been raised about the way that we are negotiating trade agreements. In particular, Canadians are concerned about the lack of transparency and the lack of consultation. There is a perception that the previous government did not consult enough with Canadians. That is why our government is committed, in particular, to setting up or establishing a political consensus over international trade, progressive international trade.
It's the only way to maintain public support for trade in this protectionist era, and it's the right thing to do. Consider CETA, Madam Speaker. Our work on this landmark agreement should leave no doubts about our commitment to free, fair, and progressive trade, and of our ability to get deals done. Early in our mandate, we recognized the importance of our relationship to Europe. We also recognize the clear need for progressive improvements if this deal was to be implemented. We responded to Canadians, to EU citizens, and to our businesses. We responded to concerns about fairness and transparency. As a result, this progressive trade agreement now enjoys wide support on both sides of the Atlantic. In the investment chapter, we strengthened the right to regulate. This is something I am very proud and pleased to do. The sovereign right of democratically elected governments to regulate, in particular on issues like the environment, is something Canadians believe in, and so do Europeans. The second area where we made important modifications is to the dispute resolution process. We made the system more ethical, more fair, and more transparent. I'm proud of that too. Last month, I traveled to Brussels and to Berlin to promote CETA, and I was very encouraged by what I heard. I was delighted to meet with the German Vice Chancellor, Sigmar Gabriel, the leader of the country's Social Democrats, who previously had concerns about CETA, but who said at a press conference alongside with me that, quote, it is clearly a good agreement, end quote. He called the new CETA a sign of good governance, consumer protection, environmental protection, and employee rights. En juin 2015,
In 2015, we met with, or rather the French Exterior Trade Minister explained that the investor-state agreements, if they're not modified, there will not be a majority in French to ratify them. Well, thanks to the efforts of our government, that minister has explained that thanks to our work, this will be a good agreement.
Trade, and it is concrete proof that our progressive approach can get deals done where the Conservatives failed to get the puck in the net, notwithstanding the hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars they spent celebrating an unfinished, troubled deal. Now turning to the TPP, Madam Speaker. Many of us were at the unveiling yesterday of the portrait of the Right Honourable Paul Martin, a man I'm proud to call my friend. The comments he made yesterday bear directly on this issue. Let me quote them. Parliament is important, and I believe that if Canadians are to take advantage of the opportunities that lie ahead in this ever-changing world, they will have to be presented with the choices before them, and that means that Parliament must reclaim center stage as the place where those choices are made. Mr. Martin went on to say he applauded us, this Parliament, for, quote, wanting to restore Canada's Parliament to its proper function as the locus of the nation's great debate. And he continued on to say, quote, I really do believe that parliamentary committees are one of the most valuable instruments that can be there both for the government and for the opposition, end quote. Madam Speaker, I could not agree more. And I quote him for the parliamentary record for one particular reason. Je suis très heureux que les membres...
I am very happy that the members of the Standing Committee on International Trade of the House of Commons are traveling across the country at this moment to consult with Canadians in their communities about the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Today, members of the committee are in Windsor, and they're listening to what Canadians have to say. This week, they were in Montreal and in Quebec City. Tomorrow, they will be in my hometown of Toronto. And they've also spoken with people in Vancouver, Calgary, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg.
Urging Canadians to submit their views in writing, and I hope people will do so. Madam Speaker, I applaud the leadership of this committee and its members from all parties. In the words of our 21st Prime Minister, this committee is, and I quote, embracing the inherent strength of a parliament that sends its committees out to meet the people, end quote. Madam Speaker, our government has held consultations with over 400 stakeholders from across the country on the TPP. Over the next few weeks, I will personally be hosting 2 more town halls, one in Toronto and one in Montreal. Seeking Canadians' views about this deal is particularly important because the secretive and closed approach of the previous government. They did not consult essential groups, including, shockingly, trade unions. Even the car parts sector, which in 2015 shipped over $25 billion worth of goods, was shut out. Don't trust me on this. Listen to Flavio Volpe, president of the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association, who recently said to the press, and I quote, no one in a position of authority invested in industry consultation before being dealt a terrible hand by major trading partners that did not have Canada's interests at heart when they negotiated terms in our absence, end quote. That was wrong. Our Prime Minister made a clear commitment in the campaign to ensure Canadians' voices will be heard. And in fact, Madam Speaker, one of the first consultations I held on the TPP as Minister was on November 30th with the auto parts manufacturers. While we can't make up for Canadians having been left in the dark by the Conservatives, we can provide opportunities for their views to be heard and considered now. And we have the time to hold these essential discussions. Under the terms of the TPP agreement, all 12 signatories have until February 2018 to debate and discuss the agreement at home. And that is what our partners are doing. Madam Speaker, it's important for this House to understand that none of the 11 other TPP countries has yet ratified the agreement. Japan and Australia, in fact, will hold elections before moving ahead with their domestic processes. The U.S. is likely to do so as well. Conservatives know this, and the Conservatives should explain why they are today urging that Canadians alone do not deserve to have their voices heard. Let me finish, Madam Speaker, where I started. We are a trading nation. Trade is essential to our prosperity, to our standard of living, to growth, and to good-paying middle-class jobs. An open, transparent, fully democratic debate to inform an inclusive approach to trade is the only way to ensure that we are a successful trading nation in the 21st century, and that we can beat back the waves of protectionism that are consuming so many other countries. That is why it is essential to give Canadians an opportunity to debate and discuss the TPP, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech and for the work she's doing as the new Trade Minister. I just want to disabuse her of one thing. I met with Flavio Volpe well before trade negotiations on TPP were completed. In fact, it was Canada that walked away from the table in Maui exactly because the auto part outcome was not to our liking and because of the supply management outcome was not to our liking. And we walked away and then we went back to Atlanta to finalize the agreement. We got a superior outcome on both of those. But I did take note of the fact she was praising NAFTA. And I think what she's doing, engaging in revisionist history. She may remember that back in 1993, it was Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin who actually threatened to tear up the NAFTA agreement, the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, over which an election was fought in 1988. The Liberals vociferously opposed that agreement. Yet today, here they are praising those very agreements that Conservative governments negotiated. And I remind her, CETA was negotiated by a Conservative government. TPP was negotiated by a Conservative government. In fact, of all the trade agreements Canada has with countries around the world, 48 of them were negotiated by Conservative governments, only 3 by Liberal governments. So my question to her is this. As she moves forward with ratifying TPP, which I hope she will do, will she be a leader rather than follow the United States leader? Will she be a leader rather than a laggard on trade?
The Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for Abbotsford for his really hard work on Canada's trade agenda. As trade critic, I enjoyed working with him when he was minister. To the point that the member makes, look, the reality of Canada's trade relationships with the world is it takes a Liberal government to actually get the deal done. That was true with NAFTA, and that will be true with CETA. The member knows very well that the agreement on his watch was not signed and the legal scrub was not completed. CETA was languishing from September 2015 until we came into office. With CETA, Madam Speaker, we will able to get the deal done.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for her speech today in the House on this Opposition Day motion moved by the Conservatives.
was speaking a lot about consultation and being progressive and transparent. At Agriculture Committee, I had a motion on the floor where we were to actually hopefully study the TPP. It was actually voted out by some of the Liberal members on the Ag Committee, which was quite shameful and sad. I guess one of the questions I would have to the Minister of International Trade was the Conservatives proposed compensation for the dairy industry. It was $4.3 billion. It was not honored in the last budget, and I know that the government is going to be consulting. I was just wondering if she could kind of follow up where they're at with the compensation package, and if she could maybe comment on the importance of dealing with dye-filtered milk, because that was part of the compensation for the industry that is being negatively impacted by these trade agreements.
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I'd like to thank the member for her hard work on this issue. When it comes to compensation, I spoke in my remarks about the need for a progressive trade agenda and an agenda that engages Canadians and builds their trust. Assuring Canadians that compensation for sectors and people displaced by trade agreements will be forthcoming and appropriate is an essential part of that progressive trade agenda. And that's why, with CETA, where we have pledged with the European Union to sign the deal in the fall, and we hope it will come into force at the beginning of this year, we have begun consultations with, among others, the agricultural producers on compensation. On TPP, as we are discussing today, our government's belief is that now is a time for discussion and debate about the agreement itself. But we understand the need for compensation, absolutely.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of International Trade has done a good job of explaining the importance of expanding trade and market access for Canada. Yes, she did. Early in her mandate, she was in British Columbia consulting with the stakeholders. In my own home province, 40% of the exports are destined for high-growth Asia-Pacific markets. But, Madam Speaker, protectionist rhetoric seems to be spreading across the globe as economies are facing difficulty. Through you, Madam Speaker, could the Minister elaborate on how the government's approach is working to overcome this protectionist sentiment in order to protect Canadian jobs linked to trade?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very important question. As I said in my remarks, and as he suggested, now is a worrying time for all of those who, like us, appreciate the importance of trade and of an open world economy for good-paying Canadian middle-class jobs. The only way for us to fight that protectionist current is to advance a truly progressive trade agenda. There are two essential ways to do that. One is to have an open, democratic, and consultative process, so people do not fear, as they have sometimes done in the past, that deals are done behind their backs and in secret. The second is to advance truly progressive goals, like protection of the environment, like strong labor standards, like rights for women and small businesses in trade agreements.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Joliette.
Mirabel.
Mirabel.
Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the Minister that before quoting Mr. Martin, it's important to remember the Canada Steamships Lines scandal, where we know that the money they should have been paying here was going into tax havens. So before quoting the former Prime Minister, maybe she should remember that. I know we're talking about TPP here and compensation that will be progressive, but could the Minister explain that with CETA, there were $350 million in compensation promised to Quebec's dairy producers, and that's not in the budget. We haven't seen a shadow of that money.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Merci pour la...
Thank you for the question, and I will try to answer in French. I will start with Mr. Martin. I am very proud to quote Mr. Martin. He was an excellent Minister of Finance and an excellent Prime Minister, and I am proud that he was Liberal. As for compensation, as I have already said, we are in discussions with agricultural producers on the compensation measures. We have said that publicly. This is a very important discussion that we're having, and we will have an agreement on compensation. We are absolutely for that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister a question about the mitigation that the previous Conservative government promised to the supply managed sector. The United States is well known for exploiting loopholes in trade laws to try to get products into Canada that shouldn't be in Canada. Examples are the ultra-diafiltered milk issue, the spent fowl issue, the sauce pack issue for the chickens. And we had made clear commitments to the supply managed sector that we're going to plug those holes. And one of those holes we did plug already, and that was under our previous Conservative government, the pizza kit issue. And the industry was very happy with that. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has not yet committed to actually implementing those mitigation measures. I'm wondering, can she now in the House tell us that she will actually move forward to address the concerns of her supply managed farmers?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of International Trade, a brief answer, please.
Oh no. Okay, I was going to start by saying I have the utmost respect for the member for Abbotsford. Since it's a brief answer, I'm going to say you had from 2011 to plug that hole, and you guys didn't get the job done. It was the same with Cool. So people,
I want to remind the minister that she needs to address her questions to the chair, as opposed to yes, because I would have gotten the job done as well, right? So. No, so I just want to make sure that, you know, that you're not insinuating anything on my behalf. Thank you very much. And the resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to get up and speak on this bill here. First, Madam Speaker, before I start, I want to give my colleague, the member from Abbotsford, who worked on this file diligently, and I was with him when we were in Bali, when you were negotiating, talking about the TPP. The Prime Minister, he put countless hours into it, Madam Speaker, and finally we did have an agreement. Now we have a situation where we are rising, where, if I'm listening to the Liberals quite clearly and to the Minister of Trade, they all agree with TPP. They just don't want to move ahead because they all, as they said during the campaign, Madam Speaker, they want to be a little different from us. They don't want to give us credit for it. But to be very frank and straight, Mr. Speaker, you know, they will agree to this thing because, frankly speaking, you know, it's a good deal. It's a great deal, Madam Speaker, for this country. We are, and she has already elaborated in a speech of all the great deals that this trade agenda is for this government and for her government, where the former Prime Minister, who is very well known as Mr. Ziders, whom she quoted. But the fact of the matter remains, Madam Speaker, the TPP is a great deal, is a good deal for this country. I have traveled across the world. I've traveled with my colleague from Abbotsford. I've traveled with the Prime Minister. Everywhere we go, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest important things for this country is trade, Madam Speaker. This government has a great record, contrary to what the Liberals are going to say, of signing trade agreements around the world, Madam Speaker. We have signed more trade agreements than the Liberals when they were in power before we took over, Madam Speaker. But nevertheless, it's a recognition to the fact, and I'm sure my colleagues on the other side, when they continue, will recognize the fact that we all have to work towards ensuring for our prosperity. We are a resource-rich country. We have excellent industries, Madam Speaker. We are a powerhouse on the world stage, and we want to remain a powerhouse on the world stage, Madam Speaker. There have been some, there will be some issues that are coming, but in the end, Madam Speaker, you know, this whole TPP situation, Madam Speaker, will put Canada into a stage where we would have access market to 60% of the world population. That is a huge, huge benefit to our businesses, Madam Speaker, and to exporters. Madam Speaker, I just forgot to tell you that I would be sharing my time with my colleague from Oshawa. So, Madam Speaker, now, I mean, the prime example of why we need, and the Liberal member from Surrey raised this question about protectionism that is taking place around the world, and absolutely, Madam Speaker, everywhere else. At this current time, the referendum in Britain on the British exit yesterday, our former Governor General, our former Governor of Bank of Canada, Mr. Carney, whom I have a very great deal of respect, just announced that Britain would go into recession should they leave the European Union. And why would that be, Madam Speaker? Is because you would certainly lose the market of which has access over there. So we have to look at the factor of having market access. We are a small country, Madam Speaker. Well, we are a medium-sized country, but a very small population, rich in resources. We've got to sell them, Madam Speaker. This is the situation that, sorry, my apologies, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I forgot. I apologize. Look what's happening in my province, Alberta. Right. Because of the low oil prices, because of we have been massively impacted, Madam Speaker. And not also that, but the whole country is massively impacted with low oil prices. Low oil prices, the oil prices, the resources that we are exporting out. One of the biggest problems we have in Alberta right now is, and everybody is talking about it, how do we export our resources outside? Agreeable that it all should go through environmental friendly reviews and with the First Nations and everyone, Madam Speaker, which is a good thing. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, as and to my good friends on the other side of the NDP, even their Premier Notley, agrees that resources must reach tide water, Madam Speaker, so we can sell it. If we don't sell it in the world market, then, Madam Speaker, we will be facing massive problems, which we are already doing right now in Calgary, in Alberta, Madam Speaker, where thousands of people are losing jobs. But this impact is going across the country, everywhere else, Madam Speaker. During the recession of 2008, when we did massive infrastructure spending, and we came out and rose to the occasion, this government, Madam Speaker, to help the auto industry go to its feet, Madam Speaker. The auto industry is one of the excellent example of how, export market is very necessary for the auto industry, because most of our cars, our market is USA, Madam Speaker. But now here, coming to TPP, Madam Speaker, let's look at TPP. The huge market that is going to come out, Chile, Argentina, Japan, Madam Speaker, New Zealand, Australia, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Madam Speaker, puts us into such a massive market out there, Madam Speaker, that we look forward, Madam Speaker. Our businesses look forward. When I was the parliamentary secretary, we had business delegations going out with us. A matter of fact, on the contrary, even the Liberals, when they were in power, took all business delegations around the world to build a vibrant export market for us, Madam Speaker. An export market for this country is what is needed to ensure that we have good jobs, and not also good jobs, but a market, but an economy that then would be able to get access money that can meet all the other social needs that are very important for healthcare, for schooling, for education, and everything. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying and what this party is saying is, let's get out there, to the Liberals. We are telling them, and they're already talking about it. Let's go and give the message that yes, there's nothing wrong with us holding the ball and running. The minister said we will wait for the others to do it. I don't think there's a need for others. We will just say what we want to say, is that this is good for us. We are ready to go on forward signing this thing, Madam Speaker, and we want to go. We want to go. We don't need to wait for others to tell us. I think we have an excellent track record of this government of doing it. The minister spoke about the trade committee going around. She talked about Paul Martin talking about committees. Madam Speaker, I've been here for 18 years in this parliament. Of course, I know the committees are very important. They are where Canadians can come and give their views. And the committee going around and listening is not something new that this government has come out with. It's been there, Madam Speaker. When we were there, committees went out. This is the job of the committees. And Madam Speaker, let me also say this, which is very more for this government to understand. Committees belong to Parliament. They don't belong to government, Madam Speaker. It is the Parliament that these committees respond to. So therefore, the committee is going out is a normal part of consultation, and I'm glad that the committees are there. My colleague is the former Minister of Agriculture in that committee. He's out there listening. So yes, we need to listen. But, Madam Speaker, let's not say what we all know is necessary to say is that we need trade agreements for this country to prosper, Madam Speaker. We are a resource-rich country, and the agreements that we have signed have always been in favor of Canada, as the example was given on the NAFTA agreement. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the call that the honourable member from Portland, Calgary Portland got is from his constituent telling him how great the Right Honourable Prime Minister Paul Martin was, because he's the one who brought this country into a strong financial footing that we all enjoy today. Coming back to this TPP, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity, being on the International Trade Committee, to go to his own town in Calgary, listening to the people across Western Canada. And Madam Speaker, what it was, there were people that were for TPP, and there were also forces that were against the TPP. I think it is the great work that the minister and the committee is doing to consult with the Canadians. I don't know what wrong, Madam Speaker, member from Portland has to consult with Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
So let me get straight, Madam Speaker. He just said a great tribute to the former Prime Minister, Paul Martin, for balancing the budget, Madam Speaker, for bringing the thing right. So what's wrong with his government now, going into deficit? Why are you not taking any lessons from whom you are calling such a great Prime Minister for balancing the budget? He's not doing that. His government now is going on a massive deficit spending without even a plan on how to come back to a balanced budget. Maybe he should go and take some lessons from his finance minister that he was just quoting about it. And as for Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is TPP has been in negotiations for such a long time, Madam Speaker. It is better to give out a message to everybody that yes, TPP is in favor of Canada. And so that is what we are trying to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like for him to explain to me how he reconciles his support for the TPP and the statement that specialists have made, like Joseph Iglitz, who said the TPP is the worst agreement ever seen, or Jim Balsillie, who said that no big technological company will ever be able to exist in Canada again because of the TPP.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, we expect some people not to agree with TPP, but the best example, Madam Speaker, is NAFTA. You know, our government, when NAFTA was being negotiated, the Liberals fought against NAFTA, her party fought against NAFTA, and the ultimate result, Madam Speaker, we all agree NAFTA was a benefit for Canada. So that should answer her question to say, yes, there are questions that maybe people do not like TPP. In the case of Mr. Balsillie, for his own company out there, which is already facing problems, but nevertheless is a great company, BlackBerry. So I would say, Madam Speaker, NAFTA by itself, where there was massive opposition by everybody, by the others, turned out to be a great agreement that has benefited Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way, not only for his speech, but his work in the House and on behalf of the Canada-India Parliamentary Friendship Group, which was started back up again last night. This motion would not recognize the work of the committees which he was defending as an important part of Parliament, where discussions are ongoing right now, but we haven't heard back from committees yet on this talk in terms of the Trade Committee. Would the honourable member comment on not only the value of listening to Canadians, but taking their opinions into consideration when we're making decisions in the House?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
To my colleague on the other side, Yes, it is very important to listen to Canadians, and committees do that, and the committees are already out there, and they're already doing it, Madam Speaker. So it's great when it comes back. The committee is going to come back with recommendations. I can tell you the recommendations will be to move forward, but with adjustments here and there. So I would say, Madam Speaker, yes, it's a great thing the committees are out there. Yes, the committee should come in down here, but nothing says wrong for the government to say that in principle they support TPP, but the committee is out there listening to Canadians, and there could be other venues where they can also consult the Canadians. But it's time to say that yes, we are ready in principle to support TPP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As Member of Parliament for Oshawa, I rise in the House today to speak about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a partnership that will allow our quality Canadian goods access to new markets in Asia-Pacific continents. The proposed trade deal is a commitment that I hope the Liberal government will stop dithering and make before June 29th, as it is a strong indicator of the increased trade relations, which means good things for my community of Oshawa, Madam Speaker. Oshawa is where manufacturing, the automotive sector is extremely important, and we will be able to export our domestically made vehicles to these newly established markets. The Canadian-European Trade Agreement opens Canada's market to over 500 million new customers. The 28 different countries that will be included in the Canadian-European Free Trade Agreement have a combined GDP of over $20 trillion, allowing Canada to access sound economic prosperity through the export of our domestic goods. Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government had laid down the groundwork of beginning the negotiation process and strived to ensure that Canadians will prosper as a result of the trade relations that have been freshly established in these markets. Our manufactured goods, including the vehicles that have been prepped for global sale by Ford Canada and Honda Canada, are seeing new investment because of access to the European market and hopefully with the TPP. Vehicles manufactured in my community of Oshawa by General Motors will now have the increased ability to access markets not only in Europe, but also to the Asia-Pacific. Madam Speaker, as Oshawa is facing a contract year renewal in 2016, the establishment of new markets is pivotal for the decision process. It's also pivotal to companies making long-term decisions and long-term investments, especially those aimed at our export markets. After all, Madam Speaker, 85% of Canadian cars made are exported, meaning an expanded market will be beneficial to Canadian automotive manufacturers. This sort of commitment and flexibility is exactly what is needed for the automotive sector. As I said, Madam Speaker, Oshawa is facing a contract year. This type of commitment will help decision makers understand the importance of investment and potential that Canadian communities like Oshawa have to bolster exports and simultaneously the Canadian economy. If the TPP goes through, Canada will be the only country in the world with access to North American, Asian, and the European Union, which is 1.3 billion new customers. Mr. Speaker, what is crucial for this Liberal government to understand is that we can grow the economy without spending billions of dollars that we don't have. Access to over 800 million new customers through the TPP is exactly the kind of trade partnership that will allow Canada to grow our economy and participate in the new reality of trade in the 21st century. Supporting the TPP will send a clear signal to Canadian businesses, allowing exporters the opportunity to prepare and take advantage of preferential market access with lower tariffs and further integration of global supply chains, setting the rules for trade within North America and the Asian Pacific region for generations to come. Madam Speaker, under our Conservative government, Canada became a global leader in eliminating the barriers affecting trade and the fight against protectionism. Ratifying the TPP at this time gives the Liberals a chance to prove that they are actually serious about trade. Canada needs to continue to be a leader of trade relations and eliminating barriers and red tape. Madam Speaker, job creation and manufacturing has unfortunately become a stalled priority for this Liberal government. As a Conservative government, we understood that jobs are a vital part of our economy in any climate. Even during the global recession, under our Conservative government, we saw the creation of 1.2 million net new jobs. That's because we know the recipe for job creation. The method includes freer trade, lower taxes, minimal red tape, and responsible spending of taxpayers' money. Why don't the Liberals respect these principles? Job-creating businesses won't invest in the Canadian economy if they do not know the cost and the environment of doing business. This Liberal government has failed to deliver a strong plan to support the manufacturing sector. From the start, the Liberal government has ignored the sector in their speech from the throne and continued to offer nothing concrete to support manufacturers. This is not surprising considering the Prime Minister actually said, Madam Speaker, he stated that Canada needs to transition away from manufacturing. Frankly, the Prime Minister and the Liberal government are out of touch with the lifeblood of many Canadian communities. My community of Oshawa has been an automotive manufacturing hub for many years. Manufacturing is a significant driver in our local economy and provides thousands of good-paying middle-class jobs across our country. And I was proud to sponsor a petition put forward by a local union shop steward that calls on the government to immediately release their plan to support manufacturing in communities like Oshawa. The Liberal government has chosen to extend the Automotive Innovation Fund and promised to be flexible with how it operates. But many of my constituents from the auto sector in Oshawa want to know why the government hasn't included any details about flexibility. A strong position on the TPP will give certainty to international investors who will see Canada as the preferred location for new investments for access to more markets around the world. If we establish this new trade deal, there will be no need to transition away from manufacturing like the Prime Minister wants to do. In fact, we should see even greater manufacturing, good jobs, and more investment as Canada's role in the world expands through TPP. Instead, unfortunately, the Liberals have only offered more confusion. This year, as I said, is a contract year for auto manufacturing at Oshawa's General Motors plant in my riding of Oshawa. A decision needs to be made sooner rather than later for the TPP so we can be established for future investment of industry in Oshawa. Manufacturing provides thousands of good-paying middle-class jobs in Oshawa, and it's a shame, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal government has not done more to promote the industry and build a competitive atmosphere where businesses would want to invest. Instead, they only offer confusion. The cost of doing business will increase by some of their policies, new taxes such as carbon taxes. The Ontario Liberals put in their pension plan. They want to put in a CPP payroll tax and extreme hydro rates. It's killing the industry and making us less competitive. So the TPP will help offset some of these poor policies by the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, the automotive industry and union members need more certainty, not more confusion. Automotive investments are made 5, 10 years into the future. They need certainty. They need commitment for their investments in order to create good quality jobs. That's why a decision on the TPP is required sooner, not later. During this new trade deal, there will be no need to transition away from manufacturing. In fact, this will be great for our Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, Canada will be the hub for manufacturing in North America, in Asia, and for Europe. We're the only country that will have access to these markets, and it's a great opportunity. We shouldn't be afraid of it. During the economic crisis, Madam Speaker, we as a Conservative government, we were flexible, we were looking forward, and we were very proud, and I was very proud to be part of a government that saved the automotive sector in Canada. And as a result of that flexibility, we managed to do what needed to be done to save jobs and save operations in Canada. Trade deals like CETA and TPP are essential to growing the economy and promoting investment and job growth in Canada for communities such as Oshawa. And I'd just like to finish off, Madam Speaker, by talking about some of the numbers that we've actually seen. If we're talking about trade, I've heard the Liberals today talk about our exports versus our imports. If I can quote some numbers from Stats Canada, Madam Speaker, between 2010 and 2014, our exports increased from $103 billion to $528 billion. That is a 32% increase in just 4 years. Our imports, they grew from $413 billion to $524 billion. And Madam Speaker, this just shows that our approach to growing the economy has worked by opening up freer markets, has worked. What it means, Madam Speaker, quite simply is this. Our exports grew 32%. We were able, in the worst economic recession since the Great Depression, to create 1.2 million net new jobs, and Canadians had more money in their pocket. They were able to buy more things, and we were able to import more things. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I just want to encourage the Liberal government to stop dithering. Businesses, communities such as mine, they need certainty. In Oshawa this year, there's going to be a decision that's being made. During this contract year, please stop dithering, give a solid signal to the business sector, give a solid signal to companies that want to invest in Canada, want to be part of Canada being a world hub for export, automotive export around Asia, around North America, around Europe. Allow that to take place by making a decision on the TPP.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important that the member realize that there's 12 countries participating in this. None of those countries have actually signed off on the TPP. That Canadians as a whole have a great deal of concern in regards to it. That the Government of Canada made a commitment during the last election that we were going to work with Canadians, the different stakeholders, and do a proper consultation job, something that was not done by the former government. And the question ultimately is that recognizing how important trade is to Canada and the world and the benefits of it, the Liberal Party has a good record in supporting and getting behind trade. The question I have for the member is, why does he believe that Canada has to be the first country to sign this agreement when, in fact, all the other countries are doing their job and giving diligence, consulting with their citizens? Doesn't he believe that Canadians have a right to know what the content?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague for a very important question. Madam Speaker, it's about certainty. And the reality is this is an agreement that you're either in or you're out. And the Liberals do have to decide. And what I would ask my member in return, what is the Liberals' plan if we don't sign on to the TPP? As he knows, communities such as mine in the automotive sector, these are American companies that have invested in Canada. These are American companies that are creating good quality manufacturing jobs in Canada. If the Americans do decide to sign on, and Canada signals that they're not going to be signing on, what this means for communities such as mine, why would an American company continue their operations in Canada if we're not signed on to the same agreement that the American government is on? So it's extremely important they stop dithering and make a decision.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. He talked about the importance of supporting the manufacturing sector. As I represent the agri-food capital of Quebec, on my side, I'm often concerned about the impact of the TPP on the agricultural sector. I'm also concerned by the some 60,000 jobs that might be lost as a result of the signing of the agreement. I'd like our colleague to say a few words about how he sees this lack of engagement by the government in terms of compensation for the agricultural sector that might be directly affected by the signing of the TPP.
For Oshawa.
Well, I guess, Madam Speaker, I have a lot more confidence in Canada's agricultural sector than the member across the way. The reality is when Canadians have the opportunity to compete, we win. What this agreement means for Canadian agricultural products means we will have access to 800 million new customers. So to put that into perspective, Madam Speaker, Canada is a country of 35 million people. We will suddenly be able to sell our goods not only to some of the biggest economies of the world, but some of the fastest growing economies. We can do this at a preferential way. By signing on and being part of this original agreement as well, Canada is in a preferential role for any new agreements or anybody who wants to sign on to this agreement moving forward. So, as a matter of fact, of course there will be the naysayers and the people who are concerned. But the reality is, with the free trade agreements that we've signed in the past, we've always done well. And without this agreement, it's actually going to put our agricultural community at a disadvantage for for future trade.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Just a brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was great to hear the member talk about the auto sector. I was working as a staffer at the time when our government was involved in that, and it was a lot of hard work by this member and many others to get that done. Le gouvernement dit qu'il voudrait.
Now, the government has said that it wants to do more consultations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But when the previous government had announced the partnership, many groups were very enthusiastic. The only group opposed to the partnership, the TPP, opposes all economic group trade agreements.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't quite get the gist of the entire question, but I did get the idea that with the consultation, there were some groups very enthusiastic about it, and the reality is that very rarely does Canada get the opportunity to open up a new market that has 800 million, almost 1 billion people in new markets for our products, and it's something that we should be applauding and making sure that we're part of.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Hull-Aylmer. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to the advantages of international trade for the agriculture and agri-food sector in Canada. This is a sector that represents more than $60 billion in exports for Canada. It generates more than $100 billion and roughly 7% of Canada's GDP. It creates jobs for more than 2 million Canadians. Approximately half of agriculture production in Canada is exported. More than 1/3 of our wheat harvested is destined to foreign markets. 2/3 of our pork is exported, and 80% of our canola, 90% of our pulse crops as well. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to represent a region that has a strong agricultural basis. We have many producers, farmers of in all areas, beef, cattle, pork, rabbits, chickens. They all have opportunities that come from international trade agreements. Look at soya, for example. Soy is growing in Eastern Ontario and in Eastern Canada as well. At this, over 5.5 million acres were seeded in soy, and that's a significant increase over previous years, and it is one of the largest harvests in this country. And it's generated $2.4 billion in 2015 alone. This extraordinary growth wouldn't be possible without access to foreign markets. Canada has a very strong track record as a supplier of good quality products, agricultural products abroad. We have export capacity on the east and west coast. We have the infrastructure, the modern and effective infrastructure we need, as well as world-class quality management. And many jobs depend on exports and as well as processing of our agricultural products. And in 2015, manufacturers of agricultural products and, in fact, machinery exported equipment representing $8 billion. So these business opportunities lead to economic growth in this country, growth that is absolutely essential for rural communities. We have to continue to offer opportunities, business opportunities, to the Canadian agricultural sector. That's why our government acknowledges the importance of trade, of international trade. I want to remind honourable members that the government is in favour of international trade. The Government of Canada supports free trade as a means to open up markets for food and agricultural producers in Canada, to develop agricultural companies in Canada, and to create good-paying jobs for Canadians, to provide choices and good prices for Canadians. In short, Canada is a trading nation. Trade agreements help the agri-food sector in this country to develop their exports for the well-being of our country and to help our economy. The Trans-Pacific Partnership represents business opportunities for the agricultural sector in Canada. And it goes without saying that we will be adopting a responsible approach by focusing on all of the details of the partnership. We are having an open and transparent debate on the issue in Parliament. That's what we're doing here today, and it's what the Standing Committee is doing now, and we will also be debating the issue in the House again, as we had promised. We commit to ensuring that Canadians are informed and consulted on this important agreement, what the previous government did not do. The Honourable Minister of Trade and the Minister of Agriculture have already met with a host of stakeholders coming from all areas of the agri-food industry, including organizations representing supply management, which is an important issue for me back at home, hearing their points of view on a number of key issues. Canadians are entitled to know what impact this impact will have on the various industries in our country. We will continue to hold discussions with them on the TPP as well as on other issues. At the same time, the government acknowledges the important role played by supply management in Canada to keep our economy strong. This sector represents some $320,000 and $32 billion in economic benefits. The Government of Canada is very much aware of the need for mitigation measures for supply managed sectors if the TPP comes into force. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that I am one of the greatest defenders of the supply management system. It's a system that has stood the test of time. It's a system that has a role to play in the Canadian economy. I think it's time for us to take a look at the agricultural sector and consider it as a whole, not as a sector that's divided into free market and supply managed sectors. We need to look at it as a whole. It's the best solution for Canadians. I set up a local agriculture committee in my riding in order to bring together the various agricultural stakeholders in my riding. And allow me to tell you that it is appreciated by all involved. The various agricultural sectors have a number of things in common, and we all come out ahead when we work together. To conclude, Madam Speaker, we are experiencing a time that represents a great promise for agricultural industries. Revenues should remain at historic levels. The agricultural and agri-food sector is one of the most dynamic export sectors in the country. Up to 50,000 new jobs should be created in Canada over the next 5 years on farms and off-farm. And that includes filling jobs that have remained vacant. Some people think that it will be even higher. And Canada is a leading agricultural nation, exporting nation on a per capita basis. And this will increase by 60% over the next 25 years. Our agricultural producers have the responsibility and the capability to feed the planet. Madam Speaker, for agricultural producers and processors of Canadian foods, this is excellent news. The future is promising for agricultural producers, for processors, because there is an increase in demand for the excellent products that we grow here at home. The government will work hard to open new markets for agricultural producers and for processors by doing what's necessary and by consulting them as well as all Canadians on the TPP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague for his speech, and thank you very much also for being a strong voice for agriculture. And he's one heck of a hockey player, so if you ever have a team and you're looking for a player, by all means, pick him up. But he did talk about the importance of the supply management sector, and myself, Southern Alberta, a large part of my riding is dairy farming, and they're very concerned about the role that supply management will take in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Initially, when we announced the negotiations had been reached in the partnership, the supply management, especially the dairy farmers, were very pleased with the agreement that we had reached, and especially with that compensation package that was there. That should they be suffer due to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that there was a safety net there for them. But we have not heard anything from the Liberal government that there is that compensation package in place. I would like to ask him: is the compensation package part of the TPP and supply management?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the member for his question. I want to thank for his comments as well. I'm not sure I'm that much of a hockey player, but yeah, that's what my former colleague right here says. I do agree with we have a proven record in terms of negotiating with the dairy sector for compensation when there are free trade agreements signed and ratified. And I mean, we're talking here about CETA. We have engaged with the dairy sector. And if we do decide to ratify TPP, I know that I will be fighting for dairy sector to ensure that there is compensation. And I know that the Minister of Agriculture will negotiate with the dairy sector to ensure that there is proper compensation.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks and to say that it's a pleasure to work with him on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. As my colleague knows full well, so the supply management system with trade agreements is facing difficulties, and as you know, last year we lost some 250 Canadian farms in the dairy sector in Quebec. The TPP and the other Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement caused problems for supply management, and the previous Conservative government promised compensation, given the importance. And there's also the issue of dealing with diafiltered milk. The Liberal government has consulted the dairy and poultry sectors, but I'd like to hear the comments from the members opposite on the importance of compensating them for losses and for fully defending our supply managed system, for dealing with diafiltered milk as quickly as possible.
Gary Prescott Russell.
Oui, évidemment, je remercie ma...
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. The dairy sector is very important for me as well. In my riding, I have over 300 dairy producers. We have committed to consulting dairy producers on compensation under the agreement with the European Union. It's what we're going to be doing. I think that we've been doing so for 22 days now, if I'm not mistaken. Diafiltered milk is an important issue. There are other important issues for the agricultural sector, and we're going to continue to work with them to find a solution, a short-term solution, but also a long-term solution for growth in these areas. Well, I've got 300 farmers in my riding, in the dairy sector, in fact, so I want to ensure that young people can take over their family farms, and we need to work on that so that the farmers of the future will work in this sector.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank the honourable member from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his speech today, and also the work he does on the Standing Committee for Agriculture, in which we both serve together. In a previous question, the member from Berthier-Masquinongé indicated it was shameful that this committee was not studying the TPP. Maybe the honourable member could explain why that's so.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, the brief answer, please.
I want to thank the member from Guelph for his question. And at the time, we weren't sure where we were going to go with the committee, but the Committee of International Trade decided to embark on a cross-Canada consultation. And they've already met with the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, the Alberta Wheat Commission, l'Union Nationale des Fermiers, British Columbia's Cattlemen's Association, l'Alliance Canadienne du Commerce Agroalimentaire, producteurs de bœuf du Manitoba,
Manitoba beef producers,
Real Canadien, Manitoba Board Council, and more and more and more. I can assure you the chair of the committee is a farmer himself, and the agricultural sector will be consulted.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada is a trading nation, and has always depended on international trade and investment for its economic well-being. We live in a very, a very big but not heavily populated country, and we have a high standard of living. We produce more goods and services than our population consumes. And as such, we sell our products and services outside of our borders. And this is a factor that contributes to our strong economy. Canadian consumers also benefit from international trade, which gives them a greater choice of products at better prices. We work to maintain access to international markets because free trade and open trade allows our businesses to prosper and gives our middle class access to better paying jobs. This mandate is in the mandate letter to the Minister of International Trade, and it's seen in her commitment to improve Canada's trade productivity and to attract job-creating investment to our country, particularly by implementing free trade agreements and by improving those which already exist. Trade agreements offer access to international markets for goods and services produced in Canada, and they contribute to fighting protectionism. These agreements improve the conditions in which our businesses work, because countries that sign agreements commit to using transparent systems based on established rules. As such, we create a more predictable environment for trade and for investment. This is very important for an economy like Canada's. The Honourable Minister of International Trade is working very hard to ensure that Canada has access to international markets and to ensure that Canadian businesses have opportunities beyond our borders. I must remind my colleagues of one of our first successes in November 2015, when she succeeded in convincing the Americans to repeal their country of origin labeling, or COOL. The previous government tried without success to end COOL in the United States. The new approach, however, of our government allowed us to eliminate this non-tariff barrier to trade and allows Canadian businesses to increase their access to the American market. This kind of success is thanks not only to our new trade approach, which is focused on results, but also our new political approach with our relationship to the United States. The United States is our biggest trading partner, and the previous government failed to establish a strong political relationship with the United States, which did not help them deal with issues such as COOL. The International Trade Minister is also working very hard to achieve success in another area, the Free Trade Agreement with Europe, CETA. The Minister has held many meetings with Cecilia Malmström, her European counterpart, to establish a strong working relationship, a relationship based on trust, which will allow us to move forward on this important trade file for both our country and for our country's businesses. The Minister has also been to Berlin and Brussels in April to promote this very important free trade agreement and hold discussions with politicians and economic stakeholders to ensure that this agreement is ratified this year so that it will come into force in 2017. This is a priority, a key priority for our government, but it's not the only one. Canada is also looking to modernize its free trade agreements with Chile and Israel, and has signed a free trade agreement with Ukraine. The timely implementation of these agreements is also a priority for the Minister of International Trade and for our whole government. In addition, Madam Speaker, our government is looking at ways of developing our trading agreements with China and India. In terms of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, as you know, the government is committed to holding open, frank consultations in Parliament and out of Parliament. And I would inform you, Madam Speaker, and all of my constituents in Hull-Aylmer that I am organizing a public forum to discuss the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is May 31st at 7 o'clock at the University of Quebec in Outaouais at UQuo. And I hope that several of my colleagues will come and participate in that and join myself and my constituents to have a great discussion, an open discussion on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Beyond free trade agreements, the government also uses other tools and instruments to improve access to foreign markets for Canadian businesses. Agreements such as FIPA are international bilateral agreements which create a legislative framework that is based on clear rules. Canada has 30 of these that are in effect, which create stable, predictable, and transparent trading conditions for Canadian investors abroad. Air transport agreements also support trade by creating a framework for air travel between Canada and over 100 different countries around the world. These agreements are also the first, are often the first to be signed with many of our partners, and they promote not only travel but also trade and competition. These accords help bring people together as well as bringing trade to our respective countries. To conclude, Madam Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canada finds every opportunity possible to increase our access to international markets. The Minister's mandate letter includes a requirement to create investment in Canada and find more access to foreign markets for Canadian businesses by improving, among other things, Canada's international trade agreements. This is an element that our government has put at the at the heart of its priorities, and we are working very hard to make those commitments a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate our honourable colleagues' presentation today. Madam Speaker, this government has again gone on and talked about open and transparent ways and that they are going to consult with Canadians. And Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party believes that we must have true consultation with Canadians, and Canadians need to be part of the process. But through you, Madam Speaker, I want to make sure that this government understands that if you're going to consult with Canadians, at least allow Canadians to have factual information and be able to have all the facts about an agreement on place and the benefits of it. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm asking the honourable colleague, does he not believe that true consultations means providing the right information and factual information so that Canadians can make the best decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Our honourable colleague from Caribou Prince George said, of course we agree that Canadians should have the facts and the factual information available to them. That's precisely why, let me take you for an example, Madam Speaker. That's precisely why the Minister for International Trade had signed the Trans-Pacific Partnerships so that we would be able to share the information with Canadians, that we'd be able to provide this agreement. This doesn't say that we have ratified the agreement. That will be a discussion to be had among Canadians, to be had amongst their representatives here in the House of Commons, and so that we can take a decision together. But, Madam Speaker, the reason why we signed it is so that we could share that information with all Canadians. That's the reason why I'm organizing a public forum in my riding to discuss the Trans-Pacific Partnership for and against, and to listen to what Canadians have to say. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier, Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech here in the House. Often we see the Liberal government talk about transparency and consulting Canadians.
It's right. It's good. But I think what is important when we're looking at trade deals is looking at the economic impact. And has there been a study? No. Is this public to Canadians? No. Certain countries, what they have done, like New Zealand, they will release an economic impact statement study to parliamentarians so that they could easily evaluate the impacts, positive and negative, to the economy. So I was just wondering if I could have some comments from the honourable member why the government has failed to produce an economic impact study on this important trade deal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to, first of all, thank my honourable colleague, my honourable colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé for her question. And I must say that I am a little bit perplexed because if my memory is accurate, in the 2015 election, the honourable member took a position that was coherent with her party's position, and her party's position was maybe not entirely coherent because they opposed the Trans-Pacific Partnership without reading the agreement. So I think it's interesting that now they're asking questions. As a government, we signed this and we're sharing the text with...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph, a very brief question, please.
I'd just like to expand on that, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his commitment to this as well as his file on innovation. That one party, the Conservatives, want us to sign it right away, not to discuss it, and the other party, the NDP, want us to sign it, not to sign it, and because we don't need to discuss it. Maybe the honourable member could just continue to expand further on the value of discussion and conversation with Canadians on this file.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. A brief answer, please. How many seconds, Madam Speaker? 20 seconds. Okay, so very briefly,
that question, I completely agree with him. I think it's important for Canadians to make an informed choice, and to make an informed choice, they have to have information in front of them. At the very least, the text. They have been given that opportunity. That's why we're having these debates in the House. I'm so glad to listen to all the members who are making these speeches, and I'm looking forward to carrying on this discussion. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for... got a point of order from the official opposition whip. Sorry, I almost said government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order, and I ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Abbotsford, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May the 17th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And further, that at the conclusion of tomorrow's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Peace River Westlock, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred also until Tuesday, May 17th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Sharing my time with the member from Saskatoon University. And I'm really pleased to stand today and talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. And I think we heard very clearly from the member from Abbotsford as he opened the debate today why this deal was important, the tremendous amount of work that had gone in terms of creating the agreement amongst all the nations that are the 12 nations, and also, again, why it was so important and what the motion actually said. But first of all, I think I want to make a couple of general comments. I don't think I need to repeat some of those important facts that he made, but I'll make some general comments. And then I want to focus in on British Columbia and really some of the important elements of this, this particular free trade agreement is to British Columbians. So, you know what, Madam Speaker, I was not elected till 2008, and of course the previous government was elected in 2006. And over the years, I came to appreciate that they had a plan that was elegant, it was comprehensive, and it was well executed. And this is not just a plan about free trade agreements, and I can give you a very, very specific example. In 2006, we announced the Asia Pacific Gateway Initiative, and we have spent over $1 billion. And what is that Asia Pacific Gateway Initiative? It was the recognition of how important our trade was. Western Canada, of course, some from the east, but most importantly from Western Canada. And it was recognizing the importance of the supply chains and how we moved our goods and products in both directions. And so what did this $1 billion+ do? It did so many important things. It was a system of transportation. It included roads in the Lower Mainland to make sure that there was no bottlenecks. It included ports such as in Prince Rupert and in Vancouver. It included rail connections that reach across Western Canada, and in particular, there was a number of inland ports that were created. It also involved things such as major airports and border crossings, and also, of course, doing a lot of work with the U.S. in terms of having a fluid border. So this was one component of what was a comprehensive plan to make Canada prosperous. Then, of course, at the same time as we're creating the ability for our supplies and our supply chain to work effectively and efficiently, we embarked on a very comprehensive free trade agreement, and we're part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. You know, and I do actually have to take a minute and contrast that to the Liberals' approach to, you know, economic opportunity. You know, what we were doing is trying to create opportunities for trade, trying to reduce barriers to ensure the flow. The Liberal response that I can see to date is, oh, we have a sluggish economy. We need to spend taxpayers' dollars to, you know, help the economy. Madam Speaker, I would argue that is exactly what we don't need to do. What we need to be doing is moving forward with that, the tax decrease for our small and medium-sized businesses to, you know, continue the work of ensuring the free flow of our goods and services. So I think what you can see is we came to government with a comprehensive plan to ensure, again, Canada had a prosperous and robust future. So I think, you know, having sort of talked about the comprehensive plan, it'll be important to sort of dig into exactly what's happening in British Columbia and how important this deal is to British Columbia. Between 2012 and 2016, there was $20.6 billion that was exported to the Asia Pacific. And that, as you can imagine, is a huge, huge piece of the economy of British Columbia. And you'll see a smile on my face because I was looking through the products and the opportunities that are going to benefit, and I thought, this is so much the province that I'm proud of in terms of how they are going to be able to exercise their opportunity. I mean, there's things like, you know, duty-free market access for industrial goods, aluminum products, iron and steel products. When you think of British Columbia, of course, we have the iconic salmon and the beautiful oceans, and of course, very healthy in terms of the food that comes from our oceans. And so the ability to have duty-free access on fish and seafood products, which include salmon and shrimp, and I think we can all appreciate that. In the Lower Mainland, you can see the beautiful cranberry fields that provide us all with some you know, cranberries at Christmas time and other times of the year. The Fraser Valley is a very critical supplier, exporter of cranberries. we have things like blueberries, a very healthy fruit that is, again, the beautiful large blueberries of the Fraser Valley are now going to have increased market access. This is one that duty-free access for wood and other forestry products, including lumber, plywood, and veneer panels. And I'm going to use a local example, and to be frank, I'm not sure currently if this company does export their products, but what they do is they make amazing door frames and windows. The quality is superb. It's a company called Century Glass in Kamloops. It employs it's a medium-sized business. It sometimes has 50, 60 workers. There is enormous opportunity for them within this agreement if they decide to expand their market. Not only are they going to have tariff-free access, Madam Speaker, but there is a whole chapter for small and medium-sized enterprises and how they can take advantage of what the opportunities are. So a company perhaps that might have 50 employees now have access to a market, 800 million people, predominantly tariff-free, quality products. And Madam Speaker, we can compete with the best of the world. And so certainly I'm going to be bringing, hopefully when the Liberals do finally ratify this agreement, I will be delighted to bring the opportunities to our community of Kamloops, Thompson, and the Caribou. This is another important example, and sometimes we underestimate the importance of this particular issue. We had a company in Kamloops who had very highly technological medical equipment, and it came from overseas. There is no one in Canada that had the ability to service the equipment. They didn't, or the expertise to repair it. I got a phone call, very, very concerned from this particular company, because what had happened was the constraints around, bringing our temporary entry of the skilled workers into Canada so that they could actually fix this piece of equipment was filled with red tapes and barriers. And Madam Speaker, it took a number of weeks, and that was a number of weeks where a critical piece of medical equipment was unable to be serviced because of barriers that go both ways. So not only will Canadian skilled workers have opportunity for temporary access into countries where we might export some devices, but it goes both ways. And in this case, you can imagine it would have made an enormous difference for this particular company to have had the ability, without an enormous amount of paperwork, to get their equipment fixed. I could go on and on in terms of the specifics, but one thing that is important for the riding in British Columbia, Alberta, and throughout Canada is our cattle industry, our beef industry. And in the beef industry, Madam Speaker, I'll have a quote. For the beef industry, the Trans-Pacific Partnership is a must. It's opening up that door to Japan and putting us in an even playing field with the 12 other countries involved. It will help our industry by quite a bit, possibly tripling some of our markets into those areas. So anytime we have a market open up, it gives us opportunity to sell not only more animals, but get a higher cutout value from them. And that was the BC Cattlemen's Association General Manager. So, Madam Speaker, you can see from my comments, I hope that, and I hope the opposition or the Liberal government has been listening and will recognize that this is critically important for Canada, critically important for British Columbia, and please, it would be very advantageous to move forward with this particular agreement.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, government leader, parliamentary secretary to the leader in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the issue has been raised before. You do a bit of contrast, and on the one hand, you have the NDP official position is doesn't matter, who cares, just don't sign. It's not in the interest of Canadians. We don't want nothing to do with the TPP. Then you have the Conservative approach is, that we don't need to consult with Canadians. Let's just go ahead and sign it. There's 12 countries that have participated in this. We have plenty of time to actually consult with Canadians, work with the different stakeholders, do exactly what it is that this government is doing, follow the lead from the Minister of Trade, and actually work with Canadians, get a better sense of whether or not this is good for Canada or not, and then look at the possibility of ratifying. My question to the member is, what does she have against working with Canadians and consulting with Canadians? Why this sudden rush that the Conservatives feel that we have to do today?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, he has articulated perfectly what the problem with the Liberal government is. They wander down the mushy middle and they never get anything done. They don't take definitive positions. They don't get things done. And I would ask the member to look at the last time the Liberals were in power. How many free trade agreements did they get done? Was it 0? Might have been one small one. So, Madam Speaker, I think, again, that question is perfect because it articulates the Liberal government's reluctance to move Canada forward. They'd rather spend taxpayers' money to support an economy that we don't have and put debt on the future of our grandchildren than do things that are going to create the future for tomorrow.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it really rich coming from the comments coming from across the way when it is that very government that will not consult Canadians on physician-assisted dying, will not consult Canadians on one of the biggest decisions that we're going to make here in Parliament, which is electoral reform, that they refuse to do that. Our government did consult Canadians, did consult industry. And through you, Madam Speaker, I'd love for our honourable colleague to talk about some of the other comments that we got through from other industries along the way in support of TPP.
For Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Again, Madam Speaker, whether it's agriculture, whether it's our forestry industry, our mining industry, they will all enormously benefit. But I do think it is important to go back, and I can just use the electoral reform issue. I mean, he talks about consulting Canadians and consulting, but the most important consultation they could do, which would be a referendum on electoral reform, they actually refuse. So they indicate that they put a high priority on consultation, but really when the metal hits the road, it's nothing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and it's wonderful to have a discussion like we're having today where we concede the disagreements and then work on behalf of our constituents to try and get information forward that will help with decision making. I want to ask the member across the way, I've seen some numbers now from the Conservatives today saying that our exports went up and our imports both went up after the recession, but isn't it true that we look at, are we winning in that game? Are we getting more exports than we're getting imports, and doesn't the balance of trade make a difference in this discussion?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I want to go back to his comment about consult. Now, this TPP has been on the books for years. Members of Parliament and the Liberal Party of Canada had the option of consulting at every step of the way with constituents and industry, and they failed to do any proactive work. So now they're doing reactive, and they're going to spend however much time sort of repeating some of the work that, quite frankly, we've already done.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always find it interesting to engage in debates on trade in this House, because whenever I listen to them, whenever I listen to people talk about them, I almost feel like many members of this House need to have a basic primer in economics. A basic 1 + 1 = 2. When I hear people talk about we need more exports, less imports, vice versa, those are really two sides of the same equation. Exports equal imports. The reason we export is to get imports. The example that is always given is someone's basic labor. It's the equivalent of I export my labor to my employer so I can import and I can consume things. So it's one of those funny things when we talk about trade, however, sometimes the basics of economics get left out. So let me bring the basic argument for free trade. Now, I understand no trade agreement, TPP included, is not a perfect free trade agreement, but it is rules-based trade, and it brings down tariffs and it brings down barriers. So while it is not the academic perfect argument for free trade, all the trade agreements that Canada has signed, going back to the FTA with the United States, is an improvement, is something that moves us along the way to the ideal, which is basically free trade. And the basics of free trade or trade agreements is this. The less barriers, the less inefficiencies we have in the way, the more we can trade back and forth, the better off everyone is. This is not a zero-sum game. We all win. If I can figure out some way to produce something better and more efficiently, I have more of it. I can therefore trade and give to everyone else. We see this in our individual lives. We see this when businesses engage in it at a very basic level. We understand it, and no one argues the facts, even if in practice they don't follow it when it comes to interprovincial trade. But for some reason, we lose sight of this basic fact when it comes to international trade. Just because someone is in another country doesn't mean they can't add to our wealth by trading with us the same way that I trade with my employer. And this is something which, well, not unanimous in economic circles, is as close to unanimous as one can get when it comes to any issues involving economics. And so is that basic principle of free trade that I am standing here to argue here for today. I want to emphasize that because it's not just our exporters that wins. Many of my colleagues on this side of the House have ably discussed about the specifics in their ridings, in their portions of the country, what specific exporter wins. I'm from Saskatchewan. Everyone knows Saskatchewan is agriculture. And particularly for an area involved in the TPP with the growing populations in both Latin America and Asia, anything that opens up agriculture export markets is marvelous. It's wonderful. The rising populations, the rising incomes in this area, the demand for high-quality food that raises health standards, food that raises standards of living is extraordinary. And for Saskatchewan, this is a winner. No one can grow wheat quite like we can. As countries shift to healthier cooking oils, canola oil, Canadian oil, as it's the root of the term comes from, is a great winner. So all these individual products do win. But it's not just the exporters. We have to remember consumers win too. Because each and every one of us exports, produces something so we can input. I go to work, I receive a paycheck, we go out, we buy a new vehicle, we buy a house, we go out to a restaurant, we buy clothing, we buy things for the family. Those are the imports into my household. And the same thing is Canada will gain as it imports from these countries. As these countries in the TPP produce goods in a more efficient way and we in Canada can buy them less expensively, we can import them. We can bring them in. And that is one of the basics that we need to understand about any sort of these deals. Now, another thing I would like to explain and bring to the attention, not so much of this House, because I think everyone in this House understands this, but to the people watching today and those who will later on read Hansard, is to understand why we are actually having this debate. The various parties are laying out their positions. But why are we having this debate? It's been 6-7 months. TP was negotiated over a long period, and yes, the absolute details of the agreement were not known, but the general ideas behind it have been known literally for years. And it basically boils down to this: the internal and external politics of the Liberal Party. As has been pointed out, the Liberals in the past have a habit of saying one thing on the campaign trail, campaigning to get votes from New Democrats by arguing positions to labor unions, environmental groups, other areas of the left they'd like to poach votes from. But then when they're in government, reality sinks in and they want GDP, economic growth, that they can deliver and spend as they're want to do. And they did this with NAFTA. They denounced it and then they adopted it. So here's their difficulty. They understand the TPP is good for Canada's growth. Most economists agree on it. There's a handful that don't, and we can dispute their data. Free trade works, and this is a positive for the country. They know that. The problem is this: they don't want to alienate certain voter groups on the left that they wish to appeal to that often will vote for the Democrats. So they're looking to buy the time until they know whether or not the TPP will go through. Right now, the U.S. Congress does not look favorably disposed to it. And if the U.S. vetoes this deal, then it will probably fail. So what the Liberals need to do is they need some way to find a way to back out of it if it doesn't go forward, but to adopt it because Canada has to be a part of it. They know that from the macroeconomics if it does. So they've come up with this farce that they are passing off as democratic consultation. This is what's going on. As has been noted, they're rushing through they're going to try to rush through changes to our voting system, a quasi-constitutional item, but at the same time, a trade agreement, while significant in and of itself, they are actually delaying, buying time, talking about consultations, when the parties who are actually interested, which unfortunately does not mean most Canadians, but those who are interested actually have firm views on it. So that is really what is going on today. We are trying to force the Liberals to make a definitive decision and say, do they support something that's for the good of the country, or are they going to continue to talk this issue away, hoping that they don't have to make a decision? Because it is important that Canada make a decision. It has to do with the strategic understanding of where this treaty is going. Canada and the other countries that are involved in it need to make a decision to put pressure on the U.S. Congress and the U.S. government to understand the importance of this. We need to do it to force it to go forward, because this is an agreement that will tie the broader Pacific regions together. It will provide economic benefits greater than we could supply through aid to some of the poorer countries in it. It will tie countries together across the Pacific Ocean in a positive way to support one another, to bring them into our circle of influence, and by our, I don't just mean Canada, but the more advanced democratic nations, and therefore have a positive influence on this. So, and that's one point I wish to make, because while it's been made very clearly today, this will benefit Canadian exporters, will benefit Canadian consumers, there's the geopolitical strategic necessity of getting involved in this. And for that, Canada should be a leader. We should not sit around and have a foreign policy that does nothing but says beautiful words without any activity. This is something where Canada could actually take leadership and go forward. So with that, Mr. Speaker, it looks like my time is going to be pretty close to winding up. So I look forward to any questions. And again, I reiterate, I believe in this agreement because of what it does for Canada's strategic interests, what it does for Canada's exporters, what it does for Canada's workers, and what it does for Canada's consumers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member would at the very least acknowledge that in every region of the country there has been an expression of concern with respect to the TPP, that as a direct result of the government not doing its homework a year ago, that we now have a situation where there is grave concerns all over Canada in regards to TPP, and the government is doing the right thing. After all, it was an election commitment to consult and to look at what stakeholders, find out whether or not there is a net value benefit for Canadians by moving forward on the TPP. My question to the member is, would he not at the very least recognize that Canadians also deserve to have a role in this?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Of course, Madam Speaker, I believe Canadians have a role. But I think if you'll find when you look at who presents, what the NGOs are, what their positions are, they are entirely predictable. So this is not something that is particularly new. The groups that tend to be opposed to trade agreements tend to be opposed to this one. The ones that are in favor tend to be in favor of this one. I frankly am not getting nearly as much written correspondence or people coming to my office on TPP as I am on other issues, particularly the government's assisted dying euthanasia legislation, which the government has not provided nearly as much time for consultation as they have in regards to TPP.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say I was really pleased to hear my colleague's speech because he really laid it out about Economics 101 and the importance of opening up new markets. And I was wondering if you could comment on the strategic opportunity for Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have this opportunity with the European Free Trade Agreement, which is 500 million new potential customers for Canada, and then we have 800 million with the TPP. I was wondering if you could comment on the historic opportunity this presents.
I'm going to ask the member for Saskatoon University to make a very brief comment as we're ready to go on to statements from members.
I will say to my honourable colleague from Oshawa, yes, it has strategically puts us in a good position to trade with both blocs, particularly with the auto industry, because most of our automotive products are very specialized, a few lines that we export. My memory serves correct, 80 to 85% of our automobile products, so this would put us in a very good strategic position.
Thank you, Madam Member. There will be 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for his questions and comments, the following question period, if he's available for that. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de West Nova.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Speaker, West Nova is feeling the loss of an exceptional citizen. Unfortunately, James Lamb passed away on April 15th. Jimmy was a well-known pork producer and businessman throughout the Annapolis Valley, where he operated the Meadowbrook Meat Market with conviction of promoting local products and ensuring that his customers could have trust in the quality of the products he sold. Jimmy was a dedicated volunteer within the community he loved so much, contributing to the planning and construction of the Berwick Apple Dome and providing countless hours and resources to organizations such as the Berwick Rotary Club, the 4-H Club, the Baptist Church, and the Brigadoons Children's Camp. On behalf of my honourable colleagues and the people of West Nova, I would like to express my sincere condolences to Mr. Lamb's family and especially to his wife, Margie. The Annapolis Valley has lost a dear friend whose legacy will be remembered and cherished for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today I want to salute Bouchées Généreuses, a volunteer organization that helps to fight hunger among marginalized people in Quebec City. It offers frontline services by contributing food to people from all horizons. More specifically, the work of this organization is to help people in need by offering them all types of food, basic food commodities, and some human warmth. This organization stands out not only because of its noble action, but also because of the volunteers who are actively involved in the well-being of their fellow citizens. They devote time and energy to making it a success, and they also have a say in the strategic direction. 3 volunteer members sit on the board and report back decisions that affect the well-being of beneficiaries. It is an organization that's necessary for my riding, and I'm very proud to participate as a volunteer in it myself.
Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to congratulate 6 recent graduates from the Emergency Service Achievement Program from my riding of Sackville-Preston Chesapeake. Through the innovative partnership between the Government of Canada, the Halifax Regional Municipality Fire and Emergency Services, and the Sackville Volunteer Firefighters Association, youth in our region were offered the opportunity to gain practice, work experience practice in our community.
This program is an excellent example of initiatives undertaken by the Government of Canada to support young people, to help them learn the skills they need to do well in their area of professional interest.
I'd like to give a special thanks to Bernie Scott, the program coordinator, for his hard work and his dedication for these young students who have such bright futures. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, by 2050, 1/3 of Canada's population will be over the age of 60. We know that services will need to be vastly expanded and enhanced to address the growing demand of aging Canadians. We need to expand long-term care and radically improve home care. We need to support caregivers and ensure that seniors have access to affordable housing so they can retire with dignity and respect. This is especially true in my riding, where in communities like Qualicum Beach, the median age is 63 years old. That's why I'd like to showcase some amazing organizations in my riding. I'd like to congratulate the Glacier View Lodge in Courtney, who is opening a new outdoor activity centre this Friday. We know how important it is to stay active, especially as we get a little bit older. Speaker, I'd like to give special recognition to Bowser Senior Housing Society, who are celebrating 10 years as a charity offering invaluable services to the community. Canada needs a national senior strategy that supports organizations like these and ensures our golden years are truly rich and fulfilling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to congratulate the 10 recipients of the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec's medal who live in Château-Lacolle. Jean-Pierre Blais from Napierville, Yvon Bouchard from Châteauguay, Audrey Cicire from École Sainte-Martine, Aline Chèvrefils from Châteauguay, Jay Durette from the Châteauguay Heritage College, Noémie Jacques from Louis-Philippe Paris School in Châteauguay, Odette Potty from Châteauguay, Jean-Guy Robert, Knights of Columbus Council Saint-Rémy, Jeannot Saint-Onge, Châteauguay, and finally Olivier Versailles from the Napierville École Saint-Louis. This medal recognizes the commitment of volunteers, their determination, and the surpassing of oneself of Quebecers who are having a positive influence in their communities.
One of our proud award winners. Thank you, Mr. President.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Dr. Catherine J. Hanna of Calgary, who will be invested tomorrow into the Order of Canada for her efforts to promote the use of information technology to enhance nursing care in Canada and abroad. Dr. Hanna, a proud member of the nursing profession since 1965 and a pioneer in the field of nursing informatics in Canada, has published foundational works and created practical applications of information technology to improve the nursing practice and enhance healthcare. She was instrumental in the development of data standards that track the care of patients, which have allowed doctors and nurses to measure patient outcomes and which have provided governments with data to influence health policy. I was privileged to have hosted her, her family, and her two granddaughters, Alexis and Kinsley, for a visit of our Parliament this morning. On behalf of the residents of Calgary-Shepherd, I want to congratulate her on this outstanding personal achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to recognize the 27th Annual Vaughan Chamber of Commerce Business Achievement Awards, which celebrated the successes and contributions of exceptional businesses and their excellence in the City of Vaughan. The highlight of this year's gala was presenting the Philanthropic Business Person of the Year Award to Mario Cortolucci, founder of the Cortel Group. As an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and conservationist, Mario has not only built communities but also funded the Ontario Hunting and Fishing Heritage Centre, a variety of charities, and many sporting initiatives throughout Canada. Mr. Cortolucci is the recipient of the Order of Ontario and the Queen Elizabeth Golden Jubilee Medal. The City of Vaughan is home to over 11,000 businesses employing nearly 200,000 individuals. By connecting, serving, and empowering businesses through their three foundational pillars, voice, community, and culture, the VCC is an integral part of Vaughan's business community and a strong advocate for its continuing success. Please join me in congratulating both the Vaughan Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Mario Cortolucci for their inspiring achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, May is Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. 100,000 people in Canada are living with MS, 12,000 in British Columbia alone. The disease's unpredictable nature can have a profound impact on a person's ability to maintain financial security and navigate both health and community support systems. It also affects their families, who come together to manage the realities of MS. The Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada is optimistic we will see an end to MS because of the resources that continue to be invested in Canadian research. These resources are raised in part at many of the MS walks taking place across the country this month, like the one taking place in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country. I encourage members in this House and all Canadians to show their support by taking part in an MS walk in their community. Mr. Speaker, together we can end MS.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on May 6th, the Quebec College of Physicians gave its Humanity Award to Dr. Marc Dauphin for his remarkable career in Quebec, Canada, and throughout the world, and for his contribution to combat medicine. A graduate of medicine at Laval University, he enrolled in the Army following his studies. In 2007, he did a tour at the American Hospital in Landstuhl, which is a stopover hospital for injured soldiers from Iraq and Afghanistan. When he came back to the country, he was appointed officer commanding of the Royal 3 Multinational Hospital in Kandahar. During that mission, he maintained a record for all times and all wars. For the survival rate of injured soldiers brought in alive, 97%. I, too, want to acknowledge his skills, his dedication to the service of his country.
Bill North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 75 years after Lou Gehrig died from ALS, it is still a horrible disease with no cause, no cure, and no treatment. We've all been touched by our friend and colleague, the member for Ottawa-Vanier, as we witness the very real impact of ALS on a tireless parliamentarian. In Oakville, my friend and hero, Tim Robertson, has battled ALS for 12 years. Tim loves sports, the boss, his family, friends, and community. His daughter, Lindsay Henderson, organizer of the Halton Walk for ALS, says that when Tim was diagnosed, he could still do everything on his own. Now he can do almost nothing without help. On Monday, May 23rd, please join me as I walk and raise money with Tim's Titans at the Halton Walk for ALS at Bronte Creek Provincial Park in my riding to raise funds to support Canadians with ALS and celebrate hope for a future without this devastating disease.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to offer them services quickly and of good quality, be it online, in person, or on the phone. According to StatsCan, too many Canadians are not receiving the level of service they expect. When someone loses his or her job through no fault of their own, they shouldn't have to wait weeks or months to get assistance or benefits under a program into which they paid when they worked. That's why we are taking steps and undertaking a national review to obtain feedback from key stakeholders and from the public on ways to improve services offered to EI recipients. Comments and suggestions that we receive will contribute greatly to guiding the department with respect to the best approach to improving services for EI recipients. We know that Canadians have something to say, and we're eager to listen to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, since 2006, the TELUS Day of Giving has been a catalyst for bringing together local communities to make a difference. Tens of thousands of Canadians from every region have given their time to make their communities a better place to live, work, and play. On May 31st, members of Parliament and senators will be contributing to this amazing effort. We will be packing school supply kits for children in our ridings, including more than 400 kits for students who have been impacted by the unprecedented, devastating fires in the Fort McMurray area. This initiative reflects the generous spirit exhibited by so many Canadians across the country in support for wildfire evacuees. Last year, over 100 parliamentarians participated in this fun and worthwhile event, and more than 1,000 children in Canadian communities benefited. I would like to encourage all members of this House to join me in giving where we live by offering our hands and hearts to those in need.
The member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Yom HaAtzmaut, Israeli Independence Day, I'd like to take this opportunity to celebrate the tremendous contributions of our Israeli friends and the Jewish communities, large and small, both here in Canada and around the world. Canada is proud to call Israel a partner and ally. We unite in our values and our understanding of democracy. As we celebrate Israel's vibrant culture and peoples, we also recognize the threat that Israelis continue to face in the form of terrorism, anti-Semitism, and hateful crimes. And we will always stand with them, proud and steadfast. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents of Hamilton Mountain don't need a special panel to tell them their postal service has rapidly declined. The majority of complaints I receive from constituents is about problems with their mail delivery. Many of those complaints are about broken or frozen community mailboxes, stolen letters, and many times mail just not being delivered in a timely fashion. Hamilton Mountain residents also don't need a special panel to tell them the Prime Minister promised to restore home mail delivery during the election campaign. That promise can be seen on video. After the election, the Prime Minister said he only promised a moratorium on the previous government's plan. Now his minister says maybe 2 days, maybe 3 days, maybe nothing at all. Mr. Speaker, clearly the Liberals are very confused. The residents of Hamilton Mountain are not confused. They want their home door-to-door delivery back, and they want their quality of service restored. Do the right thing, keep your promises to Canadians, and restore door-to-door mail delivery at once.
The The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday, May 14th marks the 8th year of incarceration for the 7 Iranian Baha'i leaders. Their only crime is their religion and their efforts to serve the spiritual and social needs of their fellow believers. The 7 Baha'is were arrested in 2008, held for more than a year, put on trial, and wrongfully convicted on charges of espionage and propaganda against the regime. They were initially sentenced to 20 years in prison, but in November 2015, that term of imprisonment was reduced to 10 years due to the delayed application of the new Iranian Penal Code. The 7 are now eligible for conditional release. The Baha'i international community is launching a global campaign calling for immediate release. The Baha'i leaders should never have been arrested in the first place, and their incarceration, based exclusively on their religious beliefs, is unjust, illegal, and immoral. I call on President Rouhani and the Iranian regime to follow rules of its own national laws, respect human rights, exercise clemency, and to immediately release the 7 imprisoned Baha'i leaders.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Asian Heritage Month, I celebrate the contributions of Vancouver Quadra constituent Mr. King Wan. Mr. Wan's career includes serving as Naval Reservist, Senior Manager at Vancouver City Hall, Canadian Forces BC Liaison Officer, and Commanding Officer of the HMCS Discovery. The service and sacrifice of Canada's Chinese-Canadian Armed Force members in both World Wars is a tale not told in our schools or our history books. In his role as president of the Chinese-Canadian Military Museum in Vancouver's Chinatown, Mr. Wan and his team preserve and exhibit the story of these brave Chinese-Canadian veterans and their service to Canada, a country that had yet to grant them the right to vote. Through his distinguished career and lifetime of community leadership, Mr. Wan is a shining example of why we are proud to celebrate Asian Heritage Month every May.
Hear, hear.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Canadians are fair-minded people, and that's why they know it's wrong for one political party to seek to impose an electoral system on this Parliament and our entire country over the objections of other parties and the majority of Canadians. Now, the Liberal governments in BC, Ontario, and PEI all understood this, which is why they held referenda on electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, why does this Liberal government have so much less confidence in the common sense of Canadians? Why won't this Liberal government follow the provincial precedent of a referendum on electoral reform?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's desire to hear from Canadians, but I've yet to hear from him or his colleagues on how a referendum could help us hear from those who don't traditionally engage in the democratic process, like young people, women, Indigenous persons, those with disabilities and exceptionalities, those living in the remote and rural regions of this country. We need to ensure that we use
Order. We want to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
We need to ensure that the tools we use to hear from Canadians are in line with the 21st century's needs and the possibilities to make sure that all Canadians across this great nation are included in this important conversation.
The member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, their excuses for trying to rig the system are getting more and more ridiculous and transparent with that answer. Mr. Speaker, she's talking about a fake consultation process that interest groups will be involved in, maybe a few thousand people. We want the ultimate consultation that allows tens of millions of Canadians to decide how they elect their representatives. Why is this Liberal government so determined to be the first government of a major democracy to change the electoral system without a direct popular mandate expressed in a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while the premise of the argument that my honourable colleague brings forward is false, I will go on to bring this forward. Yesterday, the first day that we brought forward the conversation on electoral reform, the hashtag electoral reform on Twitter alone garnered nearly 12 million impressions in one day. This is the 21st century way, and we will ensure that all voices who don't traditionally engage are included in this conversation.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Apparently she wants decisions to be made by Twitter. We want decisions to be made by the people, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament does not belong to politicians. Parliament does not belong to the Liberal Party. Parliament belongs to the Canadian people. Why not allow the Canadian people to make this decision, not the politicians?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Order.
Mr. Speaker, change and much-needed reform require leadership and vision. Our government has a vision for a healthier democracy, and there is no lack of leadership on this side of the aisle. It is my hope that all members of this House will share in this leadership and help bring our electoral system into the 21st century.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals have problems, we know their solution: a committee. Problems with Canada Post? A committee. Problems with defence? A committee. Problems with free trade? A committee.
Less.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis has the floor. It's up to him to speak, and only him right now. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, why not involve people in changes to democratic reform? Is the minister ready to consult with Canadians with a referendum on democratic reform, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Order.
Mr. Speaker, listening to Canadians is at the heart of a healthy democracy. And we are committed to ensuring that young people, new Canadians, Indigenous persons, those with disabilities and exceptionalities, seniors, those living in the rural and remote regions of our country have a meaningful opportunity to engage in this process.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, isn't it ironic? This Liberal government has gone off the rails. We've gone from sunny ways to a total eclipse of democracy. First, the Liberals gave themselves absolute control of a committee. Next, they'll change the rules of democracy unilaterally without Canadians. We've gone from the familiar friendly Liberal dictatorship to a full consultocracy. Mr. Speaker, is the minister using partisan smoke and mirrors to trick the Canadian population?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind all members of this House that no changes or reforms have yet been presented to this House. Yesterday, we announced the first step towards hearing from Canadians about how to bring their democracy into the 21st century. We have begun the first step, and that includes listening to Canadians across 338 ridings and making a thoughtful and evidence-based approach, evidence-based decision that way.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, this makes no sense. The Liberals say that they want real democratic reform, but they have the majority on the committee. They've invited the Green and the Bloc parties, but they don't have the right to vote. How can they claim that this the fix isn't in. This reform is off to a very bad start. Will the government recognize its mistake and give all parties the right to vote at committee?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we took the leadership to ensure that non-recognized parties would be at the table. Under our proposal, members of the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party would be able to participate in developing the witness list, to question witnesses, to travel with the committee for hearings across the country, and have the opportunity to provide their input into the final report. Because, Mr. Speaker, the committee cannot do this work alone. It will require collaboration from all members of this House, and I look forward to the contributions of every single member and every single party represented in this House.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals were really willing to work with the opposition, they wouldn't be ramming bills through the House and giving themselves false majorities on a committee. How can they claim they want to end first past the post and then strike a committee that models itself on first past the post? We're talking about a once-in-a-generation voting reform. Will the minister reconsider her decision to give Liberals the power to unilaterally change our voting system?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a historic opportunity for all of us to go out of our way to engage those Canadians who don't traditionally engage in the democratic process. We're committed to creating a new electoral system that produces a parliament that Canadians can be confident in, one that ensures their voices are heard and represented in this House, and we all share this ideal in this House, and I look forward to the contributions of all members towards that end.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's explanations about the arms sale to Saudi Arabia are really troubling. We have a video which clearly shows the kind of armoured vehicles that we're selling to Saudi Arabia being used right now to crush the civilian population. And what's the answer from the minister? Well, these aren't Canadian armoured vehicles. That's not particularly convincing. He also says that there are risks to this contract, but that it's a calculated risk. Can the minister tell us how many civilians will have to be killed before he recalculates? What's his number? Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the only party that hasn't changed its tune here is the Liberal Party. The NDP promised to respect the contract to win a seat, and now that they're elected, they're telling the same families who will live because of the jobs from this contract that we should cancel it. They don't want us to sign the export permit. This is an export permit for a vehicle produced in Canada, and we have no evidence, no proof that it was misused, even if it has been sailed by Canada since 1993, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that he would cancel the export permits of military equipment to Saudi Arabia if there were new revelations of human rights abuses. Right. But yesterday, the Prime Minister basically said there will be no cancellation. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this is about human rights. That's right. This is about Canada's international commitments. Right. So the question is simple. Who should Canadians believe?
Foreign Affairs.
The government of Canada and the Prime Minister. C'est another party that switches view after the election, after committing other things before the election. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked me to make sure that the power that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has to block the export permit if an equipment built in Canada is wrongly used regarding human rights or national interest of Canada and its allies, to use this power with a lot of rigor and transparency. And it's what I will do.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today's National Post says the government's committee process is no mandate for electoral reform. The Toronto Star's headline is, "Let the people vote." The media agree there should be a referendum to approve any change to the voting system. And the people also agree. Polls say that 2/3 believe there should be a referendum. So why doesn't the Prime Minister agree with Canadians? Why does he refuse to hold a referendum?
Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, an independent and constructive media is critical to the success and the health of our democracy. However, this particular reform process is about engaging those who do not have a platform to share their thoughts, their needs, and their aspirations, including young people, Indigenous persons, women, those with disabilities and exceptionalities, new Canadians, those living in the rural and remote regions of our country, and those of more humble socioeconomic backgrounds. That's the inclusive approach that Canadians expect from us. That is what we will deliver.
The Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, after 16 years on Parliament Hill, I can tell you that there is no place you are less likely to find a Canadian with exceptionality, a disabled Canadian, a minority, a disenfranchised person than at a parliamentary committee. The government, Mr. Speaker, has articulated two contradictory positions on changing the voting system. The Prime Minister's tiresome, oft-repeated line is that the 2015 election will be the last one ever fought under first past the post. That must mean no to a referendum under any circumstances, yet his ministers say that a referendum is a legitimate option. Which of these two positions actually reflects government policy? Will there be a referendum or will there not?
Fiscal Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I share, I hope, with all the members of this House, a great deal of respect for the work of committees in this place. This committee will be shaped by an important set of broad-based principles that include pursuing an effective and legitimate voting system which more accurately reflects Canadians' electoral wishes, a system that better engages all Canadians, one that fosters civility, consensus building, cohesion, an accessible system, one with integrity, and one that enhances the connection between representatives and their constituents.
Now, member for Banff, Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are once again flip-flopping so much that they can't even keep the same talking points together for a whole press conference. On the one hand, the Liberal House Leader stated that all options are possible when asked if maintaining the current system was on the table, but then a mere minute later he stated that 2015 was the last first-past-the-post election. Flip-flop. Maybe they can make us clear on one thing, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals commit to giving each and every Canadian a direct say through a referendum?
Honourable Minister of the Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we have arrived in this place after the longest federal election in modern Canadian history, during which we were rather clear about our intention to reform our electoral system. So allow me to be clear for my honourable members. 2015 was the last federal election conducted under the first-past-the-post system. It's time for a 21st century model of electing individuals to this House. That's what we promise. That's what we deliver upon.
Member for Banff, Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's time to remind Canadians that they are in charge. Exactly. That's what the Minister of Democratic Institutions claimed yesterday, but their actions don't match their words. All decisions on electoral reform will be made by 6 Liberals who form the majority on the committee, and the Minister also stated the ultimate decision on what system is proposed will be made by Cabinet, not by Canadians. How can the Liberals claim that Canadians are in charge when the Prime Minister won't even trust them with the opportunity for a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, the members opposite ridicule the idea of listening to Canadians. On the other hand, they criticize us for not listening to Canadians. So let me make this clear. The first point of contact for all of us will be hearing from those Canadians who don't normally engage in the democratic process, those who have often been marginalized, and a healthy democracy is one that includes their voices. Yes. The final decision will be made by members of this House, as well as those in the other place.
Yes. Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the Liberal plan to change our democracy. And what was the Liberals' first act? Well, they're creating a committee with a Liberal majority. When it comes to changing the rules of democracy, the only majority that counts is a majority of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why not just commit to consulting all Canadians through a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to hearing from all Canadians across all 338 ridings across this great nation. we are relying upon a collaborative approach of every single member of this House to ensure that the voices of those constituents in their ridings who don't normally get heard, who don't normally have a platform, is included and recognized in this important dialogue prior to arriving at a final conclusion.
Member for Calgary.
Well, repetition is not an answer, Mr. Speaker. When we see the committee with a Liberal majority and the government's obstinate refusal to really consult Canadians, well, it leads us to ask, what is their true motive? It should be simple. Several provinces, Ontario, BC, and PEI have held referendums to legitimize the process. Will the Liberals have the courage of their convictions, and will they today, here in the House, commit to holding a pan-Canadian referendum on electoral reform?
Of democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, our motivation with this whole process is to ensure that
most members on all sides are able to listen to questions and answers that are often provocative without reacting. Let's have the rest do it too. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Reform is about ensuring that all voices are heard in this House. It's about ways that we can work together to ensure that we deliver the best government and the best governance to the people who brought us here. I look forward to working with all members of this House towards that common goal.
The Honourable Member for just nothing, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, almost 4 months since the shooting in La Loche, and Liberals are still not providing mental health care workers in my riding and many other communities. The government's budget allocated $0 additional for mental health care despite the urgent need. What about La Loche? What about Cross Lake? Will the government finally ensure that all First Nations communities are able to access the support they need and deserve? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and in fact I would say to the honourable member that I believe that all Canadians, Indigenous or otherwise, need to have access to the mental health care that is necessary, and this is a responsibility of all of us. In terms of Indigenous communities, I'm pleased to inform the member that I am in conversations with my officials and the First Nations Inuit Health Branch on a daily basis about how we can increase access to mental health services in communities like La Loche and Cross Lake. We are working towards a plan to be able to enhance those services, and I will be pleased to report our progress at a further date.
James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Health Canada officials have confirmed that no money was set aside to implement Jordan's principle. Now, this flies in the face of 2 rulings by the Human Rights Tribunal that ordered immediate action to end the systemic discrimination against Indigenous children. So the government ignored the ruling with their budget, and now they've ignored the deadline with the new estimates, which show no money to close the funding gap for child welfare and 0 for Jordan's principle. So what part of the word immediate do they not understand? I mean, with $30 billion in extra spending, and they couldn't find a dime to help children who are still being denied their rights? Shame!
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that Child and Family Services on reserve must be overhauled, and we have started working towards that process. We are investing money into Child and Family Services, and we are doing it across the board through various departments of government. Mr. Speaker, our initiatives this year have provided $600 million and more to over 5 years to be invested in children and families on reserve, and we're going to continue to do that because we know it's necessary, we know it's needed, and we're committed to it.
The honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Yesterday, the Ag Minister defended his Chief of Staff, saying that he wanted somebody with agricultural experience. Now, his Chief of Staff has a very specific experience, that of owning a multi-million-dollar ag empire. But that is the very experience that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner has specifically forbidden her from speaking about. If she can't talk about the explicit experience that the minister said qualified her for the job, why is she still on the payroll?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate my honourable colleague across the way cannot focus on agricultural issues, but I'll assure you we can. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague in this House that my Chief of Staff has completed all the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and will be abiding by all guidelines set forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grant Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the question. Now, it wasn't only the minister that thought that it was the Chief of Staff's experience that qualified her for the job. It was also her understanding as well. As a matter of fact, she said, my background through my family business is pretty relevant to the portfolio. So I think that's partly why I got the job. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the minister, why is she still on the payroll if the qualifications that made her qualified for the job are the things that she can't speak about?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my honourable colleague thinks the only requirement to work for the Department of Agriculture and the Minister of Agriculture is to have no experience in agriculture. I'm sorry, we disagree with that. But as he indicated quite clearly, that my Chief of Staff has completed all the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and is willing to and will abide by all guidelines set forward. It couldn't be clearer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the issue isn't Ms. McFall's knowledge of the industry. It's in fact that she practically owns the industry. So she even claimed, and I quote like my colleague did, my family's business is pretty relevant to this portfolio. So I think that's part of how I got the job. So she got the job because of her family and her company, and apparently the minister, in all due respect, didn't see the conflict. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask the minister, why hire a Chief of Staff that has such a direct conflict of interest?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
All I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague, is that my Chief of Staff has completed all the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Commission and be willing to abide by all guidelines set forward. Also, Mr. Speaker, this includes...
Order, 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 order. I'm going to ask the member for Abbotsford and others to settle down and listen to the answers. After all, they don't want to be invisible to the Speaker when they'd like to speak. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture has the floor. Let's listen.
I'm not really sure, Mr. Speaker, where you cut me off, but the fact of the matter is that my Chief of Staff is an outstanding member of her community and has a deep commitment to agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Let's not have it that if you know something about agriculture,
It's always great to have help.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has come down very hard on the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. She cannot participate in any discussions about the ag sector, and yet this sector is a part of important files like supply management and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Mr. Speaker, why does the minister insist on keeping his Chief of Staff when her hands are tied by her private interests?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I can tell you my Chief of Staff is an outstanding member of the community and has a good understanding of agriculture. And on the issue that my honourable colleague raises, my Chief of Staff has completed all the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and will be abiding by all the guidelines set forward. Couldn't be clearer, Mr. Speaker. I'm lucky to have this lady.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the Minister of Heritage was pleased to remind us of her investments in the cultural sector. And in fact, in the budget, there were $78 million for the NFB, Telefilm, and the CBC this year. In fact, we'll continue. Okay, a little surprise. When we looked at the supplementary estimates this week, the money isn't there. There is none. Was the Minister of Heritage hoodwinked by Treasury Board, or will she find some way of telling the cultural sector that they will have to wait again? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that my honourable critic in the House here reminds everyone of the investments in culture. That's important. Haven't seen this kind of investment in 30 years. So I'm working right now with my colleague at Treasury Board to indeed ensure that those funds are sent to the organizations in question. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. No, they're not. Well, they're not there, but maybe they're somewhere. I don't know. The 40 Quebec Liberal members are again asleep at the switch. Right now, the Quebec government has made a proposal for the Senate, and they've been treated like garbage. The people of Lac-Mégantic finally have a study in hand to build a bypass rail line and finally put this horrendous tragedy behind them. But rather than listening to them, the minister's giving them a geography lesson. Will the 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec stop being pathetic pawns and stand up for the people of Lac-Mégantic? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we're very proud of the 40 Liberal members from Quebec. And of course, our thoughts are with the people of Lac-Mégantic who are still recovering from this horrible tragedy. I can assure you, I was there 2 weeks ago, that we are there with them. We've made more than 100 inspections in the region since 2013. We've put money in the budget for rail safety, and we have overseen phases 1 and 2 of the bypass rail line construction. And
South. Mr. Speaker, partisan advertising has no place in government. Canadian taxpayers shouldn't be footing the bill for government ads that advance the political interests of any party in power. They should be able to trust that government advertising is legitimate, purposeful, and informative. When I was in opposition, I tabled a bill to put an end to partisan government advertising. It was opposed by the previous Conservative government. Can this government, our government, inform the House what action it is taking to end partisan government advertising and enhance public trust?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I thank the member for Ottawa South for his leadership on this issue. Today, we're delivering on our commitment to end the partisan use of government advertising. We're introducing third-party oversight of government ads with a new definition of non-partisan communications. No more ads for government programs not yet approved by Parliament or within 90 days of a set election date. We will work with Parliament, the Auditor General, and stakeholders to entrench third-party oversight and legislation and make sure that partisan government advertising is a thing of the past.
The Honourable... Okay. The member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has claimed time and again that he's a big supporter of international trade. But much like the NDP, every time the Liberals are asked to walk the talk, they're missing in action. The TPP is the largest trade agreement in the world. Conservatives concluded negotiations over 7 months ago, yet the Prime Minister won't tell us whether he will support the agreement. Canada must be a leader, not a laggard on trade. When will the Prime Minister finally tell Canadians whether or not he supports the TPP?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we were very clear during the election that we support trade, and we were also very clear that the TPP, which was negotiated in secret during the campaign, required broad national consultation. We promised that, and we're keeping our promise. The Trade Committee this week is traveling the country to listen to Canadians. They're in Windsor today. They'll be in Toronto tomorrow. They were in Montreal and Quebec City earlier this week. I'd also like to remind the honourable member that none of the 12 TPP countries has yet ratified this agreement, and we all have 2 years for an open, productive debate.
Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the globe-trotting trade minister embarrassed herself on American late-night talk shows at taxpayers' expense, Canada's trade performance was floundering. In March, exports plummeted by almost 5%, and Canada suffered a record-setting $3.4 billion trade deficit. Now, with that kind of a performance, Canadians would be better off if the minister simply stayed at home. There is, however, one thing she can do to improve Canada's trade performance, and that's to support the largest trade agreement in the world. Will the Liberals now support the TPP?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the honourable member that, in fact, in the first quarter of 2016, our exports were $1.2 billion higher than they were during the same period. But we're reaching further. We are fighting protectionism as we did successfully with Cool, something again not achieved under his watch. And we are opening up new markets with CETA, whose legal scrub has now been completed. That agreement will be signed this year, not done under his...
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned the Prime Minister took 44 handpicked people to Washington for the state dinner. They claim it had a total cost of $25,000, but Mr. Speaker, no one believes this cost to be true. We know this because it cost $13,000 for 3 ministers and 2 staff alone. So, will the Liberals finally come clean and tell taxpayers how much it cost for their 5-star Washington vacation?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, my colleague knows very well that all the expenses associated with all these international trips are disclosed proactively every quarter. He's aware of that. What he also knows, Mr. Speaker, is that this was a historic visit to our most important trading partner. This was a visit where important agreements were signed for things as important to Canadians and Canadian businesses as pre-clearance. Agreements on energy, discussions around how we can grow the most comprehensive and expansive trading relationship in the world, Mr. Speaker. Every dollar spent on that trip was worth it for Canadians.
Louis Saint Laurent. Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, can we know how much this cost taxpayers this trip? Because from the outset, they've been telling us that it's 44 people and it cost $25,000. But yesterday, TVA said that it cost $13,000 for 5 people. It doesn't add up. Did they put people into their luggage? Now, I don't know if the honourable member is aware, I'm sure, that he should be directing his comments to the chair. You have to respect your responsibilities, yes. Could the government finally give us the straight facts? How many people were on the trip and how much did it cost? Because the $25,000, it's really taking Canadians for fools. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege many times of giving the straight facts on this trip. It was a historic trip, as I said from the outset, the first time since 1997 that Canada was welcomed at a state dinner at the White House, and it was a visit where several ministers from our government met with not only their counterparts from the United States, but also members of civil society and from American legislatures. And at the same time, we delivered the goods for Canadians when we're talking about international trade, the environment, and energy.
Mr. Speaker, the government's inadequate changes to EI left 800,000 Canadians behind, and many regions were left out of extended benefits despite rising unemployment. Today, we find out from internal documents that workers in Edmonton, southern Saskatchewan, and the BC Interior could apply. This is a positive step, but the government is still leaving so many Canadians out in the cold. This is about justice. It is about making sure that Canadians can access the EI fund that belongs to them. So will the government step up and show leadership to fix EI for Canadian workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Employment.
Mr. Speaker, certainly this government has shown leadership. It stepped up decisively and quickly to respond to that sharp, sustained, sudden shock to the unemployment rate in those 12 regions. And, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the most recent numbers that we've received from StatsCan that have been impacted by the commodity downturn, but also by the fires in Fort McMurray, we are analyzing those. The Minister is looking at them with her staff and will be responding appropriately.
Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I asked the Minister of Democratic Institutions if she supports the Candidate Gender Equity Act. She said, quote, "We will study it on its merits when it is debated in the House." Yet yesterday, CTV acquired a leaked memo from the Minister's office that confirmed Liberals were already planning to oppose the bill when she made this statement. Will the Minister explain to Canadians why she didn't give them a straight answer on Tuesday and why she is forcing Liberal MPs to oppose a bill aimed at bringing gender equality to the House of Commons? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
this process with an open mind, and I certainly understand the challenges that women face in politics. While I congratulate my honourable colleague for his contribution to this important dialogue, this specific initiative is not the best way forward. As we look to evolve our democratic institutions, we will seek ways to encourage the inclusion of women, persons of other genders, and all individuals who are currently underrepresented to be represented in politics. This will be a free vote, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Caribou, Prince George. Wow, Mr. Speaker, talk about power going to somebody's head. Mr. Speaker, witness after witness at the Trade Committee last week agreed that the upcoming presidential election poses a threat to our new softwood lumber agreement. We don't have an agreement, and it's creating all kinds of uncertainty. Canadian job creators need certainty in order to run their businesses successfully. Tick, tick, tick. Why are the Liberals standing by and doing nothing on softwood lumber while the clock ticks down?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by reminding the honourable member that it was his government that left Canadians without a softwood lumber agreement. The previous agreement expired on his government's watch. We are very aware of the importance of this issue. We have focused on it from day one. We raised this during our state dinner at the White House. We raised it at the highest levels. I am working closely with the USTR and with the industry. We will get this done.
Yeah. For Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it was this government that put the end to the longest and most costly trade disagreement in history. This government with the softwood lumber agreement. Mr. Speaker, the United States is Canada's largest market for softwood lumber. There are hundreds of thousands of jobs on the line, yet the Liberals would rather spend his time coming up with ways to stall the Trans-Pacific Partnership because they're incapable of making good business decisions that are in the interest of Canadian jobs. Will the Trade Minister stand up and commit to bringing home a signed agreement before November?
Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely seized of the issue of softwood lumber. I am working very, very hard on this issue with my officials, with our ambassador to the United States, with the industry. I'd like to urge the honourable member to have a coffee with the member for Abbotsford, who will point out there is no connection between the softwood lumber agreement and the TPP. And I do also want to say we are negotiating for a good deal, but not just any deal. We'll get a good deal for Canadian producers.
The honourable member for Montagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the forest industry is struggling. Major factors like the renewal of the softwood lumber agreement with the United States and job losses are casting uncertainty over the industry that represents at least $20 billion for the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, all the regions of Quebec and Canada would be affected if the agreement is not renewed, particularly mine in the Lower St. Lawrence. How can the minister take so much time to finalize an agreement that's so important for our country and for all regions of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, our government and myself recognize the importance of the forestry industry for Quebec and for Canada. This is why I am in regular contact with my American counterpart on this issue. We are working hard to find the major elements that will allow us to deal with this issue, and our goal is to have stable access to the American access for our industry. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canadians are often at Service Canada offices when they must do business with the government. In my riding, the people have long complained about the service and the delays they're facing when they apply for essential programs such as employment insurance. Can the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development inform this House about the initiatives that he's undertaking to decrease wait times? The Honourable Minister.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the member for Madawaska-Restigouche for his important question and his efforts on behalf of the unemployed in Canada. We are undertaking national consultations on EI, and I thank my parliamentary secretary and the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Labour, as well as the member for La Métis-Matapédia for what they're doing and will be doing over the next few weeks. The comments and suggestions received will serve Service Canada to help them improve service to those using them and to the unemployed.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter to the Prime Minister, the Calgary Board of Education indicated that they have spent millions to accommodate the needs of Syrian refugee students. Many of these students have complex learning needs, including overcoming severe language barriers. Alberta is facing difficult times right now, and the school board has already run a deficit. They expect that they're going to have difficulty providing ongoing support for these students. Why is the government offloading costs for their Syrian refugee initiative onto local school boards?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I would question the premise of that question, but we will certainly look into it. I think on the whole, that we have had great success working with provincial governments on their refugees. I can tell the honourable member that as of today, 98% of the refugees are in permanent housing. And I think I'm about to run out of time, but thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
House Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 included $65.9 million for a so-called world-class biking and walking trail through Jasper National Park. This came out of nowhere, yet this Liberal government refuses to give any details. The minister has not consulted the public or stakeholders in spite of Liberal election promises that they be open and transparent. A project of this scale needs a robust public environmental assessment process prior to any decision being made. Why is this government following the Conservatives' lead, ignoring transparency and putting the ecological integrity of a treasured national park at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parks Canada places belong to all Canadians. We are committed to the ecological integrity of our national parks. We are also committed to making investments that ensure that Canadians have the opportunity to enjoy our parks. This investment in Jasper National Park follows this principle, and we are very excited. In 2017, we were providing all Canadians free access to national parks, national heritage sites, and national marine conservation areas. I encourage everyone to come on out.
Member for Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, the legacy of residential schools has indeed left a stain on Canadian history. It was indeed a great moment when we achieved the residential schools settlement in 2008. However, survivors of residential schools in Newfoundland and Labrador were left out. So my question is for the Parliamentary Secretary, for the Minister of Northern Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, also the MP for Labrador. Can she inform this House what the government is doing towards reconciliation and healing for the survivors in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame for his question, and to him and all my colleagues in the House of Commons for their support towards this issue. It has been a long-awaited move of reconciliation with residential school survivors in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're very pleased that this week the Government of Canada and the survivors of 5 Newfoundland and Labrador residential schools reached an agreement in the settlement of a class action suit. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to moving past this sad and terrible chapter in our history, advancing reconciliation.
For Selkirk and Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today I was joined by Bill Browder, an outspoken critic of government corruption, to announce new legislation. Conservatives have tabled the Sergei Magnitsky law in both the House and the Senate. Sergei Magnitsky was wrongfully arrested, tortured, and killed in a Russian prison. Mr. Speaker, legislation and sanctions on corrupt foreign officials who violate human rights were supported by the 3 main parties during the last election. Will the Liberal government now stand against abusive foreign officials and support this legislation, Bill C-267?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is completely right to say that what happened to Mr. Magnitsky is simply horrible. I note that we are able to stop the perpetrators of this crime with the current Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, because it's checking the eligibility at the border. So we have this capacity, and the committee will have to review very carefully the Special Economic Measures Act to address this kind of problem.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, when we toy with the democratic process, we customarily seek to obtain the broadest consensus possible. This government won 39% of the vote in the elections, but is appropriating 60% of the voting rights with this committee, which is indeed responsible for improving representation. If they want to improve democracy, they should start by looking at their own way of doing things. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister want to reform democracy, or does he want to take control of it?
Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I believe all members in this House share an ideal and a goal to enhance our democratic institutions for us and for future generations. Although the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party do not normally have official party status and don't normally have a seat around the committee tables, we believe that it's important to have a representative from each party at the table to call witnesses, to travel, to provide input to the ultimate brief that we will receive, and we are looking forward to their meaningful and constructive engagement in this process.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia is using tanks against its own political dissidents. But according to the Minister of Global Affairs, it's not a problem because the available images don't show any Canadian tanks. If the Canadian tanks, as if they were being used to drive the children to school. Yesterday, the Prime Minister justified the arms sale to Saudi Arabia in saying that we need to protect Canada's business image. How many human rights is the Prime Minister ready to violate in the name of business? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we never will miss an opportunity to defend human rights when we are speaking to the Saudi Arabian government. We've had several opportunities to do that, and the reason why we've had several opportunities to do that is because we have relations with them. We'll not make the mistake that the Conservatives made, which is to cut links off connections with countries. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The minister has the power to use this, and the Canadian tanks should be used well and properly.
Capel will now rise for the usual Thursday question.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Government House Leader can update the House as to what we'll be debating for the rest of this week and for the rest of next week as well.
Well, Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will continue study of the Conservative Party's motion. Tomorrow will be another opposition day. On Monday, we will begin study at report stage and third reading of Bill C-10 concerning Air Canada until 2 o'clock. After question period, we will go on to Bill C-14 concerning medical aid in dying.
And optimistic discussions with my colleague House leaders. I'm hopeful and optimistic that we'll have an agreement on the handling of the debate at report stage and third reading of Bill C-14 next week, provided we're able to complete, Mr. Speaker, debate on Bill C-14 next Wednesday. The House will debate an NDP opposition motion on Thursday. And finally, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, I would like to designate Monday, May 16th, for consideration in a committee of the whole of the main estimates for the Department of National Defence. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, during the debate in the House, I am sure that all NDP members are agree to amend motion number 5 concerning the composition of committees to include exceptionally the member for the Green Party and the members of the Bloc Québécois. So I'm calling on the unanimous consent of the House to amend motion number 5 of the government as followed. That the committee be composed of 12 members, including 6 members of the government party, 3 members of the official opposition, 1 member of the NDP, 1 member of the Bloc Québécois, and the member for the Green Party. It appears that the member does not have official, or rather unanimous consent of the House to move this motion.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, consideration of a motion standing in the name of Mr. Fast regarding the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon University has 2 minutes left in questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Economic Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the honourable member was here during the previous speech by the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, in which she made the statement that the TPP had been around for months and years. I'm wondering if the honourable member has any thoughts on that one. In fact, the treaty only became public in October, late in an election campaign.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Well, I have not asked my honourable friend exactly quite what she meant. I think one can say with reasonableness the general ideas, the debate, the negotiations around TPP had been going on since it was first gazetted, since it was first negotiated. I mean, former Secretary of State Clinton, who's now presidential nominee, assumed to be for the Democrats, likes to sometimes disown it and take credit for it. So the ideas of it have been around for quite some time, even if the specific text and the final decisions around it only came about at the end of last fall.
One last very short question. The honourable member, the Honourable Public Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it has been highlighted by the Minister and others that the fact that this is an agreement in which we do have the time to take a look at, consult with Canadians. It doesn't have to be ratified for another couple of years. And I'm wondering if the member can comment as to why he believes there's this super rush.
Very short answer.
Mr. Speaker, I believe Canada should be one of the first, if not the first, because we need to take leadership, because there is hesitation in the U.S. Congress, and Canada is one of the voices that has historically been listened to down there. If this agreement is to go through, not only for the good of Canada, but for the whole world, someone needs to be a leader. We're not seeing that in the United States of America right now. It would be good if it came from Canada as soon as possible.
Good answer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre. Mississauga, East Cooksville, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House calls for the government to send a strong signal to Canadian businesses and its closest allies that it supports international commerce. Mr. Speaker, the economic well-being of Canada's middle class has to be assured through a full sweep of programming, none of which can be effectively designed and delivered without due consideration of Canada's long-standing reality as an economy that has benefited through international trade. We've made this clear in our platform, in the speech from the throne and the budget speech, and most explicitly in the mandate letter the Prime Minister sent to the Minister of International Trade. The mandate letter, for the first time ever, was made public. And what clearer signal could you ask for, Speaker, than this instruction, which I quote in full? As Minister of International Trade, your overarching goal will be to increase Canada's trade and to attract job-creating investment to Canada, focusing on expanding trade with large, fast-growing markets, including China and India, and deepening our trade links with traditional partners. The mandate letter tasks the Minister with developing a new trade investment strategy, covering, amongst other matters, strengthening our investment attraction capacity, helping Canadian business take advantage of our free trade agreements, promoting trade and investment with emerging markets, and directly helping exporters and communities seeking international investment. It is important to conclude free trade agreements, but it is also important to ensure that our businesses are ready to take advantage of them, Mr. Speaker. As many of my colleagues mentioned it earlier, Canada is a trading nation. Our government recognizes that Canada is part of several important free trade agreements, such as NAFTA, but we are also negotiating several other bilateral and regional free trade agreements. These free trade agreements generally follow a format based on WTO principles and common structures. General objectives are found in the preamble and the initial provisions, while the substantive rules are then set out in distinct chapters, Mr. Speaker. The scope of Canada's free trade agreements is varied. For example, some agreements only cover the goods trade, such as that with Jordan. but most are more comprehensive, covering all aspects of trade, such as the NAFTA. These agreements address trade in goods and rules of origin, which are the rules that determine whether a particular product can benefit from the tariff reduction. Other parts cover investment, government procurement, trade in services, regulatory matters, electronic commerce, dispute settlement, and a variety of other topics covering key aspects of trade. Since the NAFTA came into force in 1994, Canada has also included environmental provisions in our free trade agreements. These rules include commitments to parties to maintain high levels of environmental protection, to enforce domestic environmental laws, not to relax or derogate from such laws, and to encourage trade or investment, to ensure access to domestic procedures and remedies for violations of environmental laws, and to promote public participation and transparency. Similarly, Canada includes labour provisions in trade agreements that seek to ensure that all parties respect internationally recognized core labour rights and principles. More than 70% of total Canadian merchandise trade is covered by these existing agreements, Mrs. Speaker. And negotiated agreements that are not yet in force could cover 85%. CETA's rapid implementation is also a core priority for our government. Canada has also recently modernized our free trade agreements with Chile and Israel, and the timely implementation of these is also a priority for our Minister of Trade. In addition, the government is exploring ways we can expand our commercial relations with China and India. Regarding the TPP, as you know, the government is engaged in a full and open consultation, including in Parliament, Madam Speaker. Let me talk a bit more on the TPP. As I am on the International Trade Committee, our committee decided on February 4th to study the TPP and hold a national public consultation, as we committed to during our election campaign. So far, we've heard from various stakeholders, including from the auto industry, from unions, from business leaders, and from many academics, Madam Speaker. The committee traveled to Vancouver, Calgary, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg in April, and is conducting more hearings this week in Quebec City, Montreal, and Toronto. As we speak, Madam Speaker, the committee is in Windsor to hear the views of Canadians on the TPP, and more consultations need to be done. The committee will have more hearings in Ottawa and must travel to other regions, including Atlantic Canada, to ensure that all views of Canadians are heard from different regions and backgrounds. Madam Speaker, we will not cut short our consultations. The previous government did not negotiate TPP in a transparent way and failed at consulting Canadians. We are fixing that, Madam Speaker. The previous government did not only fail at consulting Canadians on this major deal, they failed at engaging constructively with our biggest trading partner on several trade issues. When we assumed office, the damage the previous government had inflicted on Canada's standing in the world was glaring, Madam Speaker. They failed to promote Canada's interest abroad, especially with the United States. The prime example of this damage was the country of origin labeling, COOL. For many years, our beef and pork farmers and exporters suffered from this unfair provision. In only 8 weeks in office, the new Minister of International Trade was able to resolve that issue. But it does not end here, Madam Speaker. Examples of mismanaging our relations with our most important trading partners, including the former Prime Minister canceling the Three Amigos Summit and Keystone XL, Let me come back to what our government is doing to ensure that our business can export and to repair the damages from the previous government. As I said at the beginning, ensuring that Canadian businesses can take advantage of these free trade agreements is key. The Minister of International Trade is developing a new export strategy, and there are many, many public signals to our business community and to our economic partners and allies that demonstrate our commitment to international commerce is strong and in unequivocal terms. Let me start with the messages to partners and allies. Within weeks of assuming office, the minister was reminding the 162 members of the World Trade Organization that we need an ambitious agreement, and to get it, we need to build a domestic political consensus and a global political consensus around the absolute importance of further trade liberalization. And she has also met with many counterparts from our closest allies, including U.S. Trade Representative Froman and EU Trade Commissioner Malmstrom. Like her, they recognize that the globalized economy creates stresses as well as opportunities. Like her, they embrace the chance to leverage global business, to grow domestic jobs and growth. And like her, they know how important and how difficult it is to seek a domestic political consensus. To get there, Canadians, like their competitors and collaborators abroad, have to see the benefits of international trade beyond the benefits they see as consumers of a wider variety of products. All orders of government are actively promoting these, Madam Speaker. And although we compete vigorously with many countries, the realities of the global value chains means that we are also finding more and more ways of growing together, not at the expense of our trading partners. Let me briefly speak to what is already on the table without prejudice to what may be developed in the process of elaborating a new trade and investment strategy. First, Canada has a good toolkit. We have a framework of trade and investment agreements that constitutes a sound basis for stable, predictable international business. The government has built vigorously upon that basis, notably through the progressive provisions on investor-state dispute settlement that it negotiated into CETA, provisions that we believe will allow this extremely important agreement to be ratified and implemented. Secondly, opening doors is only part of the story. Our business often needs helping getting through those doors, and for that we have the government's Trade Commissioner Service. Present in over 160 points of service around the world, they are an unbeatable resource for reducing the knowledge risks around commerce, finding business leads and investors, Madam Speaker, advising on business cultures, warning about pitfalls, troubleshooting problems, running technology accelerators, etc. Third, we have specific programs to help attract investment, to support business associations as they help their members internationalize, and to financially assist early-stage international business development. On the latter, the Minister of International Trade launched the Can Export program in January, and it will be an important part of the government's export approach, Madam Speaker. It aims to help Canadian small and medium companies to take advantage of opportunities abroad, such as those arising from new trade agreements like CETA, as a result, increasing their competitiveness while creating jobs and growth at home. I'm pleased to report that Can Export has received strong interest from our small and medium-sized enterprise community. Since its launch, Global Affairs Canada has approved contributions to support more than 200 SMEs-led export development projects worth over $6.4 million. Funding is available to those companies on a cost-sharing basis, and we are asking recipients, as part of the agreement, to demonstrate how the program has led directly to their sales. 1/4 of the projects approved so far are targeting the CETA markets, showing the importance of and level of interest in this group of countries for Canada's small and medium-sized exporters. And finally, Madam Speaker, this is a whole-of-government effort. Every department and agency, every provincial, territorial, and municipal government is operating in the same global economic reality. All seek to leverage the potential of international commerce to build sustainable and inclusive growth for the middle classes and those working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, the strong support of the government for international commerce can be in no doubt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As with listening with most of the Liberal speakers today, they have come down firmly on both sides of the fence. So since they're all about consultation today, let me ask the honourable member, in his opinion, what would be a reasonable timeline for the consultation to be finished and for the government to give a decisive answer? When does he think, with his expertise being on the Trade Committee, that consultation will have been sufficient, and at what time does he think it will the government be able to have an answer? Will it take more time than for the electoral reform consultations, or less time?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Madam Speaker, having had the opportunity to travel on committee and to hear from Canadians, from the witnesses that have come forward, what we keep hearing over and over, Madam Speaker, as the question is posed to our witnesses, if they had been consulted on before by the previous government, many say no, and they are just now having an opportunity to discuss the TPP. And some are in favor, and some have some serious concerns, Madam Speaker. And it is our job and our commitment that we put out to Canadians in our election platform that we would consult openly on the TPP. As the member may have heard in my remarks, that we've been to Vancouver and Saskatoon and Calgary and Winnipeg, and the committee today is in Windsor. Tomorrow we will be in Toronto. We have to travel to the Atlantic provinces and meet with all Canadians, Madam Speaker, from all sectors, and ensure that their voice is heard. You know, the previous government, pushed the TPP through really in the cloak of darkness and in secret, Madam Speaker. And we've heard many that are actually many stakeholders that at times.
Maybe the member will be able to continue after the next question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think the honourable member is exactly correct when he criticizes the previous government for an utter lack of consultation. There was zero consultation with Labour, with environmentalists, with First Nations, with academics, and actually with many industrial players as well, who weren't part of the inside track that had the ear of the previous government. So I congratulate the government on pursuing consultation. I think that's wise. My question, though, is going to be about compensation. The previous government announced and acknowledged that the TPP would do significant damage to key industries in Canada. That's why they announced $4.3 billion in compensation to Canada's agricultural sector if we sign the TPP, and $1 billion to Canada's auto sector if we sign the TPP. I haven't heard anything from this government about whether it will honour that $5.3 billion of compensation to those industries if it does in fact choose to ratify TPP. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can enlighten us and all Canadians about his government's intention in that regard.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And it is a great question as we continue to travel the country and hear from so many witnesses, and many are in the sectors that the member cited, be it the auto sector or in the supply managed sector. The minister has been quite clear that those that have been adversely affected, though they will be addressed in terms of compensation. Mr. Speaker, but first what we have to do is really do a deep dive into finding out exactly what is within the TPP. This is just a huge trade agreement. It's 6,000 pages, Mrs. Speaker, but we are doing that due diligence at this time.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for an excellent speech and also for his excellent relations with small business in Mississauga.
Describe the diversity of views on the TPP from corporates and business stakeholders in his community, in his riding, and also the importance of consultations through such entities and organizations like the Mississauga Board of Trade.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, my friend from Mississauga Lakeshore for his question. And through our consultations, we've really heard from a wide variety of sectors, and especially from small and medium-sized enterprises. They really wanted to look at diversifying their opportunities. And through the TPP and through CETA and some other trade agreements, they see this as a tremendous opportunity. So we, with the Mississauga Board of Trade, have been able to deliver some of that information to them, and now through the Ministry of International Trade, to be able to have those supports and look at a export market is just terrific for those many companies. We want our SMEs to be successful, and we are there to be able to support them through a number of programs to make sure that they are successful, Madam Speaker, and they are able to reap the fruits of international trade. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to turn to the investor state provisions. We know that in CETA, one of the major final blockages of that deal were concerns raised on both sides of the Atlantic about allowing an investor state provision that would allow corporations to sue governments who are legislating and regulating the public interest. And we know, of course, that recent changes to the legal scrub of CETA greatly improved the ISDS provisions in CETA. My question to my honourable colleague, can he assure us that the TPP ISDS provisions will mirror the provisions of ISDS in CETA so that Canadians can be assured that their democratically elected government can actually legislate without fear of being sued by corporations?
Honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Around the ISDS or as a dispute settlement, the question was asked often at committee to our witnesses as a comparable between the ISDS that is within the TPP and that is within CETA. And CETA always has trumped as a better model. It is something that we would like to see and that we are pushing for. We see it as the gold standard, and it's something that I'm sure the Minister of International Trade has spoken with her counterparts to be able to make it a better agreement, is to push towards the standard that they've set under CETA.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Je l'avais. La salle des morts, Verdun.
Merci.
La salle des morts, Verdun.
About doing consultations, and is that one can travel across the country as well as in one's constituency and learn about other places. So I'd like to thank the honourable member for his work on the committee, but also would like to ask him about stakeholders in his riding, what he has heard for and against, Madam Speaker, even from his own constituency or knowledge of his own riding.
Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for all the knowledge and experience that he's brought to the table and all his tremendous work. within my riding of Mississauga East, Cooksville, Madam Speaker. You know, I've heard many of those that are in business and industry, be it SMEs or larger companies, are really chomping at the bit to be able to take advantage of what they find in CETA, the Canada-European Trade Agreement. They see this as an agreement that is very beneficial to them, and they see that as a tremendous opportunity to get into a market of 500 million people. $20 trillion of trade is something that they want to get going on.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much. Thank the member opposite for his presentation, but I do have a little cause for concern. You know, we continue to hear from the government about consultations as opposed to action. And for the people in my riding, whether that be at Honda, where we saw action taken with respect to when our government was in place with the Canadian-European Agreement and the opportunity for 600 new jobs, my question is when is the Liberal government taking action to actually close the deal on the TPP so we actually see the jobs?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the Liberal government is taking action. It has been Liberal governments that took action when it came to NAFTA to get us through past the goal line. It is a Liberal government that took action when it came to COOL and get that job done. It is a Liberal government that took action when it came to CETA and to get that moving and ratified, Madam Speaker. And it is a Liberal government with open consultation that will get TPP done.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be dividing my time today with the hardworking MP for Foothills. I do have to respond to the previous speaker's final soliloquy there, where he was desperately trying to paint a rosy picture of the Liberal government of the past support for trade. In fact, that entire soliloquy was incorrect, Madam Speaker. All of those deals the member talked about were negotiated and confirmed by Conservative governments, whether it was the Mulroney government or whether it was the previous Conservative government up to October, Madam Speaker. In fact, I'd invite that member and the Parliamentary Secretary for Trade, who's in the House, to look into that. In fact, 98% of the trade access Canadian exporters enjoy was secured by Conservative governments. And, Madam Speaker, there's an irony in that that is worth pointing out to the House and the small collection of people maybe watching at home. But, you know, the iconic Liberal leader, Laurier, in fact, was defeated on the issue of free trade, but 2 generations later, Conservatives became champions for free trade. And if you look at the time from Prime Minister Mulroney through to the previous Conservative government, well governed by the MP for Calgary Heritage, trade was a priority. Market access was a priority, Madam Speaker. And for a brief period of time, I had the privilege of serving as the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade at a time that we probably had the most ambitious trade agenda for Canada in our history, Madam Speaker. The CETA agreement reaching the final stages of negotiation, final stage negotiation and conclusion of the free trade agreement with the Republic of South Korea, the final few rounds of meetings that led to the agreement last summer with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But we were also ensuring that old agreements, like the standalone free trade agreement with Israel brought in by the Chrétien government, was improved and made broader with that important ally, and even smaller countries like Honduras that we were signing trade agreements with, trying to allow more people in that country to have access to good job opportunities and turn away from the narco-trafficking and some of the challenges that country was facing. So it was a key priority for the previous government, Madam Speaker, and that has to be put on the record at the outset. And I'd invite members who may like to think that NAFTA is a Chrétien achievement. It is certainly not. And in fact, the U.S. FTA, which then led to NAFTA, was entirely the work of Prime Minister Mulroney. In fact, Madam Speaker, he had the vision of taking that question to the Canadian people. And it was the 1988 federal election that affirmed Canada as a nation of free traders. And you know what? We should be, Madam Speaker, because in the global economy today, we cannot survive by just selling our goods to 35 million consumers. We have some of the most sophisticated and best consumers in Canada and products, from our agricultural products to our wines, to our spirits, to our manufactured goods, to our services. But we will not remain competitive if we just sell to ourselves. And Prime Minister Mulroney saw that. The last Prime Minister, the member now for Calgary Heritage, saw that. And so it was a critical element of the economic strategy of Conservative governments, Madam Speaker. And we're speaking today on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and that was a key part of that agenda in the previous Parliament. And why, Madam Speaker? There's really two reasons why Canada needed to be a strong voice at the table in the 11-nation deal that the Trans-Pacific Partnership represents. The first reason is the tremendous economic opportunity that 800 million consumers means for our exporters. By 2050, the 11 member nations of the Trans-Pacific Partnership will represent 50% of the global economy. So just think, and I talk sometimes with folks from Unifor and even folks in my riding and some of the unions that come and are very opposed to trade, and I say on autos, could you imagine, Madam Speaker, if Canada was not at the table, but the United States and Mexico, our NAFTA trading partners, were at the table with TPP? That would be terrible for our auto sector. In fact, there would be zero new capital investment by both North American or global manufacturers and assemblers in Canada because we would be less competitive. Why go and build a plant in Canada when you could build or expand in the U.S. and Mexico and have access on tariff preference to the 800 million consumers of the TPP? So there is actually, the TPP is a no-brainer, Madam Speaker. No-brainer. And so if we were not at the table, it would be bad economic leadership for our country. And what's ironic, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to remind most of the Liberal caucus, including the parliamentary secretary, was not part of the 41st Parliament, so I'm going to remind them, the Trade Minister, my friend, the MP from Toronto, Senator Rosedale, in her maiden speech in January 2014, accused our previous government of lacking ambition on trade. Lacking ambition. Yet even today in question period, Madam Speaker, we could not get a clear confirmation from this government that they think that TPP is in our national interest. That's crazy. In opposition, as a third-party member, she was saying Honduras, South Korea, TPP, CETA, you're lacking ambition. Now they won't even show steadfast support for the largest trade agreement that Canada has been a part of negotiating over the last 5 years. It's ironic, Madam Speaker, but it's also troubling because this is our economic future. In fact, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada across our entire economy, coast to coast to coast, is attributable to trade. Trade represents 60% of our GDP. And it's not just the vehicles made in Oshawa, which, Madam Speaker, have always been exported. We've always exported over 80% of our vehicles because our country is smaller. And efficiency means those production facilities needed to make more than just for our market. But it's not just the vehicles, it's not just Bombardier aircraft in Montreal, it's not just beef and pork and grain and oilseeds, it's also services, Madam Speaker. In fact, over half of our economy is in services. Whether we're looking at architectural design, accountancy, consulting, legal services, educational consulting, our economy and our information economy is incredible. When you combine that with the ICT sector, the IT and communications sector, Madam Speaker, with companies like OpenText and BlackBerry and our legacy with Nortel Networks, Canada has always been a leader from timber and minerals in our early days through to top of the heap consulting services from global executives today, Canada has never been an inward-looking country, Madam Speaker. We have always forged relationships and sold our goods and services abroad. So it troubles me greatly that the minister who said we lacked ambition in the last Parliament won't even affirm her position that TPP is a critical part of our economic success. The second reason TPP is so critical and strategic, Madam Speaker, is the geopolitical counterbalance that the TPP nations will provide for China. The impact of the growing Chinese economy has allowed it to sort of create a gravity well in global trade. And the 11 member countries of the TPP will be able to counterbalance that large impact by lowering tariffs and working together. So I was planning on speaking on other elements, but I wanted to make sure that many of the new members of the 42nd Parliament understand what brought us to agreements like this. It's that Canadians are free traders. We sell the best in the world products around the world, Madam Speaker. And this deal, the TPP, we must forge forward on because it's critical to our economic success to have preferential access to well over 50% of the global GDP economy. When you look at CETA, once it's in effect, NAFTA, South Korea, ultimately TPP, as I said, billions of consumers, all started with an ambitious conservative government behind it. I'm worried now that that same ambition that the trade minister once called for is lacking in this government, Madam Speaker, and I certainly hope that changes in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, that this government supports the Canadian businesses and recognizes the importance of international trade. Everyone in this House recognizes that some form of trade is essential to our economy. But just as we recognize that it is essential for people to drink water, but this does not follow that because we all need water to live, that we should drink it no matter what's in it. The same goes for trade deals. What is in it matters, and this is an agreement that is 6,000 pages long. And I must challenge the premises of the opposition motion. First, the motion states in its first clause that growing protectionism threatens the global economy. And then the very next sentence talks about developing rules that protect Canada's economic interests. There are serious threats to our economy, but of all the possible threats, is protectionism really the most serious?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for his question. It is one of the serious threats, absolutely, Madam Speaker. And in fact, the U.S. presidential race that, as all of us as political nerds in this place follow and watch that intently, the troubling rise of protectionist language in both the Democratic and Republican races should trouble Canadians, Madam Speaker, because we have lived and thrived on the border of the world's most voracious economy. That's why we've had our tremendous success as a large supplier of vehicles, of oil, of gas, of timber, of softwood lumber. If that economy closes up on us, where will Canadian exporters go? Well, fortunately, the previous government negotiated the CETA deal, South Korea, other countries, but TPP with 10 other nations represents 800 million consumers. We need to diversify our interests and our markets, and that's what that deal will do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question to my honourable colleague who has been member of the cabinet when the deal was made and was negotiated. But let me first, Madam Speaker, remind this House that a few moments ago a Liberal MP said that the Liberal Party was always for international treaty, which is all wrong. Because let me remind you that the first big, huge treaty was a free trade agreement signed under the oath of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, a progressive conservative leader that I'm very proud of. Let me remind you, too, that in the next general election in 1988, the Liberal Party, under the oath of the Right Honourable John Turner, fight hard against this deal. So, Madam Speaker, my question is to my colleague is how good it will be for Canadian economy if at least this government signed that deal.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend, the MP from Louis Saint Laurent, for his interjections in the House, his question, and particularly the breadth of knowledge and experience he brings to this place. It's a very welcome addition. I agree. You know, I think we all remember the famous Liberal ad from 1988, where the Liberal Party showed Canadians that the free trade agreement with the U.S. was going to erase the 49th parallel. They were going to erase that border. And John Turner said, "You're selling out Canada." No, because we know our producers, from the farms to the forests to Waterloo to Oshawa, are amongst the best in the world, Madam Speaker. And if we sell, that secures more jobs. And if we actually produce more jobs, more economic activity, we also see prices lower for Canadians at the same time. So trade is a win-win on jobs. It's a win for our economy. It's about time the new Liberal government starts standing up for it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question from the member from Kingston's and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't remember that advertisement from 1988. I was 13 years old and wasn't paying attention to what was going on in here. But the question, the comment that I do have, and I respect the fact that the opposition members are suggesting that the NAFTA free trade agreement came from Brian Mulroney. However, that was progressive conservative, a much different time of the Conservative Party, I would argue. So to take credit for that is a little unjust, I would think. I'm wondering if the member opposite would think that Brian Mulroney would sign an agreement that was 6,000 pages long without reviewing it first.
The honourable member for Durham, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I thank my friend from Kingston, the Islands, one of my favorite places in the country. I know his father, as sons of politicians, his father would remember that ad very well, I know. I'm proud to call Prime Minister Mulroney a friend, and I know that he took the vision and took the popularity hits to do what was right in the long-term issues of the economy. The last Conservative government did that. That's why it troubles me that even though the Trade Minister, who knows TPP is important, won't stand in this House and defend it, and other members are saying there hasn't been consultations when they sat on the Trade Committee on this very deal. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise in the House today to speak in support of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Our former Conservative government was committed to continue to defend our system of supply management in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, as well as we did in all previous trade agreements. We also want to ensure the Canadian agriculture sector, businesses, and our economy gain from the benefits that are part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, one of the largest free trade agreements in the world's history. As we pursued this goal, then Prime Minister, the member for Calgary Heritage, was always clear that we would only participate in any agreement that serves Canada's best interests. The former Conservative government consulted extensively with stakeholders, provinces, and territories in areas that are of specific interest and jurisdiction in the TPP. Our former Trade Minister, the member from Abbotsford, who gave a great speech this morning, consulted everyone in the provincial and territorial partners, and together they understood the importance of the TPP and is why they have supported it. Since 2006, the previous Conservative government signed free trade agreements with 46 countries, compared to only 5 by the previous Liberal government. This included South Korea, Ukraine, and the European Union. The TPP countries represent a market of almost 800 million new customers and a combined GDP of $29 trillion, more than 35% of global GDP. The TPP also includes some of the fastest growing markets in the world, as well as 2 of the largest economies, the United States and Japan. Canada has the potential to be one of the only major economies in the world with the free trade access to Europe, our NAFTA partners, and the Asia-Pacific region. That will represent more than 60% of the world's economy. The TPP region will also be a source of some of the world's fastest-growing economies over our next generation. Canadian workers and businesses in every region of our country, in fish and seafood, forestry and wood products, industrial goods, agriculture and agri-food, just to name a few, will benefit from increased access to high-value markets through the TPP agreement. This agreement will protect and create jobs, economic opportunities, financial security for workers and businesses in all regions of Canada. For example, recent studies by the Peterson Institute and the Fraser Institute have said the TPP could boost Canadian exports to $15.7 billion and could increase Canada's GDP by $9.9 billion annually. With 1 in 5 jobs in Canada and 60% of our nation's wealth directly linked to exports, Canada is and must remain a trading nation. Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises make up the vast majority of Canadian businesses and employ 7.5 million Canadians, or 70% of our private sector labour force. For the first time in any Canadian free trade agreement, the TPP includes a dedicated chapter with specific measures to assist our small and medium-sized businesses to help them take full advantage of the opportunities in this free trade agreement. Once again, this illustrates the former Conservative government's commitment to significantly increase the number of Canadian small and medium-sized businesses who have an opportunity to take advantage of these emerging export markets and setting them up for the opportunity to succeed. Ratifying the TPP will send a clear message to Canadian businesses, allowing exporters their opportunity to prepare and take advantage of this preferential market access with lower tariffs and further integration to global supply chains. We are the party that is standing up for small businesses. We are not the party that cut our promise and reneged on our promise to cut small business taxes. We are not the party that is actually increasing taxes on small businesses by $2.2 billion. It is our opportunity to sign this free trade agreement to ensure that there are opportunities for small businesses across Canada to give them access to these new emerging markets. Madam Speaker, my riding of Foothills is a largely agricultural riding in southern Alberta. In fact, Foothills is in the heart of Canada's cattle country, but it also has a healthy mix of grain and dairy farmers. Producers in southern Alberta are a global supplier of some of the highest quality agricultural products around the world. And through TPP, Foothills farmers and ranchers will have access to 800 million new customers. This will give them outstanding opportunities in new and emerging markets. Alberta's farmers and ranchers will have duty-free market access for most agriculture and agri-food products: canola oil, feed wheat, feed barley, beef, pork, just to name a few. They will have an enhanced market, and the TPP estimates tariffs on canola oil in Japan and Vietnam. Within 5 years, they will be eliminated, and on canola seed, they will be eliminated upon force. Feed wheat and barley will be duty-free and quota-free in Japan upon the entry into force of this agreement, while markups are reduced by 45% within 8 years. Canadian farmers will gain access to a TPP-wide quota for food barley, which starts at 25,000 tons and grows to 65,000 tons within 8 years. Canadian farmers and ranchers will have new markets for Canadian beef and pork. For example, tariffs on beef exported to Japan will be reduced from 38.5% on fresh and chilled and frozen beef and 50% on certain offal down to 9% within 15 years. In Vietnam, the tariffs are 31% on fresh, chilled, and frozen beef, and these will be completely eliminated within 2 years. All of this means exciting new markets and opportunities for Canadian agriculture and agri-food producers and processors. We cannot underestimate the impact free trade has on our Canadian agriculture producers and processors. For example, and I want to just take a walk down memory lane. Prior to reaching a free trade agreement with South Korea, Canadian beef exports to South Korea totaled about $9 million a year. It accounted for less than 10% of South Korea's beef imports, which were about $1.3 billion annually. The reason for that is we could not compete with the United States and the European Union, who had free trade agreements already with South Korea. Now, since that free trade agreement has been signed and South Korea started bringing Canadian beef back into its country, as of 2014, beef exports from Canada into South Korea have increased to $25.8 million, tripled from what it was prior to signing a free trade agreement with South Korea. This will be the same sort of results with the TPP. Let's take a look at the potential. Japan is the jewel of the Trans-Pacific Partnership when it comes to Canadian agriculture products. As of right now, Canadian beef exports into Japan are about $100 million a year. It is anticipated once the TPP is ratified, that number will triple to $300 million a year from Canadian beef producers being exported into the Japanese market. Our ranchers and farmers know how important this agreement is. For example, the Canadian Cattlemen's Association President Dave Solverson called the agreement a game changer for Canada's beef industry and Canadian agriculture as a whole, saying this is fantastic news for Canada's beef producers. Paddy Miller, President of the Canola Council of Canada, said leadership shown by the Government of Canada to make sure that Canada benefits from this landmark agreement will help the canola industry to continue growing and supporting our communities. We hope all parties will recognize the importance of implementing this agreement as quickly as possible so we can all have the benefits to be realized. The former Conservative government also adamantly protected Canada's supply management system. We announced a series of new programs and initiatives for supply-managed producers and processors to support them through the implementation of the TPP and the Canada-EU trade agreements. Through programs such as the Income Guarantee Program, the Quota Value Guarantee Program, the Processor Modernization Program, and the Market Development Initiative, Canada's defended the three pillars of supply management and ensured that they would remain protected. For example, Wally Smith, President of the Dairy Farmers of Canada, said, and I quote, "We recognize that our government fought hard against other countries' demands and have lessened the burden by announcing mitigation measures and what seems to be a fair compensation package to minimize the impact on Canadian dairy farmers and making up for cutting growth in the domestic market. We have come a long way from the threat of eliminating supply management," end quote. However, now we hear the new Liberal government has been very mum on the compensation package for supply management in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, raising fears among the industry that this compensation package may no longer be on the table. Madam Speaker, why is this government not doing whatever it can to facilitate further growth by supporting the Trans-Pacific Partnership? There was nothing in the Liberal budget about agriculture, and in fact there was no funding for the compensation package negotiated and supported by the supply management industry. In speaking to ranchers and farmers throughout my riding, they have said that the markets that they have in the domestically has stagnated. If they are going to grow, they need access to new markets. Their message is very clear. On a level playing field, they can compete with anyone in the world. We have the best products anywhere in the world. What they're asking for is give them the chance to compete and ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trades.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Foothills, as well as the honourable member from Durham who spoke before, who just left, and thank them for their work on this file. One of the problems, Madam Speaker, with the other side of the House is while they did consult on the TPP, they only consulted while negotiating with people who actually agreed with them. And when they cite studies, they tend to cite the Peterson Institute and the C.D. Howe Institute, who generally tend to favor, whereas our other friends at the other end of the House tend to cite Tufts and Jim Stanford. So we are consulting to figure out what's happening. But what I'd like to raise with the honourable member is something that came from his predecessor's speech, the honourable member from Durham, who is back. We realize that data flows and service well, it's part of the TPP. Data flows and services.
Remind the member that you can't say if somebody has been or not in the House. So, and
thank you. Data flows are an important part of the service industry, which our honoured friend has cited as an important part of the TPP. But do our friends not have privacy concerns when this data flows out into other countries, which may or may not have privacy regimes that are as strong as ours in Canada?
Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question and appreciate your apology on that. I think that what we need to focus on here is their continued consultation. They're continuing raising these concerns which don't exist. I have consulted with farmers and ranchers in my riding, Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Canadian Dairy Farmers Association, Alberta Beef, Alberta Dairy. These groups are in support. Now, for them to say we're going around the country consulting with groups that aren't in favor, well, I think what they need to do here is show some leadership. If you're trying to get consensus on something, you'll be consulting from now until the end of time. It is not going to happen. What you need to do now is say there was an extensive consultation with the previous government as they negotiated this agreement. Now you've consulted again. You have to show leadership, say we'll never get consensus, but this is good for Canada. We should prove it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party this. His previous Prime Minister
in the election or just prior to the election announced that if Canada ratified TPP, he would offer $4.3 billion of compensation to Canada's agricultural sector. Also, the Conservative cabinet announced that if TPP were signed, they would make a further $1 billion available in compensation to the auto sector. Now, taking those things together, it's quite obvious that his own Conservative Party recognized that over $5.3 billion of harm, economic harm, would be done to those two industries in Canada, or else, unless the government was just giving money away. But I presume the reason they were giving compensation to the industries was to compensate them for the inevitable harm that would come to those industries as a result of TPP. Or perhaps he can enlighten us and tell us why the former Conservative Prime Minister wanted to spend $5.3 billion of taxpayers' money to those two sectors once we signed TPP.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think he's being a little bit dramatic. This was not funding that we were saying. We knew this was going to have an impact. This was a safety net if anything were to happen, as a transition period as we go from the rules and regulation and the tariffs that are in place now to having those free trade agreements in place. Now, as I said in my speech, the information that we have from very reputable think tanks and economists is this could mean $15.9 billion to Canada's economy. Now, certainly there are going to be some situations in there that you have to take some care with, and that included supply management. But supply management industry came to us after this agreement was negotiated and said this was much better than anything we could have anticipated. We were very concerned of what sacrifices we would have to make as an industry. Now, not only did we have that compensation package in place, but now we have a Liberal government that has removed that compensation package and now has raised some great deal of fears within the supply management industry.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to split my time with the fabulous, hardworking member from Cowichan and Malahat Langford. Madam Speaker, when we talk trade in this House, it always strikes me that you have these two solitudes. You've got one approach that wants to approach trade from a position of jingoism and simplification and attack of anybody who may want to question a particular trade deal as being not interested in trade, versus another approach to trade, which is one that values the concepts of consultation, of taking care in signing these large major agreements, and in making sure that there's a net benefit to Canada. So I'd like to start my remarks today by assessing what the real state of affairs is around the impact of TPP today. Because there's a lot of exaggerated claims about what these trade agreements do or don't do, and there's some numbers, of course, that are generated. Now, the previous Conservative government liked to produce an economic impact assessment, keep it to themselves, base it on completely wild assumptions like full employment and 100% capital reinvestment of all of the tariff savings back into the economy, and all sorts of things that every reputable economist will tell you is just simply nonsense, and then just repeat those numbers. Well, let's look at what the most recent numbers are by sources that study these agreements about the impact of TPP on Canada. First of all, I'd like to point out that there's often confusion, particularly from the Conservative side of this House, when they talk about the size of the market of TPP. They act and portray like signing this agreement will give us access to a market of so many billions of dollars and so many hundreds of millions of people, when in fact Canada already has access to those markets. This doesn't give us new access. We already have access to these markets, and we're already trading with them. Similarly, what is not pointed out enough is that of the 12 countries participating in TPP, 5 of those countries already have free trade agreements, including Canada. We already trade with the United States on a free trade basis, and Mexico, and Chile, and Peru. And by the way, those 5 countries make up over 80% of the GDP of this region already. What often is not said as well about the TPP is that 97% of Canadian exports entering TPP countries, 97% enter those markets tariff-free today. So when we come to start assessing
the impact of TPP. We have to put it in perspective. But now let's look and see what some reputable groups outside this House have to say. The C.D. Howe Institute, no left-wing group there, has assessed the impact of TPP 10 years out at having a 0.6% boost to Canada's GDP. The World Bank has estimated 10 years out after TPP is signed that it would have a 0.8% boost to Canada's GDP. And the most recent study, done by Tufts University Centre for Global Studies, estimates it would be a 0.28% boost to Canada's GDP 10 years out. If you average those three numbers, Madam Speaker, the consensus boost to Canadian economy as a result of signing TPP is 0.56%. Now, in a $1.8 trillion economy, we'll call it $2 trillion, that is $10 billion of GDP 10 years out in a $1.8 trillion economy. Now, that's not nothing. That is important. But clearly, on any rational assessment of the true state of affairs now and what the impact of TPP would be on GDP, it would not have the blockbuster impact touted by its most fervent boosters. Now, as a matter of fact, economists looking at TPP also point out that the benefits of TPP do not flow uniformly among the 12 countries. And in fact, they find that there will be negligible to negative impact on the United States and Canada as a result of this deal when we look at a number of macroeconomic factors. Maybe, Madam Speaker, maybe that's why the two leading contenders for the U.S. president, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, both are on record as opposing the TPP in the United States. They join other people, again, no left-wingers here, Jim Balsillie, one of Canada's premier entrepreneurs, who has called TPP an innovation killer for Canada. Or Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz, as well, has said the TPP represents the worst trade deal negotiated in the globe today. Now let's talk about jobs. I was fortunate enough to be trade critic for the New Democratic Party for 3 years, and I had the privilege of meeting many economists and talk to them about their positions on trade. And what I was told repeatedly, the consensus in economics is that trade deals do not necessarily create jobs. There are many reasons perhaps to enter trade agreements, but job creation is not considered one of them by classical economics. Generally, the consensus is that a trade deal may have a plus or minus 1% impact on jobs, depending on who the parties are and depending on the terms of the deal. What trade deals do, however, is they create job dislocation. So in other words, some sectors benefit from the trade agreement and employment growth may go up. Others suffer damages by the trade agreement and lose employment. So you have to also measure not only the quantitative aspect of job creation or loss, but the type of jobs, because you may be losing good jobs in one sector and increasing lower-paying jobs in another sector. So what's the assessment of TPP, Madam Speaker? It's that TPP is estimated to cost the Canadian economy 58,000 jobs. Now, I think, as I've been pointing out in this debate all day today, is that's well known and it's acknowledged by the Conservative Party whose motion lies before the House, because they themselves said to the Canadian public that if we sign TPP, Canadian taxpayers will have to pay $5.3 billion, not contingent upon losses, like they've said in other agreements, but would pay $5.3 billion to the agriculture sector and auto sector in Canada to compensate them for the damage that even they acknowledge would happen to those two sectors. So there's proof of that here. Now, I want to talk about the auto sector. If you look at some of the provisions, the actual provisions of the TPP, in the auto industry, as has been pointed out by my colleague from Windsor today, this agreement was poorly negotiated in terms of protecting the Canadian auto sector, because the phase-out of tariffs compared to Canada and Malaysia and the United States differ. The United States got a 25-year phase-out period for its auto tariffs. Malaysia got 12 years, Canada 5. Not only that, but the damage to the rules of origin provisions are even worse. Currently, for a car manufactured in North America to qualify for tariff-free movement between NAFTA countries, 65% of that car and the parts in it have to be made within that jurisdiction. What does TPP say? 35%. That means a car made 65% in Malaysia or made in China can come into Canada tariff-free. Now, if anybody in this House thinks that that car coming into Canada tariff-free is not going to damage auto production in Canada, then I want them to stand in this House and say so today, and we'll see what happens if this agreement is signed in 5 years. I'll tell you as well about agriculture. We all know that Australia and New Zealand were attacking Canada's supply managed sector relentlessly through these negotiations, and I will give credit, actually, to the Conservative government for holding firm on the supply managed sector. But again, the fact that $4.3 billion would have to be allocated to Canada's agricultural sector, including the supply managed sector, tells you all you need to know about the impact of TPP on the ag sector. Now, I want to talk about human rights, because that's something that's not been mentioned enough in this House. 2 of the countries that are partners in the TPP are Brunei and Vietnam. Brunei last year passed a form of Sharia law that makes it a crime punishable by stoning to death homosexuality or adultery. Vietnam today uses child labor, prison labor, and in some people's point of view, virtual slave labor, in addition to being a country that has no respect for democratic traditions whatsoever. Now, those are not the kind of countries the New Democrats say that should be rewarded with economic preferences. Now, the Conservative Party has stood in this House and they want sanctions on Iran. As recently as last week, they were criticizing the Liberal government for warming relations with Iran. They say we should have sanctions, which is the opposite of preferential economic benefits. They want to punish them economically. Why? Because they don't like the politics of Iran. Well, why don't they say the same thing about the politics of Brunei? Let the Conservatives stand in this House and tell the GLBTQ community in this country that they think that they should be sending economic privileges to a country where people will be put to death for their sexual preference.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his comments. I'm a strong advocate for free trade and solid international economic presence. Given that approximately 1 in 5 jobs in Canada are export dependent, and that the NDP strongly supports the preservation and sustainability of Canadian jobs, I would like to ask the honourable member if he believes that Canada is a trading nation, and if so, whether they also agree that we have a duty incumbent upon us to expand our economic opportunities both domestically and as well as internationally.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Madam Speaker, of course the New Democrats believe in trade. Every single Canadian from every political persuasion believes in trade. It's only part of the chicanery and demagoguery and oversimplification and, frankly, ideological simplification of the previous Conservative government, where they wanted to turn the complex discussion of trade into one of you either support the agreement they signed or you're against trade. Canadians know that's nonsense. That's why they booted them out of office. I mean, the Liberals, for instance, and the honourable member is a member of the Liberal Party, they opposed the free trade agreement with the United States. They then said that they opposed NAFTA and said that if they won the election, they would rip up NAFTA, and didn't do that. Now, I would ask her, does that mean that their opposition to those 2 agreements means that they were opposed to trade? Well, of course not. It meant that when you take complex agreements that are thousands of pages and have profound implications for our economy, that we have to study them carefully and determine if they're of a net comprehensive value to Canada. And reasonable people can come to the conclusion that they do not. And the New Democrats believe that that's the case with the TPP.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend. I did enjoy time with him on the trade community, and I complimented him on having the NDP sign on to their first trade agreement in their history with South Korea, and I know that was his influence. But what he neglects to tell this House and Canadians when talking about trade, he quoted some modest GDP improvement numbers and said, 0.5% GDP growth, it's not a blockbuster, that sort of thing. But I'll pose to him the question I raised in my remarks, Madam Speaker. What would happen if Canada did not sign on and our NAFTA partners were there? that would kill the auto sector. There would not be another dollar invested by North American or global manufacturers, because suddenly our two NAFTA partners would have access to 800 million consumers and Canadian operations would not. So he never talks about how our GDP would go down if suddenly Canada did not have preferred trade access to these countries. So it's about getting a good deal, which I think the last government did. But I'd like him to talk about, is it an economic strategy to navel gaze and avoid trade with the rest of the world?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, first of all, my honourable colleague is incorrect. The NDP supported 2 trade agreements in the last parliament, the one with Jordan and the one with South Korea. And I will grant him, I think that's a fair point. There is an argument to be made that if our NAFTA partners do sign TPP and get preferential access to, say, the Japanese market, that Canada, for purely defensive reasons, would be wise to join the TPP for that reason. That is one reason in argument in favour of the TPP as well. But countering that, I repeat, if this agreement was good for the Canadian auto sector, why did his Prime Minister last Parliament promise the auto sector $1 billion in compensation? Also, as I said before, the different tariff phase-out periods, having the U.S. have 25 years and Canada 5, also may result in Canadian car manufacturers shifting their production to the U.S. to take advantage of those slower phased-out tariffs. So it could be the TPP does damage as well.
We got time for a brief questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, and I thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his comments. A lot of history there and knowledge as well. I'd like to ask the member, though, too, as the health critic, what are some of the concerns that he may have with respect to the TPP on health implications, particularly with respect to pharmacare?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Considerations, Madam Speaker. One is, of course, that the new intellectual property rules, everybody acknowledges, will delay the introduction of generics to market, which will no doubt have an impact on rising healthcare costs in Canada. But second, and this goes to my question earlier about the ISDS procedure, is ISDS under TPP may result in companies being able to sue Canada for bringing in national programs, including perhaps a national pharmacare program. The Minister of Trade with this government says that CETA represents the gold standard in ISDS. That means TPP represents the bronze standard. And I don't think we should be Canada should not settle for bronze when it comes to a trade agreement.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour today to stand in the House and continue debate on the Opposition Day motion brought in by the Conservative Party on the Trans-Pacific Partnership and whether Canada should be engaging in it, whether we need to sign the agreement early, and so on and so forth. Now, we know when the Conservatives were in government, they did hold highly secretive consultations that were hidden for the most part from the eyes of Canadians. And these consultations, while they included many people from the corporate world, did exclude labor groups, environmental groups, and other members of civil society, the very same people whom this TPP is going to have a profound impact on it. And we know that the member from Abbotsford, who was the former international trade minister, was the one who started the negotiations in this and really was pushing it, trying to get the deal signed right during the middle of the election. So it's not, therefore, a surprise that we are dealing with this motion today. It is, however, unfortunate, because at this very moment, the Standing Committee on International Trade is holding public consultation hearings across the country to hear what Canadians are saying. This motion is putting the cart before the horse. The committee is in Windsor today, listening to how the deal would negatively impact jobs in southwestern Ontario. And earlier this week, the committee was in Montreal, where it met with 19 witnesses, 19 of whom were opposed to the TPP. Now, Section B of this motion says, and I quote, "The Trans-Pacific Partnership is the best opportunity to strengthen the multilateral trading system and develop rules that protect Canada's economic interests." Now, that last sentence is the one I take issue with, protecting Canada's economic interests, because I think we on this side of the House have a differing opinion on that. Because the real fact of this matter, Madam Speaker, is that this deal is estimated to cost about 60,000 Canadian jobs, and it will give more rights to corporations through investor-state clauses. Now, I know this will shock some of my Conservative colleagues in the House, but we in the NDP are in favour of trade deals, just not the ones that Conservatives and Liberals sign. We are in favour of fair trade, not free trade, and not in deals that are created just as corporate rights deals. 97% of exports, as my friend from Vancouver Kingsway mentioned, 97% of Canadian exports that go to TPP countries are already tariff-free anyways, so it gives rise to the question on why the Conservatives are insisting on this motion today. I want to talk a little bit about human rights, Madam Speaker, because much has been made about some of the countries that these deals have been signed with. This deal is going to link us with countries that have known poor labour rights records like Brunei, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Signing deals like this with countries with those kinds of records gives them a legitimacy that they should not have. And it's been done in the past. The Conservatives did it before with examples like Honduras, which has a terrible human rights record, but not a very large economy. But the Conservatives signed the free trade deal anyways. There's also Colombia, which has a shocking record on labor, organized labor, of using militias and paid groups to brutally suppress any form of demonstration that goes against the corporate mantra that that country operates by. I mean, we have seen examples of it, and there have been examples of Canadian companies being complicit down in South American companies in fomenting that kind of organization against labor. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that we can just legitimize these countries in the name of giving corporations more power. Some of the issues that have been brought to me from my constituents make it very clear that I cannot, as a Member of Parliament for Cowichan Malahat Langford, speak favourably about a trade deal that would be so destructive to working people. I want to speak a little bit about the investor-state dispute resolution settlement. The investor-state dispute settlement allows corporations to sue governments in secretive tribunals, and they will tie the hands of governments that try to improve healthcare or environmental laws. Governments trying to protect the environment or the health of Canadians are simply doing the job that they were sent there to do by their constituents. And these have been brought down by global trade rules, and they've allowed corporations to sue based on the complaints that they will lose profit. You know, I remember one particular example when the Green Energy Plan of Ontario, and it was designed to create local jobs by moving to a greener future. There was one example where the government of Ontario tried to source local solar panels and try and create an economy while at the same time moving to alternative energy. I think that's a noble pursuit that any government in Canada should be going to. But they were smacked down by the World Trade Organization because the government of Ontario was found to be discriminating against foreign suppliers. So is that really the kind of deal we want, where local Canadian technology companies are being smacked down just because local citizens, through their elected representatives, want to support local industry? Is that really the kind of deal we want? Well, I don't think so, Madam Speaker. My province of British Columbia was sued in 1998 over their water protection legislation by that Sunbelt Water Incorporated felt harmed their profits. The TPP would also lock in intellectual property policies like patent term extensions, which were recently set by the Conservatives. This will ensure that Canada continues to have one of the highest per capita drug costs in the OECD. And that's something that flies in the face of us trying to get a national pharmacare plan up and running. Raw logs is an explosive issue in my riding. Under the current provincial laws, export of raw logs require an exemption license from the BC government. And although the BC government hasn't been very good at doing that, one example shows that in 1997 we were exporting 200,000 cubic meters of raw logs. Nowadays it's 5.5 million cubic meters. And with the TPP, we've already heard that Japan wants to ease the restrictions on raw log exports so that they get the raw product, they get to make it into something and perhaps sell the finished product back to us. If Canada and Japan ever disagreed on the interpretation of the rules, it would again go to a secret trial with no input from the elected representatives. I want to take a quote, Madam Speaker, of the Broadbent Institute, and it says, "Beyond the narrow calculus of likely winners and losers from changes to the trade rules, the TPP reinforces policy rules which prevent Canada from pursuing more active economic development strategies to diversify our economy. The TPP will likely limit our ability to require higher value-added processing of our resource exports to Asia, such as restrictions on the exports of logs rather than lumber, or on unprocessed fish rather than fish products." If we really want to get past our image as the hewers of wood and the drawers of water, we need to really critically examine deals like this and ask, are they really serving the national interest? Are we really encouraging that value-added industry? Supply management is another big issue. My colleague from Vancouver Kingsway already went over the large compensation package that was offered to farmers, and it begs the question that if this is really so good for supply management, why are dairy farmers being offered such a big package? And really, I think it's going to be the beginning of the end for our supply management system, a system that promotes a great way of living for farmers, and I know many farmers in my riding have talked to me about how they depend on it for their local families. I think, Madam Speaker, one of our greatest tests in this day and age is how we react to climate change and protect our environment. We need to really be active in measures like that. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to support local technology and alternative energy, specifically developing homegrown industries that develop solar panels, wind turbines, tidal power, and so on. We need to have the ability to invest in local jobs that make those products and not be under fear of persecution under a trade deal like the TPP just because we're deciding to support local industry. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I will just say that I think that the wording of this motion is putting the cart before the horse, especially in the middle of the fact that the Trade Committee is doing important work, listening to witnesses and hearing a lot of negative reactions. And I am proud to stand with the New Democratic Caucus that we believe in fair trade and not just free trade, and I hope all honourable colleagues will stand with me on that note.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really enjoyed the members' discussion about the ideas of human rights. For instance, the OECD and other organizations have identified a lack of demand as being the central problem facing our economy. And in simple terms, a lack of demand means that ordinary citizens like my constituents in Winnipeg Centre and elsewhere across the country do not have money to spend. They are saddled with record personal debt. Their wages are stagnant. They need steady jobs. They need decent wages. And what the OECD has said is what is required most is to put money into the hands of people, the people who need it the most, to create jobs through infrastructure. And I think there are far greater threats to our global economy and to the Canadian economy that cannot be solved by simply rushing to sign an artificial deadline with a trade deal. And I was wondering what the other member thinks about that artificial deadline.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague across the aisle on putting this artificial deadline in place. The fact of the matter is that all 12 countries, their legislatures now have 2 years in which to consider this, and to suddenly say that June 29th is when the government must declare its support for this, well, it's simply an arbitrary number. And it does not matter if it's going to be the Three Amigos Summit, but I agree with him on the local infrastructure, and I'm just worried that when local governments are putting out tenders for procurement and stuff, trade deals like this will interrupt their abilities to support local companies. And I agree with him that the international trade is not the most pressing issue of our time. I think we need to look at examples like his community and communities across Canada, identify the great amount of income equality that exists in Canada, and take some firm actions to address it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for sharing his thoughts on trade here with this House today. And I'm going to follow up on my questions that I gave to his colleague from Vancouver Kingsway earlier, in that I think over the last 2 generations, really, the New Democratic Party has missed the boat on trade and has allowed themselves to be stuck in an ideology that doesn't actually support their members. I refer them to the Auto Pact in 1965, which the NDP opposed, but actually benefited and built the Canadian auto industry we enjoy today, including in Windsor, including in Oshawa. Had we taken their position then, we would not have had the jobs and production when tariffs were reduced, because the supply chain had gone from being just based in one country to being North American. Now that supply chain, particularly for parts, is global. And if Canada's not part of the global trade relationships, we will have less jobs in the global auto and auto parts industries. I'd like his comment on what could be Canada missing the boat.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we here in the NDP, our job here is to bring a voice to Parliament which so often goes unheard by government. And that is what my job is here. It's here to speak on behalf of my constituents and a larger group of people, whether they are in the environment or labour groups. People have raised legitimate concerns about this trade agreement, Madam Speaker, and we are presenting those voices to Parliament because so often they are shut out from the negotiations. So I unapologetically stand here on their behalf to give voice to their concerns because it needs to be heard in this chamber. So I submit that to my honourable colleague. With respect to the Auto Pact, yes, as my friend from Vancouver Kingsway said, there is a danger with the auto industry that we could miss out on the boat. But it still means we need to give a critical look to this deal to decide if ultimately, holistically, if it is in the best interests of our country going forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my friend from Bow River. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Abbotsford for leading our official opposition on this very important file.
Hear, hear.
I rise today to speak on the opposition motion regarding the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the TPP. But before I start, I'd like to begin with a little quote taken on January of 2014. And I quote, "I support a more ambitious, wider-reaching, which fully and ambitiously integrates Canada into the global economic partnership." And who said that? Well, the Minister of International Trade on her maiden speech in the House of Commons when she was a member of the third party. So that sounds a lot like the Trans-Pacific Partnership to me.
It does.
It's a multinational trade agreement, which we all know represents 35% or more of the global economy. And this agreement will open up markets across the Asia-Pacific region to Canadians, including markets in Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, the United States, and Vietnam. As a member of the Conservative Caucus, I strongly support the TPP and this motion. It has the potential to unlock massive and growing markets for Canadian exports across all industrial sectors. I, too, hope my colleagues will support this motion to ensure the ratification of the TPP and the protection of Canadian jobs. The TPP represents a market of almost 800 million new consumers with a combined GDP of $29 trillion. Represents 35% of the global GDP. But without ratification of this agreement, Madam Speaker, Canada stands to lose billions of dollars worth of trade opportunities. The importance of this agreement and the ratification cannot be overstated. In 2014, Canada's exports to TPP countries accounted for 81% of the total value of Canadian exports, worth about $759 billion. This agreement will set the rules for trade in the Asia-Pacific region for generations. The government has an opportunity to get in on the ground floor of this agreement and help shape it moving forward, to ensure Canadian businesses and workers are on a level playing field with its competitors in the Asia-Pacific region. As a mid-sized economy, Canada and Canadians prosper when there are multilateral rules to protect its economic interests. Madam Speaker, in the most recent budget, the Liberals are planning to run multi-billion-dollar deficits, as we all know. But through the trade opportunities in the TPP, we can grow our economy without spending billions of taxpayers' dollars that we do not have. That is why we are calling on the Liberal government to make a decision on the TPP agreement by June 29th for the North American Leaders Summit in Ottawa. Endorsing the TPP will send a clear signal to Canadian businesses, allowing exporters to have the opportunity to prepare and take advantage of this market access with lower tariffs and further integration of global supply chains. Canada cannot afford to be protectionist. We are a trading nation, and many jobs rely on that trade.
That's right.
We cannot afford to turn our back on the opportunities available through the TPP. We need to only look back over the last few years during the global economic slowdown to see how a damaging protectionist mentality can be to the economy. Some of the world's biggest economies, the biggest traders, became sworn enemies of trade. Buy American was our biggest trading partner's plan. Then France First, even China started to implement their own domestic-only plan. What is clear, growing our access to major economies and emerging markets clearly demonstrate long-term gains for Canada and the rest of the world. Instead of appearing in shows in Hollywood, the Minister of International Trade needs to demonstrate leadership on this file. While many believe it is important to showcase herself to Americans, Canadians are worried about their jobs and need a government that will work to create opportunities to protect their livelihoods. I was pleased to see in Budget 2016 that the government has committed to swift ratification of CETA, so citizens, and I quote this, so citizens can quickly reap the benefits of this high-quality agreement. The European market is vast, with more than 500 million potential new customers. And I'd hope that this government would also commit to helping our citizens benefit to more than 800 million more new customers that could be accessible by ratification of the TPP. We have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to contribute in a significant way to the increase of business channels and embrace the realities of being a player on the world stage. It's time for the Liberal government to be open with Canadians, as well as our allies, and tell them whether or not we support the biggest trade agreement in over 20 years. Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote from Budget 2016. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would offer opportunities to grow Canadian trade with Asia-Pacific countries, enhance North American production, and improve job quality in Canada. If the government agrees with our side about the many merits and benefits of this deal, why does it continue to stall ratification? A recent study by the Fraser Institute told us that the TPP could boost Canadian exports by $15 billion and could increase Canada's GDP by over $9 billion. While many sectors and industries will benefit from the TPP, I'd like to speak about some of the benefits for the agricultural sector. Agriculture and the agri-food sector employ close to 2.3 million people and account for 6.6% of Canada's GDP. We're also the fifth largest exporter of agriculture and agricultural food products globally. From 2012 to 2014, those exports to the TPP countries were worth $31.2 billion annually. Exports included canola, wheat, live swine, baked goods, beef, and processed potatoes, and that's just naming a few. Madam Speaker, those are products that are grown right across Canada. In my riding, agriculture is significant. It's an economic driver that supports many communities, and this agreement offers many of those constituents a chance to grow their businesses and prosper. Whether it's beef, pork, wheat, barley, canola oil, processed food, vegetables, food growers and processors, wine and spirits, again, just naming a few, producers and exports all stand to benefit from the TPP. I've spoken to many of my constituents about this deal. It was a big issue during the recent election campaign. They have expressed the benefits it will have for them and their families. Agricultural and agri-food exporters across the country will see benefit, again, to having access to 800 million more potential customers. The TPP will also ensure that Canadian businesses and exporters have a competitive advantage over competitors from nations outside that TPP. All of the above statements have shown the many benefits for Canadians from coast to coast to coast if the government ratifies the TPP. In Ontario alone, from Global Affairs Canada, and I quote this, "The TPP will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Ontario's key exports and provide access to new opportunities in the Asia-Pacific. The TPP also creates strong and enforceable rules that will help Canadians do businesses in TPP countries with provisions that will reduce regulatory barriers, increase transparency, and reinforce intellectual property rights." End quote. Our previous Conservative government made Canada a global leader in trade liberalization and in the fight against protectionism. Ratifying the TPP at this time gives the Liberals the chance to prove that they are really serious about trade. Madam Speaker, ratifying the TPP will make Canada the only G7 nation with free trade access to the United States and Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific. That's a huge advantage.
Absolutely.
It's an important deal. And again, I really hope the Liberals do support our motion. With the TPP, Canada will have free trade agreements with 51 nations, giving Canadian businesses, access to 60% of the global economy. With the significant number of benefits for Canadians, again, I'm really hoping that the Liberal government sees our message, hears our message, and supports this motion. If not, I hope they're ready to explain to Canadians why a government that is allegedly all about supporting the middle class refuses to take actions to give Canadians a more competitive chance to compete on the world stage. Not signing this agreement means we will watch from the sidelines as some of our allies take a massive advantage over our products. Cost to the economy would be significant. Domestic layoffs could reveal that protectionist ideology is very short-sighted and extremely damaging. As I said earlier, with 1 in 5 jobs in Canada and 60% of our nation's GDP being directly linked to trade, Canadians cannot afford to be left out of this deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
One moment, please. Before we do the questions and comments, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
And the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood Natural Resources. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, for his comments and his sincere and articulate defense of the TPP. I just want to ask: we're getting equally sincere and equally articulate critiques of the TPP from members at the far side of the House. And what I would ask him, what would he say to an honourable member who says there is a study out there that says we will actually lose 60,000 jobs or 20,000 jobs in the manufacturing industry in southwestern Ontario, not far from his home riding, Madam Speaker? How do we answer that?
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend across the aisle for the question. Madam Speaker, as I said in my speech, the TPP gives us access to 800 million potential more customers. In my riding, agriculture, as I mentioned in my speech, is enormous. The spin-off jobs that result from the benefits of agriculture are huge. I've spoken with beef farmers, dairy farmers, anyone in the supply management. They're wholeheartedly for this trade agreement. And the reasons, as I stated in my speech, are very clear. We have sectors of this economy that benefit wholeheartedly on trade. And that is growing. I think to have protectionist ideology at a time when markets are growing, emerging markets are growing, we need to be part of this. I think what would be the alternative if we're on the outside of this agreement? Mm-hmm. Now we have our biggest trading partners, some of the world's largest economies and growing economies, that we're locked out of. And that would put us at a huge disadvantage. And I think that would be actually more disruptive to jobs in the economy in my riding and throughout Canada.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and neighbour for his speech in defence of trade. And I'm going to follow up on the question he responded to the Parliamentary Secretary on international trade, who sometimes takes positions in favour of TPP, sometimes apparently quoting privacy or studies against, in a similar fashion to the Minister, who won't defend a trade deal like this as being in Canada's national interest, because if Canada's not at the table, we will have no interest in those markets and what will be 50% of the global economy by 2050. So my question to my colleague is, the Conservative government put trade and the jobs from it as a clear economic priority, whereas the new Liberal government, like most issues, prefer committee and study and avoiding decisions. Does the member think being part of this 11-member deal is in Canada's economic long-term interest?
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Durham for that question. Very, very great question, I should add. As mentioned in my speech, 800 potential million new customers. That's a combined GDP of $29 trillion. It represents 35% of the global GDP. And again, without ratification of this agreement, we could lose billions of dollars worth of trade opportunities. So the importance of this agreement cannot be overstated. I think if you look at how the world is growing, we have potential access to markets that are emerging. They have a growing middle class, and they want some of the best products in the world. And we have those products, especially when it comes to agriculture. So we should be taking advantage of that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question from the member for Kingston's and the Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's just look at the facts, and the facts are this. In 2005, we had a trade surplus of $46.1 billion per year. By 2015, that was down to $10.9 billion per year. The previous government, taking its approach of let's just get a deal, didn't get us anywhere, and that even includes after the recession we continued to go down. On the other hand, we have the NDP who are saying let's reject the deal without even looking at it. The Liberals' position is let's look at this, let's analyze it, let's negotiate it from a position that can be to our advantage. So my question to the member opposite is, why would you be so persistent on accepting this deal without first having a look at it?
First of all, I do want to remind the member that he should address it through the chair as opposed to saying you. So the honourable member for Kawartha, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Very brief answer.
Very brief?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we did have consultations with the public. It was published in the Canada Gazette when news was going on about the negotiations coming through. I should mention that, protectionist measures, as we saw during the global economic slowdown, I'll be quick, resulted, you had the Buy American, Buy France First. That resulted in massive job layoffs. But by increasing trade, you're increasing access to global marketplace. By the end of our term in government, we had the best job creation record in the G7, and that's despite.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a real honor to rise today to speak to this important motion as a member of Bow River, from Bow River. I would like to acknowledge many of the members in the House today who have shared many different opinions and a lot of knowledge, and appreciate learning. That's one of the things that's good about this opportunity, is to hear all of the different opinions and the knowledge that's being shared, and often much more knowledge than I might have, and so I appreciate learning that tonight. So a little bit about trade. Canada has a long history when it comes to trade. We could say it started with John Cabot in the 15th century, an Italian explorer, the employee of the King Henry VII of England. As we know, Cabot mistakenly believed he had reached Asia when he got to the coast of Newfoundland. And he was intent on trading spice, silk, and other high-end merchandise at that time. Cabot is considered the father of transatlantic trade between England and North America because he discovered the abundant cod. Then you had the cod fishermen from England and Europe later on, and then you had fur. We know how important and crucial the fur trade was to the development of Canadian culture, identity, and institutions. Look at the Hudson's Bay Company, for example, which was established as a fur trading outfit with a royal charter from King Charles II of England in 1670, and it still exists today. Their main competition was the Northwest Company, though the two later merged in 1821. Then there was our trade relationship with the United States, which virtually stalled in the years leading up to the War of 1812. Don't think it caused the War of 1812, but didn't help it. By 1854, the Treaty of Reciprocity had been signed between our country, then still a group of British colonies in the United States. That was Canada's first free trade agreement. We could argue that. It reduced tariffs, duties, fees, and for goods traded between our countries. That treaty, in its form, didn't really last, and although many similar treaties were negotiated, they were never had the effects of that original reciprocity treaty. That was true until a free trade agreement, which was negotiated by the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. It became the election issue in the 1988 federal election. The FTA then became NAFTA, and NAFTA has made Canada wealthier, stronger, and better off economically. NAFTA was a necessary agreement that without it, I don't think we'd have one of the world's largest economies today. More recently, the previous Conservative government negotiated several trade agreements, including the Canada-EU Trade Agreement, which has the potential to give Canadian businesses and consumers access to a market of 500 million people. Then that same government negotiated the Trans-Pacific Partnership Deal, which is the subject matter of the motion before us today. Madam Speaker, just as NAFTA and the Canadian-EU Free Trade Deal are crucial for our constituents in Bow River, the TPP is one of the most important trade agreements that Canada will ever ratify. We cannot ignore this agreement and stick our heads in the sand. The future economy prosperity of Canada is in jeopardy if we do not get ourselves organized and get this deal ratified. If we can get the TPP ratified, we would become the world's only major economy with free trade access to Europe, the NAFTA region, and the Asia-Pacific region. That's right. That's over 60% of the world's economy. When this government hears that fact, all I can ask is, if not now, when will the finished consultations happen? When will it be back to the House? Can the government please explain to the House why we're not seeing a timeline for this completion? That's what we're looking for, the timeline. Let's get it done and use that timeline. I'd like us to look at some of the sectors that are going to benefit greatly from the TPP. And I want to start with a quote from Maclean's magazine, October 5th, 2015, which stated, "On average, we can expect TPP trade liberalization to deliver higher productivity, higher GDP, and higher incomes to Canadians." End of quote. This is the crux of the matter here. Overall, the TPP is a good deal for our people. It's a good deal for Canadian companies that employ Canadians, and it's good for our economy as a whole. One of the biggest sectors in my riding is agriculture. We have very large farms in the Bow River. In fact, the Alberta Crop Commissions were here last month to lobby government to get the TPP ratified immediately. You know why the TPP is so important to these organizations? It's because, and I quote from the press release they produced on April 19th, the TPP agreement would increase demand for Canada's agricultural products and ensure Canada can remain competitive in the key markets, as two of our major competitors, Australia and the United States, would otherwise see preferential access to key Canadian markets within the TPP zone. End of quote. Essentially, Madam Speaker, if we don't get this deal ratified, agricultural exporters and my constituents will be hurt because of it. Placing the sector at a disadvantage in some of their export destinations is just unacceptable. I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of the largest employers in my riding, which is JBS Foods. JBS Foods is the largest meatpacking plant in Canada. The group that represents them and other industry stakeholders nationally here in Canada, the Canadian Meat Council, had this to say about the TPP. Canadian meatpackers and processors strongly support ratification of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. End of quote. They also had the following to offer to the discourse. The current and future viability of the Canadian livestock and meat sector is profoundly dependent on international trade. In the absence of competitive access to critical export markets, including those in the TPP region, the sustainability of the Canadian meat industry would be quickly and seriously imperiled. Producers, processors, workers, innovators, investment, exports, rural communities, and domestic food security in every region of Canada would gain measurably benefits from implementation of the TPP. All would suffer severe, rapid, and enduring negative consequences should the TPP be implemented without Canadian participation. This is a very high-stakes agreement for food processors like JBS and Brooks, and they absolutely need to see this deal ratified. Another group that is excited about this deal are the ones who supply the beef, the Canadian cattlemen. There are many of these cattlemen across my constituency. We have some of the best ranches in the country in Bow River, and our cattlemen are a dedicated bunch. Have I mentioned how much I love Alberta beef? Ah, you bet. As a result of TPP, the Canadian cattlemen estimate that Canada's cattle producers could as much as triple their export capacity to Japan, which would mean $300 million worth of exports. That's a huge number and would greatly benefit businesses in my constituency. One sector that has perhaps not featured as heavily in the discussion surrounding TPP is Canada's service sector. I'm not sure if my colleagues in the House are aware, but Canada's service sector is a gigantic part of our economy. With numbers current as of 2013, it accounts for 70% of the GDP of Canada. 78% of Canadians, or 4 in 5 people, work in the service industry. That's incredible. The TPP deal covers this industry, and for us, that could be a major advantage. The Conference Board of Canada, for example, believes that Canada's service is very high value, and the appetite for such service is only growing and is going to grow stronger. Even in areas like the TPP zone. According to Global Affairs of Canada, as of 2011, Canada has the 18th largest exporter of services in the world. Wouldn't it be incredible if we could have elevated ourselves to the top 5, or even aim for number 1? I believe the benefits to the service industry are clear, and ratification of TPP would be very welcome among those Canadian companies that provide such services. With all this in mind, we urge this Liberal government to make a decision on the ratification of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which they have already signed. And if they would do this before the North American Leaders Summit, on June the 29th, it would send a great message to our business community. The clarity that such a message would bring to Canadians would be so welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the members, just related in terms of what I would suggest to you, and I know members of the Liberal caucus have put forward, that the Conservatives are trying to create this false sense of urgency that's just not there. And the member, I'm sure, is aware, if he's not, to indicate very clearly now, that this is not an agreement that does not have to be ratified until February 2018. Countries, there's a number of countries that are looking and doing their consultations with their populations. Why does the Conservatives not feel that Canadians deserve to be consulted or work with, listen to the stakeholders, the many different groups that are out there that want to have their say on this particular agreement? Why this false sense of urgency?
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleague, for the question. I don't think I'm asking for a false sense here. I'm just asking for a specific timeline. Consultation, we very well understand. The Liberals have stated it many times, even today, consultation, consultation. That's great. What we need is that timeline. We're in sectors that investment will occur when they know those timelines. And the sooner those timelines are published, then those dates actually happen, that investment would occur sooner. So our business sector needs to know that. If you're going to invest large quantities in our business sector, those timelines are important, the data is important, and that's not false. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated hearing my Conservative colleague's speech, and especially his comments about coming to this place to learn to respectfully hear each other out. I'm just curious about his personal views on when local governments or provincial governments or the federal government legislate in the public interest. What are his thoughts on inserting clauses into trade agreements that would allow private foreign companies to sue those governments that legislate in the public interest? Does he put more stock in the company's ability to sue, or does he put faith in elected governments representing their constituents? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in the legal world, if people weren't allowed to sue, we'd have a problem. Lawyers make money with lawsuits, and the law industry is an incredible, busy, and important part of our world. Whenever we as levels of governments make decisions, there is a recourse to the court system, and having been involved in different levels of governments, you make decisions, you know you can find yourself in court for one reason or another, and that's the reason there's courts there. So people have another place to go to appeal whatever decisions governments do. We may not like that as governments when we make decisions, but that is the world we live in of democracy and people having that right to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank and commend my colleague for his openness, for his speech, and he reminded us of certain historical realities, including the exchanges with the First Nations on the fur trade and the other countries that wanted to benefit from Canada's wealth.
Of this treaty, how good will it be and how it will affect his own constituents in his own riding?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I live in a constituency that not only has a large cattle ranching industry with beef to trade, but it's also a large irrigation districts, 4 largest in Canada, produce many significant levels of high-value crops. Trade is critically important, that we trade with many parts of the world. We produce some of the best quality production coming out of agriculture that exists in the world. We are one of those areas that can feed the world many times over. And so with our cattle industry, which is critical, but yet in our agriculture with the niche crops they have also are producing many things. Trade is critical for those industries to survive, and it's critical for other parts of the world to have access to the commodities we can produce.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons, and I will apologize ahead of time. I may need to interrupt your speech at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I think I'd like to make it very clear from the onset. You know, the Liberal Party has a great tradition of recognizing the value of trade in the world. We have recognized how it is Canada has been blessed in many ways, whether it's the natural resources or the people that make up our great country. And one of the things that is absolutely critical in terms of the future potential growth and development of our nation is actually through trade. We have recognized that as a party. And when we've had the good fortune to be in government, you will find, Madam Speaker, that a Liberal government has been very progressive and proactive at looking at ways in which we can expand trade. And not just limit it to trade agreements, but to look at other ways in order to be able to increase world trade, where ultimately Canadians have benefited by the millions, Madam Speaker. With this particular government, and I would really like to recognize, you know, the Prime Minister in appointing our current Minister responsible for international trade has done a phenomenal job in terms of protecting Canada's interest, and I would even suggest you even going beyond our borders. If we take a look at the CETA agreement, last summer there were individuals out in Europe that were raising concerns in regards to the fate of CETA. Whether it was France or Germany expressing concerns that, look, this is something that might not be passing through. Virtually immediately after being appointed by this Prime Minister, our current Minister of Trade actually took the initiative head on, made the necessary trips, had the discussions, and Canada, as it should, Madam Speaker, played a critical role in demonstrating leadership and actually was able to make some changes that alleviated many of the concerns that countries like Germany and France had. Madam Speaker, with I would suggest to you that through our minister and through this government, that we did play a role in ensuring that that particular agreement is back on the right track and moving forward, Madam Speaker. And we do that because this is something in which we recognize is of great value to our country. You know, it should come as no surprise to no one inside this chamber in terms of the current process we have under the TPP. After all, it was during the election campaign that our party actually committed to consulting with Canadians on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Mr. Speaker. That was an actual election campaign platform that was presented to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we're very much aware in terms of what the NDP's position was without even seeing the agreement. They had no sense in terms of the agreement, and they said no to the agreement. We, on the other hand, understood the importance of being able to share the agreement and do the consultations, and whether it was the parliamentary secretary or the minister responsible very clearly indicated the type of efforts that have been put forward to date, and there's more to come. 400 meetings or consultations that have taken place in virtually all sectors, from labor unions to business to different types of stakeholders, has already been done. Legislative committee is out there meeting, and we do assign value to our standing committees, Mr. Speaker. And they're out there into our communities. The minister herself has had other public meetings in regards to this, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's Toronto, Montreal, I believe is a meeting coming up very shortly in Montreal. There's been meetings in Winnipeg. There's been meetings in all regions of our country, virtually, Mr. Speaker. And we're doing that because, after all, that was a commitment that was made by us in the last federal election. So no one here should be surprised that, in fact, we're doing exactly what it is that we had suggested that we would do. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the importance of trade, and the TPP in particular, I made the suggestion during a question, and I believe that you'll find, again, that our minister made reference to it when she addressed this motion. And that was to highlight the fact that this particular agreement is actually needs to be ratified by February of 2018. So it begs the question in terms of why it is that the Conservative Party today is trying to give or create this false sense of urgency. And that's really what it is, a false sense of urgency. Canadians need not to be concerned, as the Conservatives are trying to portray, Mr. Speaker. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of time to do the types of things in which other countries that are signatories on this agreement. There's 12 countries in total. Not one of them have actually ratified it. A number of them are going through elections. Others are, Mr. Speaker, having different forms of debate with their and discussions with their citizenry. As it was clearly demonstrated with the CETA agreement, this particular agreement is, in fact, being put across the table of Canadians throughout, Mr. Speaker. We want and will continue to pursue the idea of getting input, that there is a great deal of benefit and there is no great urgency that the Conservatives are trying to portray. I know many of my constituents, and in fact Manitobans as a whole, if I can just speak just very briefly on my own province, Mr. Speaker, and use a specific example. You know, I, for years, have followed Manitoba's pork industry. It's a very important industry to the entire province. Not everyone works in the pork industry, but everyone has benefited in our province by the pork industry, Mr. Speaker. It employs thousands and thousands of Manitobans. The pork that is being produced cannot be consumed in the province of Manitoba. We are very much dependent on exporting our product. And I would argue that we produce the best pork in the world, Mr. Speaker. There are agreements that are there that no doubt will enhance it. When we looked at the Korea trade agreement, I had spoken and addressed this particular issue because I believe that the pork industry will have in fact benefited by that. There's healthy industries in all regions of our country. But let's not kid ourselves, there's areas of concern. I've heard the Minister of Agriculture on numerous occasions talk about the importance of supply management and how our government is going to be there to support supply management. We have many of my caucus colleagues, in particular from the province of Ontario, very much concerned about the auto industry. You know, I can reflect back in terms of the Auto Pact back in the 60s, which was a liberal government achievement, Mr. Speaker, in which I understood both the Progressives and the New Democrats opposed back then. But think of that Auto Pact agreement, and because we got it right, we created literally hundreds of thousands of jobs and, in essence, built the automobile industry that we have here today. But do not kid yourself. There are very real and genuine concerns that we need to listen to. I know that, Mr. Speaker, by just listening to some of not only my Ontario caucus members, but other caucus members related to different types of issues. So let us do what it is that we committed to do. And that was to get that better, more comprehensive understanding of this issue and the impact it's going to have on Canada. We have the time to do it. As I say, there is no urgency. We have the time to do it. Canada has demonstrated leadership on the World Trade file in the past, and most recently in terms of dealing with the CETA. And again, I commend the efforts of our current minister that has done a fabulous job. You know, and it goes beyond those trade agreements. The efforts of our Prime Minister going down to the U.S. with other ministers, the efforts of other ministers approaching the U.S., which is our greatest export market. It's more than free trade agreements, it's getting the job done, and that's something in which this government has been achieving in 6 months, and wait, there's going to be a lot more good stuff around the corner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to the order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 17th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
And I see the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find it the will of the House to call it 5:30 at this time so we can get into private members' hour.
It's the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m. Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Débat en deuxième lecture du
Commencement of debate at second reading on the National Food Awareness Day, standing in the name of Ms. Brousseau.
I called orders of the day just before I ought to have read that it now being 5:30, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. So we have those two just switched back and forth, and we've read orders of the day, and now we're going to proceed to Ms. Brousseau, seconded by Ms. Benson. Moves that Bill C-231, an act to establish National Food Waste Awareness Day, de sensibilisation au gaspillage,
and to provide for the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am truly delighted to be presenting in this bill, in this House, Bill C-231, which follows up on a motion that I tabled during the 41st Parliament, Motion 499, which I had put on the order paper, but it was not debated. This time I decided to propose a bill because this is a very topical issue and it is urgent that it be debated. You know, Mr. Speaker, in a country as rich as ours, it is appalling that we should be wasting so much food. Food waste has impacts on the economic, social, and environmental surroundings. According to the most recent studies, we have wasted food in Canada in 2015 alone to the tune of $31 billion. And if we combine everything that has been used to produce and transport food throughout the supply chain, such as labor, energy, inventory, infrastructure, and so forth, the amount wasted is more like $107 billion per year. Of this waste, 47% of this food is wasted by consumers. Among farmers, the losses are 10%, transport and distribution 4%, retail sales 10%, processing 20%, and in the restaurant industry 9%. From farm to fork, everyone would be better off if this federal government established a national strategy to reduce food waste. For example, the consumers who are responsible for 47% of food waste lose an average of $771 per year. That is an average of 15% of their grocery basket, which is literally thrown out each time. According to Statistics Canada, Canadian consumers waste 183 kilograms of food per year. For businesses, according to Value Chain Management Center, those who have the fewest losses are those that have the highest margin and who make the most profits. In other words, less losses equals more profits. In his testimony before the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Gooch of Value Chain Management said that more and more data shows that it is advantageous for governments to invest in reducing food waste. He gave as an example the UK, which was an economic winner through its investments and its initiatives seeking to reduce food waste. In short, fighting against food waste is a good idea economically for everyone. In environmental terms, food waste is responsible for a tremendous amount of greenhouse gases. And for a greenhouse gas that is much more powerful than others, that is methane. The waste of a ton of food is equivalent to the emissions of 5.6 tons of carbon dioxide, and food waste puts a lot of pressure on composting centers and on landfills. Overall, the pollution produced globally is equivalent to the third largest polluter after China and the United States.
That is 3.3 gigatons. And this is just the tip of the iceberg because the environmental repercussions are multiple. For example, water and land is used in a way that literally wastes it because of this food. 6,750,000,000 liters of water are wasted every year. And that means about 200 liters per day for each of the 9 billion human beings over a year. The world figures show that food waste for the whole world, would extend over 1.4 billion hectares, and that is larger than India and Canada combined, or 30% of the world's farmland. So it is important to fight against food waste. the government and all parliamentarians are serious about reducing greenhouse gases, and I hope that they will strongly support my bill. On the social level, it is simply absurd to waste so much food when thousands of Canadians are having trouble getting enough food. Wasting food and food insecurity are two different problems, but food wastage can be reduced and thus help reduce food insecurity. In Canada, over 4 million people find it hard to get enough to eat every day. 852,000 people use food banks every month, including a third of whom are children. In a country such as Canada, we should be ashamed of those statistics. Since 2008, the use of food banks has increased when, in fact, we would have expected to decrease. 1.6 million households cannot get enough to eat every year. In order to fight food wastage, a number of organizations have been gathering foodstuffs across the country and even in my riding. But this activity doesn't eliminate food waste or food insecurity at its source. For a number of years, there have been various initiatives underway to fight food wastage. In Quebec, we've got the Mauricie and Montreal areas that have pilot projects to reduce food wastage and fight food insecurity. They work with supermarkets and they gather the unsold foodstuffs. They then refrigerate them or freeze them as necessary, and they work with the supermarkets twice a week in this way. Working with the Quebec Department of Agriculture, the volunteers make sure that the products that they have meet the needs of people and are safe and of high quality, and that they are cold chain compliant where required. And they also receive training. The Quebec Association of Food Retailers is helping with these initiatives and says that 530 tons of food from 83 grocery stores has been redistributed to over 66 food banks as of July 2015. Over the past few years, we have also had community refrigerators set up in certain Quebec cities like Montreal, Saguenay, and Sherbrooke. And this is another way of reducing food wastage. Volunteers that are trained by the Department of Agriculture check the contents of the fridge every day and check the fruit and vegetables and other products there. In Sherbrooke, there is a project that came about because there was a desire to decrease the amount of food wasted, as well as to increase food security. These kinds of initiatives are taking place across the province, in every province, and in the country. These are good initiatives, but unfortunately the federal government is not taking the lead as other governments are doing around the world. In 2014, Martin Gooch indicated that Quebec was falling behind countries like the United Kingdom and Australia, and there are also some good things being done in the US and Europe. France has passed legislation to reduce food wastage significantly, and Italy just passed legislation, and it had very broad support. Even the UN Food and Agriculture Organization has launched initiatives to fight food wastage throughout the world, but the Canadian government is not taking the action it should. It needs to become a leader, and this is why have introduced my bill calling on the Minister of Agriculture to develop a national strategy to fight food wastage, to cooperate with our provincial and territorial colleagues. The minister will have 6 months to call a meeting of provincial and territorial representatives and a year to come up with a Canadian strategy. I recommend in my bill that the strategy include a plan to make everyone aware of the negative effects of food wastage and good practices that should be adopted, the clear targets for the government, the tools that will be needed to enable consumers to decrease the wastage, and various ways to reduce the environmental impact of producing food that is not consumed. There is a very important aspect, and that is awareness, because people need time to change their habits. And this is why I think it would be good to have a national food wastage awareness day. In consultation with other people, we had thought of October 16th, which is celebrated in France, but I think that we need to consider this date because it is already the Food Security Day. I'm open to looking at that. But it is time now to debate and come up with a national strategy to reduce food waste. Since the bill was introduced, a number of groups and people have said that they are very pleased. In fact, we have the organizations in Mauricie and elsewhere. Mr. Boutet, who is the head of the organization in Mauricie that collects funds, supports the bill, and others do as well. We need to make sure that we take into account the consequences of food being wasted, because food insecurity brings many problems. People are marginalized, they have health problems, and as I've said, trying to use food that is being wasted is not really a way of eliminating food insecurity at its source, but it can still help hundreds of thousands of people. There's a study that Eric Ménard of the University of Sherbrooke has prepared. He is a speaker and blogger and a specialist in this area, and he did a study in January 2013 which showed the disastrous consequences of wasting food. It helps us understand the issue at the local and international levels, and he is strongly in favor of my bill. I already mentioned the Value Chain Management Center. It prepared a study that shows the importance of fighting this issue, and we received Martin Gouche, the executive head of the organization, at the Standing Committee on Agriculture in May 2014. And it was almost at the same time as I introduced my motion on food waste. The group is calling for action to be taken, but there are ways that we can take action. The study shows that the problem is a vast one, but the Minister of Agriculture can take steps. At the international level, I want to point out that much is being done. The Food and Agriculture Organization has shown what can be done, and the international community has come together to some extent on this. We have an excellent window of opportunity to work with other countries. We need to take action. It's time for the Canadian government to show us leadership in this area. And I would like to say that food waste is a scourge, and we need to take steps because nothing is being done right now. We want to have a day of awareness on this issue. I hope that I will have support from my colleagues for my bill, and I'm prepared to answer any questions they might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud my colleague for bringing forward this bill. I think that as we've seen the different movements throughout Europe and France in particular about being more cautious about the way that we treat wasted food. I think that this is extremely timely, and I'm glad to see this coming forward. I'm glad that we can bring this issue to center stage, because I think it's an issue that we need to be talking about in this room. My question for the sponsor of the bill is, I'm curious as to what degree she consulted with different stakeholders on this bill, those that would be affected, those that would be distributing the wasted food, those that would be responsible for collecting it, as well as any of the administrative aspects that go along with this. I'm wondering if she had an opportunity to consult those stakeholders and if she had any information she could give us regarding that.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question.
Parliament in 2014, I tabled a motion on food waste, and that was because of consultation and because of witnesses coming before committee talking about food waste and seeing what was happening in my community and seeing what was happening across Canada. Certain cities have adopted strategies. Certain businesses have adopted strategies. We've seen supermarkets donate food. There was a great project in Montreal, and there's one in La Mauricie too, working with food, les supermarchés, IGA Provigo, supermarkets, sorry, working with supermarkets, taking the food, testing it along the way, transforming it, adding valor to it, and feeding people. So there are a lot of things that can be done. I decided this time to have a bill because I thought it was really important. A lot of the food waste is done at home. I know years ago I would open my fridge, there's furry fruit and all kinds of stuff. I didn't know how to take care of my food. And I think there's a lot of work that can be done just to educate people on how to take care of the food at home to reduce food waste. And the other aspect was asking the minister to work with his provincial colleagues to talk about food waste. We've seen what is done in France and other countries. I didn't want to be so prescriptive, but I thought that we could look at, food labeling, expiration dates. There's a lot of things we can do. It's not prescriptive, and I think it's just really important to have this debate in the House, on the floor of the House of Commons. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues, and I'm open to maybe amending certain parts, but I think it's really important that we act and see what we could do to help facilitate food and share food and feed people that are hungry, but then also look at the whole environmental impacts of it, because we do have a lot to do to fight climate change.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé for bringing forward this very important bill. As she well knows, the NDP has done a lot of work on the area of food security. I think specifically of Malcolm Allen, the former Member of Parliament for Welland, and Alex Adamanenko, the former Member of Parliament for BC Southern Interior. And together they developed a pan-Canadian food strategy. And I would just like to hear her thoughts on how her particular bill fits in with that overall strategy and the important conversation that our country needs to have on food security more generally. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
For the question and the food strategy that I had the pleasure of working on with Malcolm Allen and Alex Adamanenko was a great experience. We were able to produce a document from farm to the plate. It had a lot of great aspects, and we were very happy to see that the new government is going to elaborate a food strategy. It's really important that we have a long-term vision for agriculture here in Canada, not just piecemeal projects or programs that start and end every few years, and we need predictability. But here in Canada, as you know well, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of people that are food insecure. Sadly, a lot of people and a lot of children use food banks. Food banks were created to solve a problem and feed people for a short period of time, we all hoped, but still today we have food banks here in Canada, and about 900,000 people use food banks, and a lot of them are children. So the adoption of this bill, hopefully getting it to committee, would start a really great discussion about how we could better handle our food personally at home, us, but then also work with initiatives that are done locally, in our communities and our cities, but also what is done provincially. And we have to work hard to deal with this because it is an environmental issue. It's an economic issue, it's an environmental issue, and it's a social issue. So I'm really hoping that with this bill getting hopefully to committee, we could have a great discussion, we could have witnesses come, and then Canada could really take a leadership role in dealing with food waste because we have so much work to do compared to other countries.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Berthier-Masconanger, who has raised the important problem of food waste. Despite her serious interest in the idea, we think that more time is needed to really examine the issue and prepare a national food strategy so that we have a specific action plan. Food waste is a complex issue from the farm to the table. This is why we think we need to discuss a national strategy for our government. Our government has made a commitment in that regard. The loss and waste of food is of greater and greater concern to Canadians because it is a society-wide issue that has an impact on our children and grandchildren. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that 1/3 of the food around the world is wasted or lost every year, and that accounts for $740 billion. In May 2015, the Ministers of Agriculture in the G20 decided that food waste was a serious issue and a priority. The G7 agriculture ministers, including the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, determined that action was needed to reduce food waste and improve food security. Fruit and vegetables are the most often wasted and account for half of food that is wasted. Nutrition and food are wasted at every step of the process. 30 to 40% of the food in the value chain is wasted. In Canadian households, some $14.5 billion worth of food is wasted, and most of the food wasted it has increased up to 2014. Enough food to feed over 2 billion people for a full year is wasted every year. We can and must do better with respect to food waste, and this is why Canadians need a strong and fair food strategy that will meet their needs. We know that food waste is a concern that has serious repercussions for food security, for families, and for the environment. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government has made a commitment to work with Canadians to develop a national food strategy.
Our government will develop this policy in order to promote healthy living and high-quality foods for families all across the country. Healthier, higher-grade foods produced by farmers right here at home. We encourage the various levels of government, the agri-food industry, and other stakeholders, including dietitians, environmental groups, organizations that promote food security, as well as all Canadians, to take part in the development of this policy. The question of food waste will obviously come up in these discussions, and this is an issue that cuts across government. It involves the Agriculture Ministry, the department rather, and food waste also affects the mandates of a number of government agencies and industry organizations. Because this matter is important for agriculture, food safety, and other industries. Food waste is a huge problem, a serious one, and we are addressing the problem from a number of angles. Our government has invested $38.5 million to modernize our food safety system in Canada. We will be investing another $70 million in research to boost the sector and develop innovative technologies that will help reduce food waste during the primary production and processing phases. We care about Canadians' food safety, and researchers at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada all across the country are looking for ways to address this situation. Reducing food waste, increasing the amount of food available, and the shelf life of food products are at the top of our priority list. We have researchers in BC who are conducting a research program, a post-harvest program that is of interest to the international community in their efforts to reduce food waste. As you know, Mr. Speaker, as you've seen, our research centers are undertaking several activities to reduce loss and to work up the food chain. As interesting as techniques to reduce food waste are techniques to recycle. Companies in BC have developed technologies that use insects to convert food waste from grocery stores into products that farmers can use to feed their animals and fertilize their fields. In connection with Growing the Future, there's been an agreement between the governments of Canada and BC to this end. Climate change, Environment and Climate Change Canada is also a major player in the field of food waste. We've entered into a partnership with the Environmental Cooperation Commission and the North American Free Trade Agreement. Attempts are being made to reduce food waste in landfills by involving our partners in the industry, and our government will continue to take action in this arena to reduce food waste and to consult broadly in developing a policy strategy. I am particularly sensitive to the issue of food safety. When I decided to get into politics, I gave myself a mission to see to it that all Canadians have access to healthy and safe food. It's my personal mission to improve the quality of life for our Canadian families. I'm working with the Network for Sustainable Agriculture, dietitians, and other stakeholders. I've seen how important this matter is, and it has to be part of our national food policy. Mr. Speaker, we will not be supporting this bill because we think it's a better solution to consult Canadians and the industry first beforehand. We're convinced that food waste is a serious issue, and our consultations should make clear what Canadians' concerns and desires are. But I'd like to thank the member for raising this issue so that the industry and all Canadians can make concrete changes and reduce waste at all steps along the food chain, from the farm to the plate, from gate to plate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege for me to be able to stand in the House this evening and speak to my friend's bill, Bill C-231. Now, I do want to thank my friend from the NDP for bringing this bill forward to the House. It's an important bill. It provides an opportunity for us to have a discussion about food security in Canada today. Now, the title of the bill is probably as complex as the bill could be. But it is an act to establish the National Food Waste Awareness Day and provide for the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada. So that basically describes exactly what is delineated within the bill. The first part of the bill does something that I think we could all get our heads around and absolutely support, and that was to create a national day to bring awareness to food. It would be called the National Food Awareness Day, and I think by and large, we could all agree in this House that that would be an important thing for us to do. I grew up on the farm. I'm a proud farm kid, and I'm really proud of the work and the vocation that my parents were involved in, creating healthy food for people around the world, not only here in Canada, but the vast majority of what is produced in many parts of the prairies actually gets exported around the world. And I think we as Canadians can be very proud of the fact that we are supplying food for people, hungry people around the world. Now, when I was a young farm kid, I would spend a fair bit of time helping my parents on the farm. And one thing that I became aware of very early in my life is that any bit of waste is unacceptable. And the reason is number one, it's not good to waste food, but as a farmer knows, any farm kid knows, every bit of the produce or every bit of the grain that one's family produces is the income that the family lives off of. And so, by and large, farmers are probably some of the most careful people when it comes to collecting and ensuring that food waste doesn't, in fact, happen, especially at the farm. Farmers, I should just note, I think that it would be important for us to have a national Food Awareness Day for another reason. I think as our communities and our country becomes more urban-centric, as people move off of the farms, as fewer people are required on the farms to produce the food that we do, people get further and further away from where food is produced. Now, as a farm kid living in a community of farmers, I knew very clearly from a very young age, not only do farmers not waste food, farmers also make sure that they grow the healthiest, and they care for the animals that they raise. They are probably some of the greatest stewards of our environment, of our animal health and welfare, and of the land generally, because they know that this is going to impact their bottom line. But there's also another point. Farmers are very proud of what they do. They're very proud to be able to produce the best quality and the safest food in the world. And I can tell you, Canadian farmers produce the best quality and the safest food anywhere in the world. And we as Canadians can be proud of this. And so if we were to consider having a National Food Awareness Day, I think one of the things that we would want to do is celebrate the success of Canadian agriculture and the people who make sure that we have some of the safest and the best quality food in the world. What we would also want to celebrate is some of the advancements that have happened over time, the technologies and the modern farming practices that make sure that in Canada today we produce more food than we ever have. We also do it at less cost and using less land with less water than we have, impacting the environment less than we ever have because of the modern practices that we use. And so these include the introduction of new tilling practices when farmers are planting their crops on the prairies. It includes the introduction of GMO crops and some of the plant breeding that has happened to increase the productivity of our crops and also reduce the amount of water that is necessary for these crops to grow and thrive in our communities. We've also seen a number of other advancements that have really seen the increase of, or the ability to grow more commodity on less land mass, which means that we can continue to not only feed Canadians, but we can feed people around the world. So I think there's a lot to celebrate, especially when it comes to primary agriculture in Canada. And if we had a National Food Awareness Day, I think that's where we would want to start, is really understanding where food comes from, reminding our urban friends that farm families across Canada do an admirable job of growing crops and fostering really a brand that we can be proud of the world round, which is that we say that we in fact produce the safest and the best quality food in the world. Now my friend's bill goes on further, and it won't surprise her because I did talk to her before I started speaking. The second part of the bill is the part that I get a little bit more concerned about, and that's when we talk about having a national strategy. So this is when we introduce government into the equation and encourage government now to solve a problem. So there's a number of things that were included in the strategy that was articulated by my friend in this bill, one of which would include a national awareness campaign. Now, I think that a national awareness campaign is probably quite an important thing to do in terms of reminding people that we all have a responsibility to ensure that we reduce food waste, because any food waste means that that food isn't being used to nourish people, and there's many people that could use food that might otherwise go to waste. But I think we have to consider who we would want to have involved in this, and I'm not sure always that the government is the best person or the best group to lead any conversation. And I reflect upon some of the greatest successes when it comes to reducing food waste in Canada. Now, of course, we have the charitable sector that has been working for years. I mean, really, if we look back at food waste in Canada, even if I consider in my own life, the stories of my parents and my grandparents here in Canada concerning themselves with food waste. Well, there was a time when a lot of Canadians, or even maybe most of Canadians, had gardens. And, the initial way that everyone made sure that there was no food waste is if that somebody had more than they were going to eat in their garden, they would share it with their neighbors, or if they had too much of something, they would trade with their neighbors, and they would make sure that that happens. Well, things evolve over time, and as people move off farms and don't have gardens anymore, well, things change. But other groups step in, if it be churches, if it be the Salvation Army, if it be food banks. Everybody has been concerned to ensure that nobody goes hungry within their communities. This is a thing that has been in existence since Canada has been here, because we care about one another and we care about our neighbors, and we continue to install different systems because we truly care about our neighbors and want to make sure that nobody goes hungry. And so we've had the institution of a number of these things. But what has happened over the last number of years is, as even some of these programs become maybe antiquated or not addressing the need that might be out there, there's been other groups that have stepped up to introduce really disruptive technologies that have really changed the way that food waste is reduced. And so we have things like Food Cowboys, which I wasn't familiar with, but I was really inspired when I did some research on this. Now, this is a technology company that has created an app. And basically what it does is it provides companies the ability to donate surplus food to nearby charities and organic waste composters and farmers and biogas generators to ensure that food doesn't fall into the landfills but actually goes to another purpose. Now, Food Cowboys now serves over 400 charities and has about 200 donors, and so they have reduced significantly the amount of food waste that comes from restaurants and other food establishments, as well as retail stores and others. There's also companies like Fruity in Finland that basically does the same, but actually attracts best before dates and makes sure that food that might otherwise fall into the landfills will then in fact, will be highlighted so that people can get discounts on those foods. And so there's a number of things that have happened. I would just finally say, Mr. Speaker, that the folks that do a lot of the processing in Canada are already doing a great job in terms of ensuring that food isn't wasted, because of course for them it's also about the bottom line, but they also have a strategy to ensure that that as much as they can possibly donate to food banks, in fact it does. As a matter of fact, those surveys said that 92% of their organizations actually donate to food banks on a regular basis. The private sector is doing a good job, and the public sector is there to assist those that are doing it. I think there's an opportunity for us to cheer on those that are doing a good job. The charitable sector, the private sector are doing an incredible job. We don't want to stand in the way of that. We want to incentivize them to do those things. The last thing we want to do is add additional red tape for what is increasingly the Canadian way to ensure that nobody goes hungry here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to stand here with my colleague, the member for Berthier-Maskinongé, to stand in support of a bill to support the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste. Now, the numbers here are compelling. Canadians waste approximately $27 billion worth of food every year, food that is landfilled or composted. And the true cost of that food waste might be more like $107 billion a year if you include the labor cost, transportation, capital investments in infrastructure and inventory. Now, globally, and this is the terrible link, globally, 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year, yet 870 million go hungry every day. Just this morning, a number of us parliamentarians heard at breakfast from Laval University's Professor Jean Caron. He said 1 billion more people could be fed in this world if we went ahead and reduced food waste in the food chain by more than 50%, which he and a number of other academics say is absolutely doable. Now, right back in Canada, almost 2.5 million Canadians experience food insecurity, and over 800,000 visit food banks every month. In a country as wealthy as ours, this is shameful. And since 2008, the number of people turning to food banks has increased by over 25%. Close to 900,000 households in Canada are food insecure. And a few years ago, the UN Special Rapporteur harshly criticized the right to food in Canada under the Conservative government. Now, connecting food waste with people in need is what people in Nanaimo Ladysmith have done, and I'm so proud of the success stories that are coming out of our riding. Loaves and Fishes is a community food bank in Nanaimo. After many years of just working to try to get people fed who were in need, they had this brilliant innovation of they put the donations they were able to receive into refrigerator trucks. And they now drive all around the riding. They might get a phone call from a shipping company who said, I got stuck in a ferry line and now I can't deliver my load of cheese or whatever safely under the conditions that were guaranteed before, but it's all still good, and do you want to come and get it? And so they'll go and get a whole pallet of food. They have processes around food safety that they have negotiated with the provincial and federal government on a one-off basis, and they're able to assure their volunteers and their food bank clients that this food is good. So we have people in poverty in Nanaimo who are eating rack of lamb, and it's fantastic that this is a choice that they can make, that their food bank offerings are not only the traditional canned goods. So we've got something like 600 local volunteers at Loaves and Fishes who are helping this nonprofit sort and distribute food throughout the riding. And last year alone, Loaves and Fishes, their food recovery program, saved $2.5 million worth of fresh food. It's fantastic. That food goes to 30 different nonprofits who in turn distribute it to their own clients. It goes and to schools as well for their food lunch programs. It's helping over 8,000 people a month. And this is due to the partnership with the grocery stores, with volunteers, with shipping companies. It's very much a collaborative exercise. And I wish that it was more common. We'd love to find ways to get out of the way of the innovation of local organizations like Loaves and Fishes and have this be a model that happens all over the country. And this is exactly what the MP for Berthier-Maskinongé is asking the government to strategize on. Just these sorts of donations of unsold food. It doesn't cost donors anything. In fact, it can relieve the grocery stores of a great deal of costs around disposal. But better cooperation between food banks and retailers is needed. That would reduce food waste and would reduce food insecurity in our region. Now, Bill C-231 encourages this, and it provides the tools to make it happen. And the process that it proposed could well reassure nonprofits that they will be supported if they do this important work safely. Worldwide, food waste is a major problem, and that's been recognized by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Union of Wholesale Markets. Now, most famously to date, France has led the charge on this. Just a year ago, it was the first country to legislate against food waste. Part of that was amending the legal framework to remove the liability for donors. And there's now a push to make that law European Union-wide. In 1996, the United States adopted a similar kind of legislation where voluntary food donations are covered by legislation. And that makes everybody volunteering in the field feel just a little bit more secure and protected. Now, the need here is so great. In my own province, British Columbia, more than 100,000 people were assisted by food banks last year, 32% of whom were children. In my own community, Ladysmith Food Bank and the Nanaimo Loaves and Fishes Food Bank, they say 3,600 individuals accessed their food bank last year, and of those, 31% were children. And in a more focused area of need, the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses, they say 75% of Canadian shelters rely on food donations. This is both to meet the need of women in shelters and also to support them and their children when they transition out of domestic violence shelters. Now, another great story in the same vein is a local nonprofit called Nanaimo Food Share. Through their community and their school programs, they're teaching people around buying food in season, shopping locally, cooking from scratch, food management, how to compost, how to cut the amount of food wasted. They've also got a paid gleaning coordinator who's funded through a provincial grant. That person connects people who have unharvested vegetables and fruit trees groaning with apples, and they organize carpooling of volunteers to go and harvest that food and then again redistribute them throughout the community. In one season alone, Nanaimo Food Share saved over 4,300 kilograms of fresh produce. And again, people that are using food banks need to be able to access fresh produce. It's good for local farmers, it's better for nutrition. And we need to include all these innovative ideas into a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada. So the tenets of Bill C-231 are to build that strategy against food waste, to assist consumers to reduce food waste, to facilitate the donation of food by the private sector, and to study the environmental impact of food waste. And those environmental impacts are significant. It's not just the land that's taken up by landfilling, but it's also the methane that's generated, which is a tremendous greenhouse gas amplifier and something that really exacerbates climate change. It's an unnecessary use of land. It's bad for climate change. If we can keep food out of the landfill and redistribute it to people in need, that's better for everybody. Perfectly good food should not be landfilled when people go hungry, and we want the Canadian government to be a leader in this area and to implement tools so that all stakeholders are in the supply chain, from farmers to consumers, can reduce their food waste. This can be done by removing barriers to donations from the private sector of goods that are imperfect, but goods that are welcomed by community groups and food banks. They are doing the frontline work of fighting food insecurity, and this national work can be done by supporting Bill C-231. In my final moments, I want to celebrate the work, as my colleague has just before me, of some of our local farmers. I am inspired every time I'm at home by the Bolton family on Gabriola Island. Eric Bolton is, I believe, 85 years old. He's still driving the tractor. They hung on when our provincial government put rules in place that really impeded the ability of local farmers to slaughter meat and sell it in their own communities. They thought it was going to improve food safety, but in fact it really interfered with local food production. This tenacious farmer just hung on, got his own slaughterhouse re-certified by the provincial government. He now sells beef to local restaurants. Our biggest grocery store, Village Foods, the McCollum family are very strong supporters of local produce. We can buy locally raised beef right there. And of course, the Bolton family are great donors of their organic turkeys and other meat that they grow and slaughter right at home on their huge farm. They donate that directly to charities. So again, the other partners, like the People for Healthy Community annual Christmas dinner, is a festive, beautiful time, all local produce, the best turkeys you'll ever have. It's a great example of celebration at the community level, a great example of farmers support.
I never like to interrupt honourable members. We were out of time, and plus it's late in the day, and it's the time of the day we start to get a little hungry, and you know, some wonderful descriptions about some wonderful foods there. So let the honourable member for Toronto Danforth know there are only about 6 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business, but we'll get started, and of course she'll have her remaining time when the House next goes to debate on this particular question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that I'm really pleased that the member from Berthier-Maskinongé has brought the issue of food waste before us, and I think it's really, truly wonderful that we're having a conversation about food policy today, because that's very important to me. I will say that I do have some concerns about the bill and the Worden bill. I was very happy to hear that she is open to making some amendments, because I do believe that some amendments will be required. But I think it's a good start. I worry that the bill leads us in the wrong way. And I say that because I think that food policy is very important, and food waste is something we need to address. But I do not like making a link between food waste and food insecurity. I think that they are two different issues. They form part of a larger food policy. But I do not like it when I hear that we're talking about ideas like taking food that could go to landfill or edible, but going to landfill and moving it to people in need. I think that the truth is food insecurity is about poverty, and it's about dealing with poverty issues, and food waste is an issue that's economic, environmental, and needs to be addressed, but we shouldn't be making a link between one and the other. I'm personally very interested in food policy. I've been involved in my own community in food policy issues. I've worked with local farmers markets. I've organized an annual stone soup where people come and bring vegetables that they contribute to a communal soup to have together, and any extra vegetables that are collected are brought to a local food bank. So I'm interested in this issue very much, and I have personal experience. I've also worked with Second Harvest in our city, in Toronto Danforth, picking up food and bringing it to women who are new to Canada who are in need. It's funny because when I saw this bill, one of the great things is I just recently had the opportunity to see a Canadian documentary called Just Eat It, which is a food waste story, and tells the story of a Vancouver couple, I believe. It was a couple in British Columbia who made a pact that they would live off of food waste, basically, for a 6-month period. And it tells their story. They were actually able to collect enough food during that period of time to eat. They also found that they became tremendously unhealthy from the kind of food that they were collecting. Well, tremendously unhealthy might speak too much, but they were gaining weight. They weren't feeling like they were necessarily quite as healthy as before. But I always like to celebrate Canadian arts and culture, and I think that it's good to highlight that this is a documentary from Canada. It was made in 2014, and it won numerous awards, including the People's Choice Award, the Calgary International Film Festival, Best Canadian Documentary at the Edmonton International Film Festival, and it also won some awards at the Vancouver International Film Festival. So it's always nice that we can tie some issues together like that. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the bill specifically as we go through it. And it was interesting to hear my colleague raise the question about even the title, National Food Waste Awareness Day, and he suggested National Food Awareness Day, not referring to waste. That's something that we can discuss. But my bigger concern is that when we look at the preamble, we talk about food banks and make a link between food waste and food banks. I agree, food waste is an economic problem. I agree that we need to deal with it. It's interesting, actually, the preamble doesn't mention the part about methane gas, which is a source of climate change. But it is, the food waste can lead to it, and I know that my friend mentioned that in her presentation, so that was great. I'm concerned about the choice of date of October 16th as the National Food Waste Awareness Day being proposed. October 16th is already World Food Day, and I know that my colleague mentioned that. It's a global day to end hunger, and it has been celebrated since 1981. It is a date that celebrates the creation of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, which was created on October 16th, 1945 in Quebec City at the Chateau Frontenac. The day's marked with hunger walks, dinners, food drives, and in Canada we have World Food Day Canada, which hosts speakers and has exhibits and really tries to aim at solving issues about world hunger and poverty issues relating to food. So to me, conflating Food Waste Day and having that on the same day as a Global Food Day, World Food Day, that to me is a concern. I see that I am running out of time today, but I would say that I think that it's an issue that is important for us to deal with. Food banks are important. I will have a chance to speak, I believe, a little bit more on this issue. So just in case it happens at a later date, I will point out that there's Hunger on a Hill on May 18th. My office will be participating in it. I will be participating in it to raise awareness about hunger issues and food insecurity. And so I would encourage other people to also participate in that event, because what concerns me the most, one of the reasons that I ran is I was very concerned about growing income inequality. I was concerned about food insecurity. We do need to gain more awareness of that. And so I really like that we're starting to talk about those issues in this House and having a good discussion about it. I just don't want to see that link made to food waste. So that's a discussion we can have a bit further. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth will have 4 minutes remaining for her comments when next the House has the opportunity to consider the question. The time provided for private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back on February 19th, I asked the question to the government back then, why do the Liberals insist on inflicting crippling taxes that will send more people to the unemployment line? And that has been the case, Mr. Speaker. My province, Saskatchewan, the first quarter, it's been the worst quarter that they've had in the last 10 years. We have sent far too many people to the EI lines. And then we've talked about the carbon tax in this House as the first 100 days of this government. They have flown to Paris, they've talked in Brussels, and then they tried to have a group hug in Vancouver. Thankfully, my Premier, Brad Wall of Saskatchewan, withstood the pressure of joining the carbon tax in this country, and he made a great statement. Great in the fact that he was, when he went to Vancouver, was the only one that would not join the carbon tax parade, and when he left, we found that New Brunswick and the territories also joined Saskatchewan in their quest of slowing this process down by the new government. You know, we can collect carbon tax money, and in this case, it pays EI. That doesn't accomplish anything. In my province, Saskatchewan people are hardworking. They want to support their families. And right now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, in our province and in the oil and gas sector in Alberta, along with Newfoundland and Labrador, we have had a downturn in the economy. There may be a time, Mr. Speaker, I'll admit this, that a carbon tax should be implemented someday in this country. But I would say now is not the time. We have seen, as I mentioned, record unemployment in Saskatchewan. And when I talk to Saskatchewan and Saskatoon grassroots constituents, they just simply want to work. And I know EI was promised in some portions, in fact, Region 42 of Saskatchewan. That maybe helped Saskatoon and northern Saskatchewan, but it did not help the oil and gas sector workers in South Saskatchewan, and in particular, Edmonton. So we all know right now the industry is suffering. Layoffs are plentiful. It's happened in Alberta. We've seen tens of thousands that have been laid off in that province in the last year. It has unfortunately come to my province of Saskatchewan. And I'll just give you a little anecdote, Mr. Speaker. On May 20th, I'm going to be in Lloydminster emceeing the RBC Cup. Lloydminster, on the Saskatchewan and Alberta border, I was there a month ago, once had a population of 32,000. When I visited that community a month ago, they're down to just over 25,000 people in that community, a loss of 7,000 people. It has decimated that community. I saw it firsthand, where the oil trucks are sitting in every parking lot in that community. And unfortunately, that's not what we want in this country. I saw houses that are empty. I saw trucks that are at airports left abandoned. But when you lose 7,000 people in a community of 32,000 over the last year, you know you have an issue. So what would a carbon tax do with Lloydminster? Well, I've already said to you, they've lost 7,000 people in the last year. Saskatchewan businesses are not looking for a handout. We found that out with the Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce when they visited the Hill early this year. They just simply are asking, let business do business. Let government get out of the way. We have enough roadblocks in our industry right now. Saskatchewan does want to be competitive, and that does not include a carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, we know firsthand that when the Liberals are going to reverse their job-killing tax hikes, that's been the big question in this House, as we need to know that they have to stop the carbon tax for now. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member opposite for the question. I would actually like to start by noting that I was in fact in Saskatchewan last week for meetings with the Government of Saskatchewan and with provincial officials. I actually grew up and went to university in Saskatchewan, and for a time I actually worked for the provincial government there. With regard to carbon emissions, Canadians know that reducing emissions will make our economy more competitive, not less, and our government knows that growing the economy and protecting the environment go hand in hand. Combating climate change is a moral imperative to ensure that we leave to our children and our grandchildren a planet that can sustain a prosperous and peaceful existence. Climate change also represents an enormous economic opportunity, one that many other countries are already taking advantage of. Mr. Speaker, the growth rate of the global clean tech sector over the past several years has been in excess of 10% per year. However, Canada's share of the clean tech market has fallen considerably due to the decade of inaction and obfuscation under the previous federal government. To create jobs and industries for the future, our government will make investments in green innovation, clean technology, and sustainable infrastructure. In addition to growing a vibrant clean tech sector, experts agree that carbon pricing is the most efficient and least expensive way of achieving emissions reductions. Already, some 80% of Canadians will soon live in jurisdictions with a price on carbon. Energy companies in Western Canada have acknowledged this, and many already use a price on carbon in their investment decisions. For example, Suncor CEO Steve Williams recently said that, and I quote, "We think a broad-based carbon price is the right answer," unquote. Carbon pricing policies help to minimize the cost of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They provide a continuous incentive for technological innovation and transition to a low-carbon economy. They achieve significant emissions reductions, and they provide consumers and industry with certainty and flexibility. This is particularly important in Western Canada, where energy-producing firms are looking to government to provide them with a clear framework. Mr. Speaker, our government is providing national leadership by working with the provinces and territories to take action on climate change, including putting a price on carbon. We strongly believe in the power of market-based solutions, such as carbon pricing, to deliver meaningful results in reducing our emissions while growing our economy. The momentum behind carbon pricing is now being echoed by thoughtful leaders around the country, including many prominent Conservatives. The leader of the Ontario Conservative Party recently stated, quote, "Climate change is a fact, it is real, it is man-made, we have to do something about it, and that includes putting a price on carbon." Mark Cameron, a former policy advisor to Prime Minister Harper, also underlined the power of carbon pricing in a free market, saying, quote, "As most free market economists recognize, the most effective way to reduce emissions is to price them," unquote. I would also note that the newly elected Progressive Conservative government in Manitoba understands this, saying in its election platform that it supports carbon pricing that fosters emissions reductions, keeps investment capital here, and stimulates new innovation in clean energy businesses and jobs. Implementing an effective climate change strategy, including carbon pricing, will assist in reducing GHG emissions and will also put Canada and Canadian companies at the forefront of the global clean growth economy. Mr. Speaker, I would invite the honourable member opposite to join with job creators and more thoughtful Conservatives in Canada in endorsing carbon pricing as a useful and important mechanism in addressing the critical issue of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we go to resuming debate, I just remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary our debate rules for adjournment proceedings are the same as in other debates in the House, and we refrain from using the given names of other or proper names of other honourable members. In this case, the Right Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage. So we avoid those, even if they're in a quote. We avoid doing that. So just a casual reminder. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, carbon tax. It's a crippling tax right now in this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm just telling you, I come from a region right now that is devastated. We need hope in this country. Yes, there may be sunny ways on that side of the government, but I can tell you where I stand in Saskatoon, Grasswood, and in Saskatchewan. And when I go to Lloydminster and look across at Alberta, and especially now in Fort McMurray, where we're not up to snuff with the production there right now. The carbon pricing and the carbon tax right now has to be delayed in this country. I firmly will stand by that thought. There may be a time, as I said, Mr. Speaker, but now is not the time. We do not need carbon tax right now and put it into EI. And that simply is what has happened in my province, what has happened in Alberta, what has happened in Newfoundland, and what has happened in New Brunswick. So when will the Liberals and their plan to help Canadians get to their jobs, when will you reconsider the job-killing tax hikes that you've put in the first 100 days of your office here?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say, I guess, a couple of things to the honourable member. The first is there actually hasn't been any carbon tax imposed by the federal government in the first 100 days. I would also say to the honourable member that I would be happy to sit down and have a conversation with him about different mechanisms by which carbon pricing can actually be implemented. I come from a province that has had a carbon tax that was implemented by the government there several years ago. It is a revenue-neutral carbon tax where the tax that is raised through carbon pricing is actually returned through income tax cuts, so that there is no additional tax burden on consumers. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the failed approach of the previous government, which did its best to ignore climate change, didn't work for the Canadian economy, and it didn't work for the environment. This government has a plan to address climate change, including carbon pricing, and to generate economic growth and opportunity concurrent with that through the investments and acceleration of clean tech development in Canada. It's a plan that Canadians are supportive of. It's a plan that speaks to the prospects of our future generation, and it's something that we as a government are very proud to do.
La motion portant que la Chambre se...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Rather, 24-1.